The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It's no secret that you'll spy the nation's top chess talent at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. After days of intense competition, players were shaken but not stirred. Fabiano Caruana was the man with the golden gun, using the gadgets in his arsenal to take out his opponent and jump into clear first. Begim Tokhirjonova brought her killer instinct to the board but was unable to silence Carissa Yip, settling for a draw to remain tied at the top. The sky is falling for some, but with tons of games left, you can never say never. Day 5 of action-packed chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 5 of the US Chess Championship and US Women's Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's the day after the rest day, and the players are re-energized and ready to battle over the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the US and US Women's Chess Championships. The race to the top keeps changing. What will happen in round 5 today? Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Katerina Nemcova and I am here with Yasser Seirawan.
Kate, good to see you. How was your rest day?
My rest day was wonderful. I actually got to hang out with some of the players and play games, so that was a lot of fun.
Outstanding. I tell you, everybody enjoys the rest day, and boy, coming back after 4 intense rounds of play, that was so well deserved. We have one Fabiano who is doing tremendously well. He started with 2 draws. The back-to-back victories have catapulted him to first place. Doesn't mean you can't have some fun with the leader. Have a look. It was just one brief moment at the very end. King F5.
Right.
And it was this moment that caused us a little bit of mirth. But did you see the move knight d2? At the very end. Just had to ask.
Oh my God. Is it still winning?
It's still winning. It's still winning. It's still winning. I assure you. But it was a nice moment. Because, it was a very funny moment. Right.
No, at the moment I'm kind of hallucinating things. So let's not talk about chess anymore.
Go. Our tournament leader and defending champion, by the way. Just having a little fun. That's what you got to do. You got to enjoy yourself,
and really
Kate.
wishing for that rest day. Right?
Lovely. And Kate, do the honors. Tell our viewers the current standings after, again, 4 very intense rounds.
And let's
ladies.
start with the women's section. So here we have 2 leaders. They made a draw in the previous round, Carissa Yip and Begim Tokhirjonova with 3 points out of 4. And then we have a 4-way tie for the 3rd place. Irina Krush, Anna Zatonskih, Nazi Paikidze, and Tatev Abrahamyan.
An impressive list of leaders there. And in the open section, standings after 4 rounds.
In the open section, after a previous round impressive win, Fabiano Caruana is the sole leader with 3 points. And then we have a 3-way tie for the 2nd place. Shankland, Hans Niemann, and Abhimanyu Mishra with 2.5 points.
And tell us about the format for the 2 national championships, please.
We have 2 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. The time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1. Players cannot agree on a draw, there are no draw offers allowed. And the traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
Tell us about the schedule and our next free day. When is it upcoming?
Right,
I enjoyed it so much.
Today we have round 5. We always start coverage at 1:20 p.m. Center time. We have 4 more rounds to go, and then we have another rest day. And if necessary, on October 18th, there will be playoffs.
Wonderful. And Cristian, wonderful to have you in studio as always.
Good to see you.
You had a nice rest day, I know, but you want to drill down on our tournament leaders and tell us how they all got here.
Absolutely, it's all about the leaders as we entering, I might say, almost the second half of the event. We're getting close, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm already looking to the next rest day, but let's take a look at where our leaders stand as we enter day 5 of the US Chess Championships. And we're going to start with the ladies section and one of the co-leaders going into the 5th round. That is Carissa Yip, international master Carissa Yip, standing at a beautiful 3 out of 4 points, and she's coming off a very successful event in Mexico. As you can see, her line score unblemished so far. No losses, a draw in round number 1 against Irina Krush. 2 important victories, crucial victories in rounds 2 and 3, and then a draw against her co-leader, Begim Tokhirjonova, in round 4. She's already played so many of the top competitors of this event. And guess who she's playing today? Another tough competitor who's coming off a victory. That is woman grandmaster Tatev Abrahamyan. And as you can see, it's very tight between these two ladies. 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. Nothing to separate them up to this point. What's going to happen? Only time will tell. Now, let's take a look at our next co-leader as we entering the 5th round. That is international master Begim Tokhirjonova, also at 3 points out of 4, and a very similar line score. Started with a draw. Important victories in round 2 and 3 against Ashrita Eswaran and Tatev Abrahamyan. That game against Tatev, it wasn't easy. Back and forth affair that was. And a draw in the 4th round against Carissa Yip. I have to say, she was on the defensive in that game, but she escaped with a draw, and today she has a very difficult matchup as well. She's playing against Thalia Cervantes, and also extremely close. This matchup is 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. And all of these are in classical chess. They've met in Rapid and Blitz many, many times, but in classical chess, it's all tight. And what's happening in the open section? Well, in the open section, we have only one leader going into the 5th round. That is Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. He is also the defending champion entering the 2023 edition. As you can see, also 3 points out of 4 and a very similar line score. But those rounds 3 and 4 against Jeffery Xiong and Dariusz Swiercz, he mentioned it during the interview. He said, I should not have gotten 2 points out of those 2 rounds, but he maximized the potential of those games, and right now he's in sole leadership position. And I have to say, he has a good opportunity today to potentially even extend his lead going into the 6th round. He's playing the lowest rated player in the event, Andrew Tang, a player that has been struggling up to this point, and he will for sure try to get the victory this one. A lot of exciting games coming up in round 5, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Cristian. The determination, the stamina of Fabi, unquestioned. Very impressive, those last 2 rounds. But Kate, do the honors. Tell our audience what they can expect for round 5. The pairings, starting with the ladies.
So in the round 5, in the women's section, we have Yan playing Eswaran, who is trying to get that half a point or 1 point to start her tournament. Then we have Krush playing Zatonskih,
Wow.
the 2 veterans, Olympic players, US women's champions. That's going to be definitely one of the key matchups.
Absolutely. Great matchup, marquee matchup, if you will. Please
Then
continue.
we have you playing Paikidze, Lee playing Purkashian, Tokhirjonova, one of the leaders, playing Cervantes, and Abrahamyan playing another leader, Yip.
That will be a great match as well. And in the pairings for the open.
Board 1, we have Tang playing Caruana, who is the leader, who will try to keep his leadership or increase it even against others. Then Robson playing Xiong, Niemann playing Aronian, who's been very solid in this tournament.
Yeah, but 4 draws, Kate. He needs a victory. Please continue.
So playing Mishra, Dominguez playing Shankland, and Swiercz playing Sevian.
As we go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, get ready for round 5. I tell you, I'm seeing these 2,800 players, Wesley So, Leinier Dominguez, Levon, Aronian, all making 4 draws apiece. Nobody seems to be able to get a victory.
They need some victories. They need some victories, guys.
For this young man, Mishra. I mean, 14 years young, making his debut, and a very impressive debut. 2 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw.
Absolutely, that's a +1 score. Definitely
Exactly.
an important, a couple of important victories for young Mishra, and he's been showing great chess also up to this point. He didn't get lucky in any of the games. He actually played very precise chess, with the exception of the game from 2 days ago against Hans Niemann. That was a difficult affair, but out of the opening, he had a great position in that one as well, showing great preparation in coming into this event. Quite impressive.
And Kate, we're looking at Jennifer Yu as she gets wanded coming into the playing hall. Jennifer, our defending champion, well, very unpleasant start. She's not happy with her results. What's gone wrong?
She has 1 point so far. She had definitely higher expectations, but you know, the tournament is long, still 7 rounds to go. I know Jennifer, she's a fighter, and she really wants to continue and do her best. And we see the games are starting. Some players were still wounded, but here we see Fabiano Caruana.
It looks like a London.
Another London.
I was about to say, but this time, Fabi.
No knight a6 repetition?
Yeah, right. I wanted to say this time, I'm thinking Fabi is going for a fianchetto.
Yes.
Like he had the Grunfeld in his repertoire in, I want to say his younger life.
Time ago.
Yeah,
long,
right.
long time ago.
A long time ago. G7, G6.
I don't think he's looking for the Grunfeld necessary, because any Grunfelds with an early bishop to f4, they don't make that much sense. Now, one of the problems of this move G6, after this move bishop to f4, is that White has this move, exactly the move that he just played, knight to c3, and now this is posing a very serious question. You already committed to the move G6. Are you going to allow me to take the center with the move e4? You shouldn't. Because, yes, and that's exactly what he did. He played the move d5. This is the best move in the position. The problem is, once you already committed to the move g6, you have ideas of h4, h5 very quickly. This is the way to try to punish this g6 move. So that's why we're seeing e3. We're not seeing the development of the knight on f3. You want to keep the knight on g1. Why? Because after e3, bishop g7, bishop to e2, once again, it's going to support this idea of h4, h5. An early h4, h5, these are the type of situations that we're going to see in this game, and it's going to be a brawl, because Black is going to try to open things up on the queen side. Most likely, after the move h4, h5, White is going to try to castle long side. So we're going to see a back and forth. Black going to attack on the queen side, White on the king side. Who's going to get to their opponent's kings first? That's the question that these players are going to have to answer.
And thank you for that, Cristian. I've got a question for you on that one. I do note that knight h5 was played by Fabi. I can't believe that's a novelty.
It's not a novelty. No. It's not a novelty. It has been played before.
It has been played before.
Yes.
Okay, you're obviously attacking the bishop. You're provoking the bishop to move.
To my estimation, okay, bishop to g5 makes some sense, right?
Because then you can play bishop e2 with the tempo later.
Right, and h6, bishop h4, you cannot continue chasing the bishop with g5 because your knight is hanging on h5. So the question is, after bishop to g5, and by the way, this is not the only move in the position. Of course, you should hide this bishop somehow. You have bishop to e5, which is going to provoke some more weaknesses in the position after the move f6. Don't do anything, as black rook to g8 doesn't make any sense. You're going to lose the right to castle. You want to go f6, bishop to g3, and you're not forced to take on g3 yet. You can wait for your opponent to maybe press you with a move bishop to e2, because a much more active square for the bishop is on d3, right? Especially if you take, bishop to d3 is going to come, and that comes with tempo. That's the problem, because the g6 pawn is unprotected. Also, I'm looking at ideas, just to give you some ideas of how things can go wrong.
Whoops.
Rook takes h7, there you go. That's a tactic in the position. Let's say I don't see that. I'm just simply going to play something like h4, and you're going to go castle. Rook takes h7 again, there you go. That's another opportunity for White, because you cannot take, you're getting checkmated. Check. I take on g6, you get checkmated on h7, and there's no way to stop it. So a lot of dangerous zones for the black king in this particular game, but I'm sure Fabiano has most likely prepared this at home quite thoroughly, because it was expected. He played it already. He played the London already. Andrew Tang, that is. Fabiano was definitely ready for it.
Thank you for that, Cristian. I'm going to the game of Wesley So, and it's shocking to see this particular position on the board. first of all, Wesley playing e4, playing an open Sicilian against Mishra, who comes, again, very, very ambitiously into the event. And with the Najdorf, well, bishop g5 at one time was considered the sole go-to way of playing. Then White started experimenting with bishop e3 and everything. Just about everything has been played, but this was a Bobby Fischer favorite. Bobby Fischer just breathed new life into this very sharp and very dangerous line. But today's modern engines, I almost want to say, have cured the line. I mean, I'm thinking of some games of MVL which seem to have gone to the 20th move and beyond.
But you know, now with computers, you can prepare like a small sideline. You can expect some H3 or something that we don't know how that really fits into that position.
Yes, exactly.
Because Wesley is definitely prepared.
Yeah, E7, E6 ideas for black involve B5, B4, the pawn on E4, a target for will be a target for the knight as well as the bishop. And I just wanted to ask you, Cristian, in terms of bishop c4, since it's such a rare guest at the elite level, has it been played out?
Oh, it has been played out quite extensively, yes. If I remember correctly, this was called the Sozin, right? With
Yeah, don't
C4.
get me on my hobby horse
The
there. The
Sozin.
Soviets. There was one guy from the Soviet Union, Sozin. He
Yes,
played it three
yes,
times as white. He lost 2 games.
And they named the opening after
He
him.
made one draw. Bobby Fischer revolutionized
Right,
the variation, and the Soviets called it the Sozin
That's
variation.
how I called it, the Sozin.
Get
Yes,
out of
yes,
here.
That's
It
how
was
I
a
remember
Bobby
it.
Fischer variation. Go on.
Yes, e6 was the move, and of course it makes a lot of sense, right? Don't respond with e5 because the bishop is already on a beautiful
Well
diagonal. Close that diagonal, right? Make things a bit more uncomfortable for the bishop on c4. That's why e6 is the preferred option, and now we have bishop to e3. b5 is a way, bishop to e7 to take things a bit more slowly is another way. Queen to c7 and knight to c6 is also possible. The big question is going to come for this bishop on c4, and most likely is going to go down to b3. And then black is going to have at his disposal ideas such as knight d7, knight c5 to try to target that bishop, or maybe even at the right moment ideas of a5, sacrifice the pawn on b5 and try to close that bishop with a4. So at the same time, the question is it an asset or a liability for what we probably will see the king on the queen side, right? Is it going to be a target, or is it going to be a piece, an extra piece that's going to defend my king on that side? That is the question. I know theoretically black is supposed to be okay in this line. That's why a lot of players, especially with the emergence of the new engines, have understood that this bishop to c4 is not as precise. At the same time, it's a strategy because not a lot of people play it. We know Abhimanyu is very well prepared, but this one is more of a sideline. So this is perhaps what Wesley is trying to achieve with this idea of bishop to c4. Just take him out of theory as early as possible, because he got Ray got a taste of his opening preparation, Mishra's that is. He got a worse position out of the opening. Andrew Tang got a taste of that as well. So that's Wesley's strategy. But you guys mentioned at the beginning, these guys need to win the 2800s going into this event. They need to win. They're on 50%. They need to catch up with the leader who's already on +2. They need to score some victories, and that's exactly what we're seeing from all of them. Take a look at what Aronian is playing with the black pieces. A Sicilian against Hans. He's showing early on that, hey, I want to win as well. With the white pieces, with the black pieces, it doesn't matter. I'm trying to get an imbalanced position. I'm trying to win in this round 5 to try to catch up with the leaders. And Wesley is playing a Sicilian. Aronian is playing a Sicilian. What do you guys think Dominguez is playing?
No way.
A Sicilian as well. Yes, against Sam Shankland, another very well-prepared guy. So this one is a theoretical battle. 1 hour and 30 minutes for Dominguez. 1 hour and 34 for Sam Shankland. Perhaps Sam has outfoxed his opponent out of the opening. We shall wait and see.
I'm kind of stunned. I mean, I'm looking at Levon. Levon Aronian has played 3 lifetimes of chess, and they've always been e4, e5 whenever he's been black. e5 I mean, what he did in the Marshall Gambit is just absolutely astonishing. He's got the shark thing going, or the shark look. And, seeing him play a Sicilian is simply remarkable. Let's take a look at the ladies.
And by the way, how's his thinking got moved?
Yeah, right. I mean,
at move 3.
He got stunned, like every one of us here on the panel. He got stunned as well. So there you have it. I wanted to start with our tournament co-leaders in the ladies section. Just bringing up the game of Carissa Yip.
And we have another Kings Indian defense. Carissa is just, it's working. Why to change her opening?
Absolutely.
And we have, for the 3rd time, I believe, in this tournament.
Yes, she starts the tournament with an extra black. And, okay, she's, hey, look, I'm tied for first. I'm tied for first. I don't know about you guys, but the Kings Indian has been working for me, and let's go.
But it's very interesting, Tatev, she's not a D4 player. She's an E4 player almost exclusively. But here, remember when Carissa was saying she didn't want to allow Alice to play bishop E3 line?
Yes.
So she played H6. So Tatev kind of switched the moves. She did not start with knight F3.
Right.
She played bishop E2.
Okay. D7,
and now she
D7.
played that bishop E3 move. So she got one.
Psychological play going on. Now, I have long had the Averbach system in my repertoire, and as white, I habitually played the move bishop g5, and the whole idea behind the move bishop g5 was to try to coax the move h6 out of black so that in the future I would play queen d2 and hit the pawn. That was not Tatev's strategy. She came in playing, okay, bishop e3, e7, e5, all of these moves very traditional, and earlier in the tournament, you could have seen Carissa do this against Alice Lee, knight a6. Her idea is straightforward. She wants to go knight to c5, put pressure against the pawn on e4. Tatev says, I don't care about your pressure on e4.
I'm ready to attack.
I am going for your king. h2, h4, knight c5, attacking the pawn on e4. Queen to c2, defends the pawn. And again, from white's perspective, if you let white simply go h5, h takes g, she'll rip open the king side, and the black king will come under a heavy assault. So h7, h5. After the move h7, h5, you're giving up the g5 square, and usually it's white's strategy to play knight h3, followed by knight g5. Also, because the pawn is on h5, it does mean that the future f3 and g4 will open up some line over there. So as the play gets underway in this round 5, this game seems a certainty of becoming a very sharp, complicated
And
pair.
that's why Tatev is keeping the knight on g1, right? She wants to keep that option f3 move in her arsenal.
Exactly. So it's traditionally in these systems, you do castle as white. You try to tuck your king into the b1 square, and again, as just indicated, f3 and g4 on white's agenda.
Right, and just to give you kind of like a backstory to this one as well, because you might be wondering, why not h4 directly? h4 is perfectly possible, and if I'm not mistaken, and maybe you remember this as well, didn't we see a Wander Liang win against Carissa with this idea h4 when Carissa played in the junior section a couple of years ago? I think it was this move h4, and her tendencies are always to stop it with the move h5. She played h5 in that particular case as well. She got obliterated. I mean, that was a very, very bad game for Carissa. So definitely Tatev shows that she has analyzed her tendencies in the opening, and she decided to completely switch from e4 to d4. I remember Tatev playing d4 for the first time in her life, I think last year.
Wow.
Because she was doing really poorly
E4.
with e4, and she was like, okay, I'm going to switch things up. I'm going to play d4 for the first time in my career last year. And she's been having a very long career, many, many decades. So take a look at this. h4 is one of the ideas, but without the bishop on e3, black's main move in this position is c5. Okay. Now you're not losing a pawn, right? Because the bishop is not on e3, d5, and now e6, and we get completely different pawn structures, especially because the knight is still on b8. And I have ideas of, let's say, h5, take. At some point, I can even sacrifice some pawns with the move b5, Benko style, and get some play and some compensation like that. Rook to e8 is the main line. The game continues, the theory continues in this one as well. Bishop to e3 is a bit different. e5, d5, and now knight to a6. You've committed to a different pawn structure. And after the move h4, knight c5, queen c2, h5, and now f3, I have to say, I'm looking at the position, I see long castle, I see the weakness of the square g5, maybe a knight landing there, knight h3, knight to g5, and then at the right moment, I will play the move g4. I have to blast open the position, try to open my way towards your king, the h-file, sacrifice some pawns, maybe an exchange along the way and try to checkmate you. That's the key strategy in the position. And black is going to try to do something very similar, but on the queen side after the move c6. I'm not sure about this move a5. I sort of liked having that square for my queen. So that's why instead of h5, I would have started with c6 and tried to put early pressure in the center. She did not do that. She's choosing a different avenue for her attack, but I have to say right now, I like what white is doing. I like Tatev's choice.
You mentioned a Wonder Liang, and I see in your list of top games that his name came up.
He also lost it.
Well, okay.
He also lost it with the black pieces against Pragnananda in 2021. So yes, I wonder plays this with white with black as well. And I'm not really sure if they're good friends. Maybe they've analyzed this position together. Who knows?
Exactly. Going to our tournament co-leader in the ladies section as well. Let's jump over to Begim and Thalia as we have an accelerated dragon.
But it was a transposition.
By transposition,
It's very
yes.
interesting because we did not start as Sicilian.
Not at all. Knight f3, and in fact, it's kind of starts as an English, and then it transposes into mainline.
We're getting some sort of a Marazzi, yeah?
Yeah, Marazzi bind, but it's the accelerated dragon, and you might recall Melik playing here in the senior championship.
Very nice game he had, and
exactly.
I mean, kind of easily he just won with black pieces. Devastating attack for white's position.
Exactly. We'll see what Begim has prepared, or if Thalia is catching Begim unawares. Our pick, Alice Lee. Let's see what's going on here. Again, we're seeing King's Indian. Also with bishop e3, by the way. Sorry, that was not what I wanted to do. Knight c6. So d4, d5 is the main line. And when I say books have been written about that position, I mean really, really, really thick books.
I spent so much time looking at that. Knight e7, bishop e3, b4.
Oh my gosh. Did you study the bayonet attack? Because it was, John Donaldson tortured me with looking at variations of the bayonet attack, where you go for the very quick b4 and c5, and he worked it out for 20 moves. It was just amazing. One of multiple main lines. Move rook e8. That's a little bit unusual, but I mean, I think for me, knight g4 has been main line and only line. Rook e8 feels like a potential loss of a tempo. Takes. We've caught up with the players. H2, H3 by white. Alice is looking to use her control, slightly superior space, slightly superior development. Oftentimes in these positions, white plays for c5 and bishop, white plays for c5 and bishop c4. We'll keep an eye on this one.
Yes, sir. One thing I was wondering,
Please.
after rook e8,
Yes.
since we know that black kind of wishes to open up the center, is it possible to close it now with d5?
Absolutely.
You want to jump now on d4, right?
Because if you go back, then I'm very happy the rook is removed from the f-file.
Exactly. And knight d4 would be the main move, right? And then we're going to take. And black is hoping that after all of these trades, that she'll be, well, equalish. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think since the bishop can later be developed to bishop b5, bishop f5, pardon me.
Yeah. Then it's, I mean, again, you kind of think that white might have a smidge of something just because you do have still the space and White is going to have an easier time challenging the file. I don't know where I want to go. Let's say I just go all the way
I was
back.
thinking d4. Is that too risky?
D4.
Maybe it's too
You're kind of
risky.
like
But
suspended
I wish to
in
go
midair.
queen f6 and
I get you.
yeah.
It's kind of, I don't know. The look looks a little funky. It's not that easy to exploit its unusual position. And of course, whenever I see the U.S. Women's Championships and we have Anna Zatonskih matching up against Irina Krush, these two ladies have shared 12 U.S. championship
wonder
titles
how many games they've played against each other.
You got to check in. And what are you up to? Well, this is a bit surprising. Anna is playing a mainline Tarrasch. And I remember ages and ages ago, there was one Sammy Reshevsky that liked to play the system as white. And as far as I'm aware, black plays this particular line not with the idea of necessarily winning back the pawn, but just playing for fast development with knight f6, bishop g5, and says, you know what, your knight on a4 is terrible. Go ahead and play the position with your knight on a4. Catch us up on this one, Cristian, because I'm more than a little curious what the
I was
theory
not
thinks of.
looking at that
one?
one. I just wanted to tell you guys
Please.
about there's this new infused energy into these players. Everybody's looking to fight after the rest day, you know that.
Right.
And they've had a lot of time to also prepare new weapons as well. And we're seeing a lot of that transpiring in today's round as well. Take a look at this game between Dariusz, Swiercz, and Sam Sevian. What a strange game. c4, e5, g3, bishop to e7. Okay, I understand. This is more or less fine. Knight to c3 and now a d6. Now, this already signals a very clear fact, and that is I'm going to go f5. That's why I didn't play knight to f6, a very natural move, knight to f6. I'm leaving the knight to g8. I'm going to launch an attack on the king side as fast as possible, as early as move 4. With the move f5, bishop to h3 was played, which is the main line, and knight to a6. Perhaps this is something that surprised him. E takes d4, followed by knight to c6 is the main line, or knight to f6, and then knight to c6. But he chose this move, knight to a6, Sam Sevian that is, and right now Dariusz is thinking. He's probably out of his theory. He has a couple of options. You can play the move knight to f3. But to my eyes, allowing the move e4 just doesn't feel right. It feels like black is getting somewhere, right? You would love to be able to put some pressure on f5 with knight h4. That's not happening because the bishop is nicely placed on e7. You have to go passive, knight to d2, and it just feels like black achieved what they wanted out of this opening. So the other option is take on d8 and go into this endgame. Knight to f3, try to take advantage of the fact that the knight cannot go to d7, excuse me, or to c6 to defend the pawn on e5. You play bishop to f6. I understand this doesn't look right for black, but at the same time, sure, you go knight to d5, I go knight to e7. I'm developing my pieces. I am fighting against the two bishops, but I do like this complex of pawns in the center for black. At some point, maybe I can even go f4 or e4. I have ideas, right? For example, if you go something like bishop to e3, maybe at the right moment, I would even have some tactical ideas with the move f4. Not immediately because the b7 pawn is hanging. So this is the position Dariusz is thinking as of right now. Another player that was thinking for a very long time was, in fact, Andrew Tang. At this point, after the move knight to h5, it does seem like Fabiano has surprised his opponent out of this opening because he spent around 18 minutes, 19 minutes to play this move, bishop to e5. That's a good sign for Fabiano. f6, a bishop to g3, and c6. This is his plan. I'm not going to once again take on g3 immediately. You have to attack me first with the move bishop to e2. In the meantime, I'm getting ready to blast open the center with the move e5. That's why I'm defending the pawn on d5. For example, you take their take, and now I go e5. The d5 pawn is defended. I have the two bishops. I'm opening up the center. I'm playing to the requirements of the position as black. And by the way, Fabiano is still in his theory. Not good news for young Andrew Tang.
All right, well, thank you for that indeed. As I just wanted to check in on the, I wanted to check in on the game of Levon Aronian, because it's such a rare sighting that I see him playing the Sicilian, and I was more than curious what type of open Sicilian he was going to play. Not at all, not at all. We didn't get an open Sicilian. After the move e7, e6, Hans decided, well, I'm going to lap in this c2, c3. Idea is very simple. You want to set up the classical central pawn duo with the move d2, d4. Traditionally, knight f6, d5 are the two weapons that black has to prevent white. And now, how would you like to play a French defense?
But isn't it somewhat unexpected from Hans not to open up position
With
in
d4?
Sicilian?
Yeah, I would have said so too. But it's kind of funny. If your opponent comes at you with a Sicilian, and you could play an advance French with the move e5. Now, of course, if black plays knight c6, white happily plays d2, d4, is in an advanced French, and I don't know if this is bluff or bluster, but a d5, d4 preventing white from getting the advanced French. Now, I do believe that this is associated with a pawn sacrifice, this move, d5, d4, and it has, what is it? I think it's takes and queen a4 check. There's some lines that I remember, but it's not necessary for white to go after the pawn. The normal solution for white is to play bishop d3, bishop e4. Let's see what Hans did. No, can't guess the moves.
But Hans is
D2,
going to
D3.
fianchetto that bishop.
d2, d3, surprise move. Knight e7, g3, you called it. But what are you going to do if I just go all out on your pawn on e5? Say knight c6,
Bishop g2.
knight e7, knight e7, g6, pardon me. In the immortal words of Nikolai Minev, gift me your pawn.
Queen e2, maybe?
Probably.
Queen.
But queen e2, queen c7.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was really going after this pawn.
At some point, I have to give it to you, right?
Exactly.
Knight a3.
Knight
I mean, I can go
a3.
bishop f4, but that just simply doesn't.
That's not exactly what you had in mind when you were going in this whole advanced pawn line.
But I can be very quick with development on the other hand.
Sure.
Right, so queen e2, let's say queen c7, castle.
Exactly.
And if you're going to waste time capturing that pawn, I may have some time for my pieces to get out quickly.
Agreed.
I'm going to take on d4.
You're going to take on d4 and pause here just for a second. So I will take with the queen or the bishop.
Let's do bishop.
I was waiting for the music from Jeopardy. Ding, 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 ding. I'll take the pawn, and now I agree with you, Kate. You are going to, you're going to go knight a3. You're going to get your rook on c1. You're going to get development. You're going to get compensation. But it's not an open. Pardon me. It's not an advanced French that white is getting with this move d2, d3. Now I don't actually think that this line is that good for black. I do think that after the move bishop d3, castles, followed by rook e1, you do get to keep the wedge on e5, and you will play knight a3, knight c4, and bishop e4.
And how do you plan to develop the bishop on c1? Do you want to play still d3 after the bishop moves to e4, or b3?
That or b4, yes, correct. It's not, I mean, I'll adjust to whatever way that you play, right? I mean, if you play the position with b7, b6, I'll put the bishop out the other way. If you don't, I will go with b4. I'll try to bring the bishop to the b2 square. Anyway, interesting to keep an eye on this one. I want to just check in on Dariusz. That was the knight a6, a very, very unusual line of play. I've played English my whole life. The only guy who ever played this against me was Bent Larson, and that was a really fun and crazy game. This particular case with the bishop on h3, I think I want to trade queens and play for that line that you were talking about, knight f3
And E4,
in e4. Very off the beaten track. Two players who definitely need a win is the game between Ray Robson, Jeffery Xiong. Ray just had a disastrous start, as did Jennifer Yu. This is a, well, when Jeffery, you can expect that Jeffery would play the Petrov, and we quickly catch up with the players. Ray pausing
Ray is ready
here.
to push f5, like in his first game against Sevian.
Well, he didn't recapture on d3 immediately, which I find intriguing. So do you think he's contemplating c takes d3? Because I follow you completely, right? Everybody normally would play queen takes d3 with the idea of getting in f5 as quickly as possible. But so why would he be sipping his water?
What's that signal in the
I
opening?
don't know. But c takes d3 looks.
But you know, it could
feels
be
wrong.
possible that maybe that move is not very good, so he did not prepare for it. So now he's wondering how to recapture. But I agree with you. Queen takes d3 looks very natural.
Very natural. And again, you know, we do this all the time. We compare openings, one opening, one defense. I mean, we've seen the transpositions, especially in the Hans Niemann Levon. You know, you want to try a Sicilian? No, I'll play an Alapin. Oh, you want to play an Alapin? I'll play a French. Oh, you want to play the advanced French? No, I'm going to play this. So you make these careful considerations, right? So my whole life, I have been playing Perk defense. G7, G6, E2, E4, D7, D6. I am black in these positions, knight C3, knight F6. And the one move I have never, ever, ever in my life feared is the move bishop F4. That looks completely stupid, actually. What is the bishop doing on F4? You would play your knight to F3. You would play your pawn to F4. In fact,
Even H4 nowadays.
even H4. The Austrian attack is considered the most dangerous line of play against the Perk. So what do we have? We have Andrew and Fabi at play. We have a London with bishop F4, knight C3. And then Cristian would say, after the move knight c3, don't allow white to play the move e2, e4. And I would say, well, why not? Because after bishop g7, e4, d7, d6, we've transposed right back into the Perk with the bishop on f4.
Yes, but there's a slight
on, Coach.
difference.
What's the
Sometimes
difference?
you want to actually have the knight on g8.
True.
So you start with g6 and then d6,
I've
and
played
then
'em
bishop
both.
to g7. That's much more different, especially against the bishop on f4, because with the knight on g4 you have ideas of e5 at the right moment.
Right.
I looked at this in recent years, and the
Really?
engines are saying that with good moves, white is close to winning.
With the move bishop f4.
Yes, this spurts with the knight already on f6. You don't have the option of playing e5 that easily. This is not a good position. It's really, really bad. I will go f3, queen d2. At the right moment, I'm going to go for bishop to h6, long castle. And this is the type of position that the engine thinks that white is completely winning. Very, very close to it, at least, with the best moves. And you know that these players have analyzed
With
more
their
or less
cloud
the natural
engines.
moves in this type of structure, right?
Yeah.
Not good news for black. That's why you see this move d5 almost exclusively being played against knight to c3 to stop the expansion in the center with e4. So,
Which in fact was Fabi's choice.
but Fabi got, this is a dream position if you're playing with the black pieces against the lowest rated player in the event and you want to win.
Exactly. You've got a
Dream position.
Likely to have the two bishops. And if you do get in the move e7, e5, you're going to have more than your fair share of the center.
Oh, and
with
guess what?
black.
Your opponent also has thought for like 30 minutes up to this.
That's helpful too.
Yeah, that's helpful for sure.
Exactly. Kate, where would you like to take us?
I would like to take a look at the women's section.
Sure.
And some of the games we did not see yet. Maybe Yenru Yang against Eswaran Ashrita.
Okay, just a second. That's at the bottom here. Ooh, okay, Botvinnik triangle system. This comes out of a Rosalimo Sicilian. I think of again, I use guides. If I'm going to play an opening, and if I look at this position, I think of Timur Radjabov. I have seen him play this specific line as black incredibly well and very, very successfully. But G7 and
H6 and E5 and C5, so many pawn moves.
those intriguing moves, D6, bishop G7. But first, black is okay because, well, it's a closed position. So the extra development that white has when the position's completely closed is not that meaningful. You take some pawns off the board and open lines, then the better developed player has a big advantage. In this position, white is going to maneuver her knight to d5, without doubt. Black is going to play knight e7. Many cases, black is playing for the break f5. Where's white's break? Well,
I'm curious, if I go queen d2, are you
Yep.
really going to play f5 before castle? Because
No.
I'm not going to allow you to castle.
exactly. I'll hang
I'll put
out.
pressure on that h6 pawn.
And you have right away. But the question is, where are you going to castle? I'm kind of waiting for you to make that decision as well.
So let's say I castle short side.
Oh, you're not being
I know,
very
you want to
fun.
play g5, knight g6.
Well,
H-
I thought you were going to be, playing for a kingside attack. Okay, so you castle, and I put a question to you. What are you going to do? I'll put my knight in the middle of the board. Good outposts, right, coach?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, I will move that knight away, knight h2.
Oh,
I don't like that move too much, but I don't want to
F5,
trade.
I don't know, this looks
Okay.
like black is getting something, right?
So you
I'm
will
ready.
go immediately.
I'm ready. We've been seeing the King's. It's so surprising to see the King's Indian defense being used so often in this tournament. And
Successfully so, right?
Successfully. Carissa is just taking no prisoners. So F5, well, we'll keep an eye on this. Again, this is a game that Ashritha, bless her heart, she really needs to get on the scoreboard because she started so very poorly. Okay, this game.
Absolutely, but let's say, speaking of King's Indian, guys,
Yeah,
let's talk
Carissa.
about this game, the Carissa game, because
Against-
this
yeah.
one is developing very interestingly against Tatev, of course.
Yes.
Tatev with the white pieces, Carissa with the black pieces. And after f3, a5, knight to h3 was played, it seems like Tatev was still within her theoretical knowledge because she hasn't spent a single minute up to this point. c6, we're following the game Pragnananda versus Wander Liang. So once again, maybe that connection between Carissa and Wander. Maybe they've analyzed this position together. Who knows? We will ask her maybe at some point during this tournament. c6, and now this is a big moment
Okay.
because you have a couple of options as white. You can go castle, and to my eyes, this feels very natural, right?
Right.
At the same time, you have to contend with the fact that I'm going to open up the position
Right.
on the queen side. I will take on a d5. If you take back and try to keep the symmetry in the position, in the structure,
Right.
I'm going to go a4, queen to a5, bishop to d7, rook to c8, and b5.
B4.
My attack is actually coming quite quickly.
That's right.
On the queen side. And this knight on c5 is an asset in the position. So going backwards, rewinding a couple of moves, understanding that this knight on c5 is already very nicely placed. Okay, we have to exchange it. We have to put some pressure on that knight because that knight, not only that it attacks and is getting very close to my king, but it also supports this move a4, very critical to the whole expansion of the attack for black. So what she has to do, she has to go knight to f2. This feels like the right move, knight to f2, followed by, let's say, bishop to d7, knight to d3. I'm going to address the problem of the knight on c5 first. This is my first task as white. And after that, I even have the option. Maybe I want to castle short if you open up prematurely on this side. Maybe I will actually use the opening of the queen side for my purpose as white. Get the rook on c1, get the knight to b5 now that the pawn is on a5, and play on the queen side. Shift my focus, right? That's the asset that the king in center gives me as white. So knight to d3, I think this would be a good position, but this idea, knight f2, knight d3, it's not an easy one to understand, right? It's not a very natural one because whenever you go knight f2, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to keep the knight on f2 to support my expansion with the move g4.
Right.
But that's not the correct attitude in the position. You have to address the problem of the knight on c5. And once you do that, you have a lot of options. Your horizon definitely expands as white. Definitely a good position for Tatev, but once again, she needs to keep precision for the next few moves.
If I can be an advocate for Carissa's position, for after your move knight f2, Cristian, if we go back,
Yes.
and if I take the pawn on d5,
Yes, let's see.
take the pawn on d5, and let's say now I continue with your move bishop d7 just for a moment.
I will do the same thing.
Yeah, and the question that I'm going to ask you after a move like b6, I'll just wait. Are you castling queenside or are you castling kingside?
Maybe I wait. Maybe I go a4, which kind of is not a waiting move. Like, I'm not going to castle long
anymore after
Once
that.
I play the move a4. Yeah.
Well, okay, so knight h7, and I'm going to play for the f5, what we've seen, Kate,
Right.
so often.
And I'm going to play for this complex of pawns.
Takes. On
You take with the b pawn, I get the knight to b5. And in fact, now that my knight is on b5,
It's kind of awkward.
it's working like a plug for your
Yeah,
attack.
and maybe
And now I'm actually going
castles
to go castle long.
isn't completely
It's
out
not
of the
that bad.
question.
First of
Yeah.
all, how do you defend
Queen
it?
e7,
Queen
castle
e7,
long.
Right, Queen e7, but now I go
Oh,
g4.
you don't even play castle
Not yet,
long? No.
not yet. But once I go castle long, you don't really have a good way to open me up on the queen side. My king is safe, your king
Maybe not
much.
so much.
From
so
practical
much.
perspective, it's kind of difficult to play on the queen side and on the
Very
king
difficult.
side. Keep the king in the center. Just I'm deciding.
Which way it's all
I feel as a
going.
player, I always like to decide. All right, what am I doing? Am I attacking king side? Do I castle? And I keep all the options open.
Exactly.
It's
It
difficult.
requires a lot of experience, which Tatev doesn't have
With
against the
D4
King's Indian, because she's not a
a
D4,
D4
player. She's
player.
an E4 player.
Right.
So due to the lack of experience, maybe this will play into Carissa's favor. And we know that in the King's Indian, against Irina, against Alice, she's had bad positions actually, but she managed to turn them around because of this experience that she has and the way she feels these King's Indian positions.
Okay, turning our attention to our co-leader in the ladies section.
Knight f2, by the way, was
Begim.
played by Tatev. So Tatev is on the right track.
All right, Begim and Thalia. This is the Muroxi bind, Open Sicilian advanced dragon variation, and Bishop e6. John Donaldson loved to play a5. a4, put his bishop on c6, and only thereafter play knight d7, and away you go. Bishop e3, completely legit. Everybody knows this is this approach. I would say thousands of games in the database as Black readies her counterplay against the queen side with the moves rook c8, a7, a6, oftentimes coupled with the move knight d7. Funnily, in a number of these variations, bishop takes c3, giving up this beautiful dark squared bishop is often on Black's agenda.
Because then we can destroy kind of the pawn structure and put even
Yes.
more pressure on the c-file.
On the c4 pawn, indeed. So they're still early days. They're still deep in theory. Apologies. I do want to go back to the game of Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian just to see how that game developed. We have it after g3 takes on
That is a little bit unexpected.
a little bit.
I thought
Big-
I'm as
I
well
was
as
gonna say
Black
big
enjoying the pawn on d4.
I thought we put a lot of energy into kind of making that pawn advance. But Levon, if there's one player in the world that would play for a world championship match, and I had to be a commentator, please, not Levon. I can't guess his moves. This move, bishop b5, takes on c3 is a surprise. Bishop d7 to b5, that's also a very different variation. And he's doing it against Hans, which, by the way, reminds me of this beautiful Sabina, our social media director, had caught up with Hans. She was all happy at the dinner. I had an 11-minute discussion with Hans, and I'm sitting there saying, well, what did he say? no friends at the chessboard. Have a look. This is
Mm-hmm.
pretty funny.
Okay, but when you play a game of chess, Hans, of course, when you're playing, the opponent is you and the opponent, but, you know, in real life, you still, like,
No,
sometimes
but
you
chess
play...
is life. That's what you don't understand.
But,
The chess game is the only thing that matters.
but you have some friends, don't you, Hans?
Yes, but I take pleasure in their pain.
What?
Like when I see many people here, when I see them lose, but this is not like a controversial thing. Everyone takes pleasure in their enemies losing. This
But
is
they
not
are-
like people just lie and say, oh, you know, I'm so respectful. Oh, I love. Oh, we're just everyone's such good. No. You and like I'm sure this entire playing hall, when I lose, they take serious pleasure in that. Okay.
Okay.
I
don't know.
I'm just
I
telling
don't
you.
know.
I'm just telling you. But you know, we all.
But what about friendships, Hans? Like,
There's no friendships on the chessboard.
on the chessboard, but what about outside of
No,
the
but
chessboard?
chess is life. Life is chess. Like
So you
the
have no
game,
friend
The
in
game
the
of
world of
chess
chess?
continues on and off the board. Okay, it is a continuous and perpetual game of chess until death.
A perpetual game of chess until death, okay? I mean, there are no friends on the chessboard or
Hans the
off
philosopher.
chessboard.
What
Off
is
the
this?
Chess is life, life is chess.
Exactly, and we are out to kill one another.
Sort of like what he's saying, obviously. I mean,
As a chess coach, is this how you rally the troops and say, come on, guys, chess
everybody's
is life.
different, right? Everybody's different. Everybody reacts differently to different stimuli. So this is exactly what's happening with Hans. He loves to be. It seems like he's getting some inspiration from being hated. Supposedly, at least in his mind,
Right.
he thinks that he's being hated. It's him versus the world. And, you know, when in his mind it's him versus the world, that's his attitude. I have
Right.
no friends over the chessboard or outside the chessboard. Chess is life, and we're playing until death. So that's kind of what he brings to the table. I love it. I like it. How about you guys?
I like the line of Mogadishu. He was saying that, you know, I need more haters. all the haters
That's
I
right.
have become my friends.
That's right,
I
yeah.
need more haters.
That's right. Maybe not a bad thing.
I thought it was a pretty funny line. I mean, need more haters. Kate, jump in on this.
I don't know, like liking when your friends lose. I don't agree
Or
with
your
that.
teammates. Or
Yeah, like your teammates, your schoolmates. You know, your no.
You-
But
Maybe
he
if
doesn't have any friends. That's the thing. He doesn't have any friends. He said, I don't have any friends.
I know,
I'm not
over
sure
the
if I
chessboard.
believe that.
But you know, that was always very difficult for me. Like I had a lot of very close friends growing up, and we would go to these tournaments all the time, and we had what we call brotherhood pairings. Like we get paired, you know, we go from Seattle to Portland, and then we get paired against one another in the rounds. And it's like, no, I could always play you in Seattle. So I had trouble playing against my friends over the board because I didn't want to lose, I didn't want to beat them, you know. So this was always tough. But Hans, no problem.
I'm curious how he would do at like Olympic team event or world team event, because there he has to cheer for his friends or enemies.
And away you go. I dare not ask you in the game between Hans and Levon if we are in some crazy
No. There's no theory.
theory.
No. There's no
'Cause
theory.
I've never seen these moves before. Take us away.
No. We left the green pastures of theory long time ago. I think somewhere around D3 was still a move, knight to E7, but G3 was only played once, and by the way, by Hakobian, who might have trained with Levon as well in the past. They're both of Armenian origins. D takes C3, B takes C3, D takes C3 was, by the way, the first novelty in the position. And in fact, it was the best move according to the engine. It's not very natural because do you want to help White to strengthen the center? Doesn't feel like the
Exactly.
right way to do things, right?
Right.
But he had something very specific in mind, and that was illustrated by the next few moves. Bishop D7, Bishop B5. You're losing some tempes, but you're forcing the change of the structure. Of course, White is not going to go D4. That's not going to allow me to castle anymore. Not a good sign, right? Don't play like this. I will keep the bishop on A6. You will attack it, but it doesn't really matter. You're very far away from doing castle, and that's bad news for White. So you have to stop this threat of bishop takes D3 with the move C4, bishop C6, castle. That's what we have. Knight to F5, bishop to B2, and bishop to E7.
Right.
This is the position. Now we understand. Why did you want to provoke this move C4? Because now you have some sort of a control over the D4 square, and once you play D4 as White, which most likely will arise in the position, Well, then I'm going to exchange the light square bishops. If you do take on d4 back with the knight, I'm also going to have a better pawn structure, long term, right? White has some dynamic play because of this structure. I have nice control over the b file, I have the knight, and I have a couple of extra tempes in terms of development. I almost finished my development. I also castled. You're still a couple of moves away from doing that. So white has its trumps in the position. Black has his own trumps as well. Very balanced, I have to say. And this is going to favor just simply the better player. The player that is more comfortable with the imbalances that we see right now in the position. Perhaps the player with no friends. And we know Levon has a lot of friends.
Levon? I've seen Levon being cheered by fans here at the U.S. Championships as well as at the Singfield Cup. It seems like he brings out the best in the locals. Wanted to turn our attention to the game of Wesley So for just a moment. Wesley versus Mishra again. Wesley kind of complaining that he's playing this Berlin defense, making easy draws with the black pieces, but not getting any wins. He's going to have to sharpen up his openings. Well, guess what? In this line of the Fischer variation of the Najdorf, he got a very double-edged position, h2, h4, and Mishra said, well, that's an invitation for me to make the classical open Sicilian exchange sacrifice. Rook takes e3. We have seen this in thousands of games. Is this one of those positions, Kate, before I go any further, where you would make the exchange sacrifice yourself as black?
Yes, I like these sacrifices on c3. I think it allows black a very easy play.
Right.
Because you do have two targets. You have c3 targets, you have a3 a target, and you just want to improve your knight, you want to put something on the c file. I remember a lot of games that I played like this, and I think I have quite good results, but I also remember one horrible game that I lost to Grandmaster Carlson Pontus as white within like 20 moves because I completely forgot. I just blanked about rook c3. He captured there, and game was over in like 8 moves.
Wow. Yeah, I've always thought that these are great sacrifices, and practically speaking, it's so hard for the second player to keep up. Knight b6, as you just described it very, very well. Plant a knight on c4. The a3 pawn very often becomes a target after moves like d5. And, well, that king, you know, it starts to feel a little bit uncomfortable. But Wesley...
Look at Wesley's time, 1 hour, 30 minutes, or 29 now.
Like
He's
it's all
in his
prep.
preparation.
I mean, it's amazing. Wesley is just one of those players, by the way, who is so, I want to say, practical. He says, okay, go ahead, do your worst. You messed up my structure on the queen side, but if I play king a2, if I get my rook to d3, I'll cover my weaknesses. I don't know. It sure feels like black is having the fun. Here's a close-up graphic of Wesley So, former 3-time U.S. chess champion.
Age 29, USCF rating 28-22. Wow, what a great number. And yes, 3-time U.S. chess champion.
29 years young. I've been calling his game for 2 decades. It feels like he's been around.
Today is his birthday.
No way.
It's either today or yesterday. It was perhaps yesterday, but right now, this is some misinformation we're spreading right there. He's not 29 years of age, he's 30. Yesterday was his birthday. Happy birthday, Wesley.
Oh, well, congratulations indeed. 30. But I got to tell you, he's been around for a long time. And his games have been absolutely fantastic to call. He's played this very, very quickly. Are we in theory?
No.
I mean,
we're very far away from theory.
Because he's like more than 90 minutes?
I think it has to be his theory. You can't just walk into that sacrifice without knowing what to do next.
It's his theory, definitely, but it hasn't been played before. Now the question is, no, it hasn't. Question is, what is his preparation? Because And I believe
That's
is
Levon.
Levon's game.
Exactly, as we're focusing.
Him and Mishra, they're sporting that white
Shark
dress
look.
shirt, so perhaps that's why we got confused. But yeah, this is the position, and I'm trying to understand what is your preparation after bishop to c1, queen to a. You have to continue the attack.
Of course.
Right.
You have to continue the attack over the pawn on a3, and the most
Queen
natural
a5 is
way
the
to
most
do it.
natural.
Why not? Right.
Let's go. Yeah.
What do you do now? You cannot defend with king a2. That would be a very bad move because after d5, I'm coming in the position, and you're in big trouble. Bishop takes a3 is coming, and that's going to come with dire consequences. You're losing. You're getting checkmated. So that's not a good idea. But how do you defend? Knight to b3, I understand. You can do this, but now I can even take on a3.
But that was my question.
But I'm looking
knight
at the
a3?
position.
Can I, in
Yes.
that position, go
Yes.
king a2? Or
Maybe queen a4.
bishop takes d5?
d5,
and
ooh,
the same.
yeah.
But I had this crazy idea. No, your queen's not trapped. Sorry, rook a1.
Rook
Queen
a1,
takes
yeah,
a3.
yeah.
If my pawn were on e5.
We'll try to trap that queen.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not happening. And
all
right
right.
now, your rook is kind of stranded on a1.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not proud of
a
my
pawn for the exchange, the two bishops with the center potentially opening up at some point, and I have a lot of pressure still on the c file.
And
Where is your
the
attack?
center is going to be open to bishops.
No,
This would be great for
I'm
black.
Not, no,
This is
I'm
great.
not proud of my play here as white.
So that's what I'm wondering. I know
Okay,
it's his preparation, but what is his preparation?
Once
after
more,
queen
queen
a5?
a5.
Yeah.
This
Maybe
is
you
a
want to
very
go for the
intuitive
attack,
move.
right? Maybe you go. Look,
Could-
let's try to kill black on this side, right? g5.
Okay.
Why not, right?
Okay.
If I take, maybe g6. Am I getting checkmated as black? It doesn't seem
no.
like I am.
No, your bishop will go to f6, and you will be
That's
proud.
the thing. That's the thing. I always
With
have the
that
dark
bishop.
square bishop next to my king, and
Exactly.
you don't have your dark square bishop to challenge it
No,
because you have to exchange it on a3.
no, this can't be.
I don't
This
know.
is so impractical. Once again, queen a5. Could I just see another potential defense? Rook d3. This is a little bit of a stupid.
Okay.
The idea is if you take on a3, then
Let's go d5. I'm not. I
Yeah.
don't want to play h6. This looks like an interesting move. I guess the idea is to go bishop to g5, but I don't want to play like this. I want to
No.
play d5. This is the most natural way.
I hate this position, actually. I just don't. Intuitively, it just feels like black is.
It's so easy to play for black, right? As white, I have to just
Absolutely.
keep
Great
defending,
game.
and that's not what you want to do when you have white pieces.
No,
That's right.
You want to have fun with white, not defending your king, and that's what this is all going on here.
Black is having all the fun.
No. I definitely would not suggest this whatsoever for Wesley. But again, he's played it so quickly, so fast.
He's
You
analyzed
think-
something. No, for sure he's
I'm
analyzed
so curious what's
something.
going to unfold because there has to be something.
Absolutely. Just before we do take a quick break, I did want to check in what I think is just an absolutely huge game between two great competitors and Olympians, and that is between Leinier and Sam Shankland, keeping in mind that Sam is just half a point behind Fabi,
Right.
feeling a little ambitious as he knows that Leinier is having a solid tournament, castles, queen b7, rook g1, rook d8. Wow, what can I say? This is one of those open Sicilians with a very unusual pawn structure.
But I like the G file for white. This is a different position than in Wesley's game.
Very
right?
much so, right? I mean, you do have an instant and direct highway towards black's king. The last move, rook d8, kind of intimating that I can cover the g7 square. Like you could take on e5 and try to plant a bishop on h6, but I do have bishop f8. I do have knight e8 defenses, and well, you have to put a lot of energy. In the meanwhile, by the way, just a reminder, you know, the pawn on e4 is hanging. There are ideas of takes on f4, knight e5. I like this imbalance. I would say whoever has prepared this position best will get an advantage. As we go on break, as we know, at the end of our first break, we always like to check in with our friends at QBT,
Our friends.
who are offering 5% for friends and family discount let's see what's the special today. Well, check this out. We have an oversized button-down 2023 U.S. Chess Championship jacket. Look at that. That is so, well, that is just so nice. A brand new look of these oversized button-down long-sleeve shirts, or not jackets, shirts of the 2023 U.S. Chess Championship. The thick collared shirt comes in both men's and women's styles, sporting on the hem either the logo of the 2023 U.S. Chess Championship Open Field or the women's field, respectively. The official logo of the St. Louis Chess Club can also be found on the nape of the neck. These shirts are made of, whoa, this takes a while, 69% polyester, 29% rayon, and 2% spandex. I want that tested. That's 69 and 29. Available at Q Boutique, stlouis.com for all your chess shopping needs. And we're going to see you at the end of this break, where we bring you a special message from the board of directors of the St. Louis Chess Club. Enjoy.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general, because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools. and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Singfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our broadcast of these 2023 U.S. Championships. We have a very, very special guest in the studio, Dr. Pistello. Welcome aboard.
Well, thank you so much.
Not at all. And for Kate and I, this is a great honor. You're the president of St. Louis University. Please introduce yourself to our audience.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I'm Fred Pistello, president of St. Louis University. Very proud of our university and our chess team. We have one of our students on the chess team, in fact, competing in the tournament here.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, and Thalia, the first 4 games, she had wins in a couple, and she let them slip away. It's really, very, very tough. But the St. Louis University, I was seeing in the papers they give to me, you're the 34th president of the St. Louis University. Yeah. You have a very big history, the St. Louis University history here.
Yes, thank you. So we've been here since 1818. We're the oldest university west of the Mississippi River. With St. Louis University High, the longest continuing organizations in St. Louis. Wow. And we're located in Midtown, which is burgeoning right now, and very close to the
Central West End and
St.
where we
Louis
are.
Chess Club and the Hall of Fame, and
exactly.
We're very pleased with that proximity and to be supporters of it. We love the Rex and G.D. Sinkfield. They've done so much for this region, so much for the Central West End, St. Louis, that club, that Hall of Fame, and St. Louis University. So
absolutely.
I'm delighted to be here with you too, and love how you call the game.
Well, thank you for that. You, of course, you and your wife are hosting the Strategy Across the Board. That's our big fundraiser that happens each and every year in December. Tell our audience about that and how people can be involved in the Strategy Across the Board, please.
So on December 2nd, the 7th annual Strategy Across the Board at the Chase Park Plaza. Everybody knows and loves the Chase. It's a wonderful celebratory event, grows every year, supports this magnificent cause to further chess education and all the culture and arts that are around it. I don't know if everyone realizes here in St. Louis, not only is there the club and we push out the education of chess and people come and play, but it's really an artistic venue, a cultural venue with the concerts and the things that are sponsored by the Hall of Fame and the chess club. It is impressive, and the transformation that's taking place. That's actually, some of it centered right on that club. So my spouse Francis and I are delighted to be a part of this. We hope you'll be able to join us December 2nd at the Chase Park Plaza for the 7th annual gala.
And I know you both are musical lovers. You're the musical series, and there it's held at the World Chess Hall of Fame. And at the St. Louis Chess Club, we've got some photographs of the World Chess Hall of Fame as well as the St. Louis Chess Club. Sorry, we don't. Fred, I messed up. It's the SLU pictures.
Because we talk about the chess at SLU. I know you're a big supporter.
I want to show you where Varusian trains his team at the SLU University. Where are we here?
So this is the St. Louis University campus.
Right.
We are an international Jesuit university. We, in addition to the campuses here in St. Louis, we have a campus in Madrid, a full degree granting campus. And we're very proud of our team, which started in 2016, very much supported by Rex and Jeannie Sinkfield. And we're delighted to have their support and to be affiliated with the chess club here in St. Louis. And thank you for showing those pictures of our beautiful campus here
in
Midtown St. Louis.
So thank you very much.
And I'm curious, do you play yourself chess? Because I know you are a big supporter of chess, of Chess Hall of Fame. What about you and the game?
I play occasionally, and I play Mr. Sinkfield occasionally. And Mr. Sinkfield has won more than I have and delights in that, I think.
Enjoys reminding it?
Yeah.
I got news for you. You got a really good trainer at SLU. His name's Grandmaster Varusian Akopian. Take a couple of lessons with him.
That is a wonderful idea. That's a great tip.
Next time you'll be ambushing Rex with...
I would delight in that, yes.
It's wonderful. Fred, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It's
Thank you
really
for
been
being
a great
here.
pleasure.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you for supporting chess and having just an incredible team at SLU.
Absolutely. I look forward to watching more of the games.
Absolutely. And indeed, we do have games as we go to our standings here in round 5. Kate, take it away.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the women's section. We have two leaders who made a draw in the previous round, Carissa Yip and Begim Tokhirjonova with 3 points out of 4. And then we have a 4-way tie for the third place. Irina, Krush, Anna Zatonskih, Nasi Pajkice and Tatev Abrahamyan with 2.5 points out of 4.
With Irina and Anna playing, that is a huge match. And tell us about the standings for the open section after 4
In
rounds
the
of
open
play.
section, we have one person who is the leader, Fabiano Caruana, with a very important win in the previous round, got into the first place with 3 points out of 4. And then there is a 3-way tie, Sam Shankland, Niemann, and Abhimanyu Mishra with 2.5 points out of 4.
Absolutely, with Wesley, Leinier, Sam, Sevian, and Levon, they're at 50%. And so many of our 2,800 group need to make some wins, Cristian. I'll tell you, what's happening in Wesley's game when
Take
we
a
left
look
it?
at what
Please,
happened
thank
while
you.
we were on a break, while you guys were doing that amazing interview as well. Wesley is winning. Spoilers alert.
What
yes.
has happened?
We were saying, I mean, Abhimanyu is going to
great,
have fun in
intuitive
this
exchange,
position. He's going to be
sacrifice.
enjoying the next few moves.
What?
He played the move d5 prematurely. And look, this is what I think happened.
Okay.
He saw e takes d5, and he was like, okay, I'm just simply going to take with the bishop, get my bishop in, queen a5 next, I'm going to checkmate. You're losing a piece after knight to c6. Perhaps this is what he missed, and now rook takes d5 comes on the board. You cannot take back because
What
of
a
queen
trick.
takes c7.
Oh,
It's
no.
not such a difficult trick, though, at the same time, right? And I'm pretty sure he realized immediately as he
That's
played.
why you wanted the queen a5.
Exactly. Get the queen off the d file. No more knight to c6. Then you can play d5 whenever you want, right? And open up the position like that. Don't play d5 first. And right now, he's in the tank. He only has 30 minutes on. By the way, Wesley is still at 1 hour and 30 minutes, so he probably knew about this trick as well. It was like, okay, if he goes d5, I'm going to take on d5. I'm winning.
I mean, he has to recapture with the pawn, but that looks very ugly for him.
He did recapture with the pawn. The best move was e5. Yeah, taking with the pawn. The problem is that right now you're giving me the very important, crucial f5 square. So I can just simply also, I have ideas of playing h6 first, and then with the open e-file, this exchange hasn't helped you at all as black. It locked your bishop on b7. it opened another avenue for my attack via the e-file. Finally, I'm going to change up. I have an extra rook, so I might as well use it, right? So I'm going to go rook to e1, e takes d5 was played. We expect something like this, rook e1, bishop f6, and now you even have ideas of g5. Yeah, if you take on g5, unfortunately, bishop takes g5 comes, queen takes g5, queen to e7. Once again, we understand how bad that bishop is on a b7 right now. There's absolutely no prospects for that bishop anymore, no positive prospects. So this is the position.
Out really well for
for
white. But wait a minute.
Yes.
Rook h1 to e1.
Yes.
With or without
go
h6, g6.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
I'm going to weaken you a little
Bishop h4? Is that a nasty tempo?
Yes, you can do this. But in fact, once again, we look at the quality of the pieces. If you do take on e1, which I would assume you will, right?
That was the idea, bishop h4.
You have huge problems with your king right now. The bishop on c1 is in fact very good, and it's all about how bad the bishop on b7 is. Can you go rook to e1, e8, excuse me? No, you cannot.
Queen.
Back rank check.
That's a nice little move right here. You cannot take on e1 because that's not a check, and you get checkmated yourself on d8.
Wow.
Obviously, you cannot take the queen, and once again, it's all tied to the weakness of the bishop on b7 that you just created with this move d5. d5, huge blunder. Wesley So winning in the position, winning on time as well because he has an extra hour. Wesley is enjoying himself, and maybe he will get that elusive first victory at the US Chess Championship. Guess what? There's another 2,800 who's doing quite well. That is Fabi. Fabiano right now has a winning position as well with the black pieces at move 10. Are you kidding me?
Right.
This is an absolute masterpiece from a theoretical perspective. The way he chose this line with knight to h5, offbeat line, and the position that he got. This is what he did. Andrew Tang, after a very long think, bishop to e2, knight to g7, and e4. The problem is you're just simply not ready for this. I'm going to go queen to b6. What are you going to do
Attacking b2, attacking d4?
That's right. So you probably have to take, right?
Okay, let's
then
try
I can
it.
just even continue with knight f5.
Oh my.
That's another way to hit your pieces in the position. At some point, I'm going to recapture. And I have the best pieces in the position, first of all. Why not?
No, I hate this.
Let's take on b2 as well. Bishop to b4 is coming also. This is hopeless.
No, I hate
Hopeless.
this for white.
So if he sees queen to b6,
which
is a very natural
of course.
move, I mean,
I think one line we can look at is if instead of queen b6, black captures on e4, because that is something that maybe Andrew would really like. Knight takes back.
Not so much. Even this is not that good
Knight
because of knight to
f5.
f5. Again, this complex of pawns are very well protected right now.
G6, F6.
So
what's the idea of e4 if everything is bad?
Thank you.
good question. Good question. My guess is that he wants to take on e5 right now. The problem is that, okay, I'm not going to take with the knight
And
because
queen takes
d8, followed
and
by
then
bishop
lose.
takes f6. Finally, you're winning, right?
But
I cannot
knight
take with the pawn either because my queen is not protected.
Pinned.
But I can go queen b6. It's all about this move, queen to b6, and this is, again, a very typical move in this position. Because once you get the bishop out to f4 early on, then I'm going to be able to create some attack over at the b2 against the b2 pawn, right? So this is what he needs to be looking for. I'm sure he is right now. He's testing his
Christian, it looks like
option.
computer is starting to be happy.
But I
So
think the
yeah,
move d5
Yeah,
takes
sort of. Yeah, maybe you can survive this. But again, don't take on e4. It makes
Don't
no
take
sense.
e4.
It really
That's
makes
a
no
bad
sense.
move. Just queen b6, you're hitting b2 and d4. By the way, takes on d5, I'm not worried about as black because of that move, knight f5.
Because it loses control of that square.
Of the f5 square.
By the
This
way,
is just
queen
fun.
takes b2 works as well. It's just not as precise because of this move, knight to e4. You're still having a very good position, but at least knight e4 comes with tempo on the pawn on f6.
Right, and the knight on g7 is for
No
long.
reason to do that.
But
No
knight
reason to do
f5 is a beautiful tempo against the bishop because the knight on g7 wants to go to that square, obviously.
That's right. No,
Wow.
bishop to e2. I mean, look, if you look at the last few moves after this move, knight to h5, you kind of understand why black is so much better in the position. Bishop to e5, bishop to g3, bishop to d3, bishop to h4, bishop to e2.
How many bishop moves did White make in that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6.
In a row.
6. Bishop e2 is set.
No, 5 of them.
Oh, sorry.
Bishop e5,
1, 2,
bishop
3, 4,
g3,
5.
d3,
Yeah, sorry.
h4, and e2.
Okay.
5 moves in a row with the bishop. And by the way, you actually haven't improved your bishop. You went bishop d3, bishop e2. You went bishop e5, bishop g3, bishop h4. That's going to get hit by my knight on
Right.
f5. It's not looking good. Even if you look at the last few moves, you understand why the assessment is the one that we're seeing right now on the screen.
Chess coaches have cherished principles, and they include don't move the same piece twice in the opening hall. In
And
this
don't
case,
move 5 times.
don't move them 5 times. Wow. Okay. Big developments, and especially for our tournament leader, Fabi, who comes into today's action with back-to-back victories. Well, trifecta coming up. We will see as we go along. I'm still kind of reeling. I don't know about you, Kate, but sometimes the engines really throw me off. So in that game of Wesley So, Wesley's an exchange up. So he plays the move rook h1 to e1. The bishop attacks the rook. And then Cristian, says, take the rook, it's good. I'm like, what? I mean, was that intuitively obvious for you? Did you grasp it right away that the bishops of opposite color
I feel
position
like the
was so
dark square,
favorable for White?
Yeah, the dark square seemed really weak.
Indeed.
And the bishop on b7, like, so sad, just no potential there whatsoever.
But it's obvious when he says it to you, like, okay, look at your dark squares, look at that stupid bishop on b7. You're about to object, and you go, ooh, you're making a good point. The bishop on b7 is terrible. So those bishops of opposite color positions, really good, winning, in fact, for Wesley in his game with Mishra. We're just going to go check in on the game of Hans, Niemann, and Levon for a moment, because this game has just been a very hard game to call. Queen e2, and it gets even worse, h7, h5. When you see a move like h5, you understand that Levon is actually thinking he has the better position, because you only attack from a position of advantage. If you try to make an attack when you don't have a position of advantage, usually it's just going to rebound and it's going to work against you. h7, h5 is a call. It says,
and this is
I'm
a
better.
completely different Levon that we saw in the first 4 games, right? Very patient, even repeating very early on. Now he's ready to attack.
Well, yeah, and he's done it. h4, hg, and look at him go. f2 takes g3. Okay, so this is an indication to me that says, okay, Hans is a little bit worried that the h2 takes g3, that the attack down the h file can be severe. So he recaptures, he compromises a little bit of structure. On the other hand, he says, please, I want the dynamic compensation of a potential attack myself down the f file. If I can play g4, maybe on a good day, knight to d6, I can turn things around. Bishop takes e4, queen takes e4, knight c6. We've caught up with the players, and it's just a very difficult position to try to assess. What did the computer say, Cristian?
The computer is saying, and this is good news for all the Hans fans out there, he doesn't have a lot of friends. He doesn't have a lot of friends, but he has a lot of fans. I can guarantee you that. And he's doing really well in this position. In fact, he's borderline winning.
Whoa.
If he plays this move g4 right now. You were mentioning, you guys understood the dynamic of the position. You have to go on the attack.
Okay, knight h4, let's go.
Knight h4, and now I'm going to start looking at your f7 pawn. So I'm going to take, rook to e3. Again, it's all about, I have the 2 bishops. I have this light square bishop controlling all the light squares around my king. I'm going to be able to defend against any sort of attack that black is going to throw in my direction. So I can even start with rook to f3 to first focus on the square f7. Do you want to castle? I don't think you do.
No. Not sure.
Rook h3 is coming,
I really wanted.
Rook h3 is coming. Rook f1 followed by rook h3. You cannot move the bishop because you get checkmated. This is not looking good.
No,
right?
This I've really come. But I did want to go like queen d7, and I did want to kind of castle long.
Okay, so what if I go rook f1? How do you defend that pawn?
I know. If I go rook f8, my bishop is out of play. And if I go knight d8...
The problem is rook f8.
Queen h7.
I have queen to h7. I also have ideas of bishop to a3 at the right moment and pressuring your c5 pawn. But queen h7 is a big
I'm
problem.
messed up here. No, I don't like what my pieces have done. But again, if you continue that line, sorry, g4,
Yes.
what you said, knight h4, bishop h4, queen d7, rook d8. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Knight to d8, just, I'm not happy.
Yeah, you shouldn't be.
D4
You shouldn't
maybe.
be. Rook to h3.
d4 even, Kate.
g5 is a big threat right
yeah,
now.
my bishop is...
You have to go g5 yourself, and now I go d4.
I mean, pair of bishops, safe king, open files. I don't know what
This
Black
rook is
doing
going
with
back to,
his
well,
pieces.
it's going to
No,
d3 or
No,
b3.
I've completely messed this up. So g4, knight h4, rook takes h4?
Yeah, you can do that, but
I'm not
now
happy.
queen to f4, how do you defend? Once again, if you have to play moves such as king to d7 as best moves, no.
And Cristian, can I go
not a
to
good idea.
d4 instead of h4 with my knight?
What? Knight
No.
to d4?
But then I take.
And pawn takes?
Right, but now your knight is not coming to d4 anymore.
Worse, rook is coming to b1 and rook...
That's right, bishop to c1 next.
bishop to c... Rook b7 is...
It's all
I thought
contradictory
about queen
to the last
c7
few
and
moves.
kind of attacking the e5 square, and you cannot easily recapture on d4 that pawn, because I'll be happy to trade that bishop for the knight and all the dark squares there.
Well, let's have a look. Rook b1, queen c7. We're going to play bishop
First
c...
of all, I can take, so you have to go queen d7.
No, you got
Wait,
bishop
how?
c5.
But I have rook takes b7 after knight takes d4. I think you're losing this, right?
That's a pawn.
Rook takes e7 as well.
Wow, that's a strong counterpunch.
Yeah,
that hurts.
No, it's just you're not getting better in this position. That's, by the way, we're just being told
That
Fabiano has in fact
Second from the
found
bottom, yeah.
the right move, queen to b6.
Yeah, that is just begging to be played
Oh,
because...
this is good for Fabiano. And he might be extending his lead, right? If Hans doesn't take down Levon, I mean, he has some decent chances in this one, I have to say. Levon is looking for a fight, and he got it. G4 is on the board, by the way.
Wow.
But maybe not the position he hoped for. G4...
And he's stretching, all right. Yes.
We need a sip of water to just cement the feeling of being, or of having a good position, and here
There
we
you
go.
You called it. There's a sip of water, yes.
You do commentary your whole life. You know the players, you know their tells.
You know, one game I think we can take a look at is
Please.
Irina Krush and Anna Zatonskih. We talked
Let's
about
say
them.
it.
They're both U.S. women's champions. They're extremely strong Olympic players. I mean, they're so long in the game of chess. But now look what is happening in their game.
When we left it, Anna, who had just essayed the Tarish defense, had won back her pawn, rook c1, and Irina went for e2, e3. So what Irina is counting on, she has the two bishops, but in an open position, the loss of the pawn will mean, you know, whoever has the better development, and in this case, it's very clear that Anna's king is still uncastled, and this is happening very fast. Let's see what
And
happened.
look at the time difference. So Anna has 23 minutes only left. So she spent over 1 hour for the first 12 moves. And that's not a good sign, especially if you know that you will have to defend in this position, because you keep that extra pawn, but your pieces are not developed at all.
Yeah, no, look, I love grabbing pawns, but this is not one of those positions I enjoy defending as black. The problem, as I see it, if white goes castles and rook e1, I can almost resign. It's like it's that bad. I mean, my queen's going to get picked upon. So I have to do something to try to mess up what I see as a very harmonious position for the white pieces. So something like check. If you hit me with bishop d2, then I'm kind of happy, because this queen, which was on b2, getting ready to be hit by all kinds of tempi, is now back here on e7. If I get you to retreat, then I've kind of messed you up.
Quickly knight f6, castle.
Exactly, and then I'm feeling much better. But now the question for me is, if I play knight d2, knight f6, again, these, you know, I love that line from Ruben Fine. In such positions, combinations are as natural as a baby's smile. And when you're
Here
in
we
position, when you're in a position where you're better developed, you get these combinations, you get these tactics. Moves like bishop c5, oops, there goes your queen, right? So these are the things that Anna is looking at, and she's saying, okay, Anna, you've got yourself in a bit of a mess.
So what if I go
How do I
immediately?
deal?
Knight f6.
Knight f6, castles, right?
I castle as well.
You
I'm a
castle
little
as
worried
well.
about bishop c5, but
With good reason?
it's
with
still
good
better
reason?
without the queen on b4 there.
True that. Okay, so let's go, right? Should I just go knight here and just put immediate pressure on you? Bishop c5 is on my agenda, right?
So I will go something like bishop g4.
Exactly.
I want to defend via h5.
Exactly, bishop to g4. Please note that once again, you know, a desirable move like knight e5 to defend kind of just walks into a terrible blow. Bishop to g4, let's put that one on the board as well. And that is a tempo. Where's your queen going? f3, rook b1. You're going to go to e5, right?
That's the thing. I have a feeling if you retreat with your queen, or, well, actually not retreat, go forward with your queen to d6, yes. I will retreat with my queen to e5 and offer a queen trade. Because if we trade queens, I am a pawn up.
Exactly, and that is why I do want to put as much pressure on the f7. I'm very cognizant of the fact I'm a pawn down, that I do want to win your pawn. Trade of queens, and your rook would have to move, and that would expose the pawn on f7. Mm-hmm. And why is this game of such crucial importance? Well, if you look at the standings, you see immediately both Irina and Anna on the outside.
Yeah, they are tied for the third place, together with Nazi Paikidze and Tatev Abrahamyan. But if one of them wins this game, they can be the leader going into round 5.
Exactly. Again, it's one of those games I see a lot of compensation for Irina. But Anna, maybe with some very precise play, she's going to be fine. I wanted to go to the game of Jennifer and Nasi just for a moment because, again, you know, Nasi's looking really, really good and coming into today's game. What do we have? We have a Catalan, but what would we call this line of the Catalan, where this a fianchetto on G2. I'm looking at the position. Jennifer has a huge space advantage, almost like a 4-pawns attack in a King's Indian defense, as she's readying the below e4, e5, knight e4 on White's agenda. Black solid, but I don't know. What's your
like
take?
White's position with this e5 kind
threat
of breakthrough coming.
Okay, well, let's try it, right?
I'm wondering if I have to play immediately, or if there is, you know, like we saw Dariusz Swiercz, like preparing always, like just waiting before playing that final move.
Exactly.
But okay, let's go e5 right now.
Right. So e5 clearly, in a dream world somehow, we get to play rook h3. We capture the rook, and we plant a knight on e5, and it's game over, right? So we have to just ask the question, you know, like if I close my eyes and play bishop back with the idea of, excuse me, that somehow that didn't work the way I wanted it to. There you go. Bishop c8. Is there a knockout blow here, though, for you, Kate? Do you see one? It's not intuitively obvious to me how to continue, because knight e4 isn't knight e4 bishop f5 or knight e4 takes on e5. You still have to prove it, right?
Right. Yeah, I like this bishop c8 move. That's a very strong one. Just to reroute the bishop, try to control those light squares.
It's one of those positions that looks good, but how big the advantage is, it's unclear. Christian, what? I got to stop myself. I know Larry Christensen so well that, you know, when I go I can't stop it. Christian, what caught your eye?
Well, speaking of important games
Yes.
for the players, these two players, Begim Tokhirjonova and Carissa Yip, are coming as the leaders going into the 5th round. And take a look at what's happening in their respective games, because they have great positions. Spoilers alert once again. Bishop to d7, and we're discussing this position. We were saying that White has to deal with this knight on c5. This is the key piece in Black's position, because Not only that it controls the queenside, but it also helps with the expansion via a4. And Tatev unfortunately did not understand that. Her first step was the correct one, knight to f2, but then she had to follow it up with knight to d3. She hurried. Look, for a good reason. It looks very nice to start with g4, go for the attack, try to open up the position and get to your opponent's king. But unfortunately, you're not in time. Take, a4, we were discussing this idea as well. Bishop to g5, another step in the wrong direction against. She feels almost obsessive about this idea of opening up the king side. And unfortunately, you're taking too many resources from the other side of the board and from your own defense, while also not finishing up your development with castle and king to b1. So queen to a5, immediately taking advantage of that, getting off the pin as well, and queen to d2 was played. This is not good. Not good for Tatev, because if black Carissa goes for b5, goes for the attack, and sacrifices a pawn, which she has to do, bishop takes f6, take on f6, and take on h5. Sure, I'm not going to take back on h5. I don't want to get checkmated after queen to h6, rook to g1. I understand that. It's very easy to understand that. But after bishop takes h5, take on h5, what if I just simply go king to g7 or continue my attack with b4, right? b4. You're not going to take on g6, you have to drop back. And then king to g7. I'm saying, okay, where's your king going? How do you include this rook into the attack? Because I know maybe I'm even going to start attacking you on the king side. You opened it up. Maybe you opened it up for me. Maybe I'm going to go rook to h8, and then you're going to have some problems with the pawn on h4 in the absence of the dark square bishop that you just exchanged for my knight on f6. So a lot of things, a lot of interchangeable factors in the position. But she decided to go for rook fc8, sacrificing the pawn, sure, because once again, after take, g takes, I'm not going to take on h5. And I sort of like it. But I do feel like b5, b4 was just a much more aggressive approach, because you can go rook fc8 at any point in the game. You have to get quickly on the attack on the queen side with b5, b4. Still very good for Carissa. You're only getting a pawn, and after that your attack is more or less over. So I'm looking at the position, I'm gauging the level of experience that these players have in the King's Indian as well. Tatev, close to none. Carissa has been playing King's Indian her whole life. She knows how to attack. I'm not sure Tatev knows how to defend and counterattack on the king side, and she's showing that lack of experience. Therefore, I think Carissa has a great chance to potentially maybe get the sole lead in this one, but definitely an important victory if she manages to successfully fulfill her attack.
One thing, what I like about the move rook fc8 is that you really want to kind of weaken the knight on c3 after playing a3. That's right? That's a different plan than playing b5, b4, but it's also a very direct one.
Yes, yes. Again, look, I'm looking at the position. I don't even know if Tatev will take on f6, because, sure, you do take a pawn, but you also understand that you no longer have, for the remainder of the game, your dark square bishop, and you're going to lack that control over the dark squares quite severely. You know that. So I'm not sure she's going to take on f6, but due to her last moves, I mean, what's her alternative? She doesn't have
I mean,
one.
she's exactly the horse she's riding is g2, g4. g4 takes h5, and to make that move g4 takes h5 count, you got to include bishop f6.
And you just played bishop g5. So
exactly. So you've been riding this this pony. It's time to go bishop f6, and as you know, see where the chips fall. But I like what you were saying, Kate, with Carissa's move rook c8, that undermining move a4, a3 is quite annoying, because the knight on c3 is a big
me playing
target.
white, how am I going to be dealing with that? It's a really difficult challenge in front of me.
And if you go a3 yourself, then I go b5, b4, and completely blast open the queen side, right?
This feels like blitz games. I had a lot of training games with Grandmaster John Fedorowicz. He loved playing the King's Indian. I like playing the Averbach. We got such systems such games as this one going on. If you don't mind, go ahead and play that move, bishop f6 again, just for a moment. Bishop f6, hg5, because I think this is what we're about to see. And if you would be so kind as to continue the line, g takes...
And just to let you know why I'm playing this move, king to g7, you do have some sort of a threat to take and then
go
queen to
queen
h6, right?
Right.
I don't want to see that queen landing on h6, attacking my pawn on g6.
Exactly.
So I want to stop.
And I just wanted to ask, after h5 takes g6, you're going to take g... I'm going to play h5.
And now I go rook h8.
And, okay.
If you go h6, I hide. Yes.
No.
And finally, we close things
So we
up.
don't
I'm not going to close...
what we wanted, right?
Right, you went rook c8, and then you went rook h8.
That's
So
why
then-
rook f c8 was not the best. That's why b5 was much better. than
Okay,
this.
but I'm not going to play h6 because I agree with you. Your king hides. Here I'll castle. I'll go alongside, and I'm hoping...
You probably have to, yes.
Yeah, I'm
Now I
hoping to
go.
use the move rook g1. Okay.
Be very careful.
King b1.
King to b1 has to be
And
played.
then
Okay,
rook-
I'll take.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to take on b2, and then I was going to go rook
Take,
g1.
take. And if you don't checkmate me, then
Maybe I do?
do you checkmate me?
Maybe I do.
Not sure. Okay, so I have this, you give me a check and I run. That's it.
Maybe I don't.
Yeah,
That's
you
it.
don't have that knight to f5 check or...
That
Yeah,
is.
you don't have
and-
enough resources. This is a huge game for the standing guys.
Well,
Yeah.
exactly. And once
Very,
again,
very
just
important game.
looking at the standings, why Carissa's in first. Tatev, not that far behind. Is that
Tying
point?
for third place, so
I
still
mean-
very close to be going for the lead in the tournament. trying.
Exactly. Tatev could leapfrog her with a victory with the white pieces today, but it's a double-edged sword. I also wanted to bring up, well, Alice Lee. She comes into this competition as a tournament favorite. When we left it, and she's not doing very well. In fact, she was very, very lucky.
Yesterday.
Yeah, well, the day before. Yeah,
In the previous round.
Yeah, not to lose against Thalia.
With king on d5 in the middle of the game,
King
queens
e4.
on the board. Wow.
You know, somewhere in the rules of chess, it's like unfair that that position wasn't winning for Thalia. Takes on e6. Okay, knight to b5. And this was actually a crucial moment. I don't know when Atousa went into this line whether her intention was to play knight e8 or not, or whether she was looking more at ideas, focused ideas of knight takes. Let me just put a moves on the board. Whether she was thinking, okay, can I use my, pass pawns, sacrifice in exchange, right? Because when she played the move knight b8, I really didn't like that, knight e8, pardon, I really didn't like that move. And I thought, okay, bishop c4, Alice is beginning to take over. She won a pawn, and we're almost, I think we are now caught up with the players. Alice has won a pawn, but more than that, that majority on the king side, she's looking at f4 and e5, locking down this bishop. So unless Atousa gets something very, very quickly, Alice is looking good here.
Yeah,
What's
I
your
was thinking
take?
about maybe pushing d3.
D4,
quickly
D3?
Yeah, to try to exchange these pawns, but
Okay, we
I
take
thought you were going to
take.
play b3, but okay, if we trade.
Yeah, I was simple. I'm a simple guy. I was going to put the knight on d6.
But if we trade too many pawns,
Tell me how. How does it go? I'm hitting the bishop.
yeah, so let's go bishop to d4,
Okay, and in we go.
and let's go king g7.
Okay, fair. And, well, you know me, Kate. Don't ask me twice. I'm a pawn grubber.
All right, rook f8.
Rook f8. Okay. Pawn grubber. I've done good.
You take everything. I don't have knight e6 here.
Yes. Yes. By the way, what's the clock times? Because I think Alice is actually doing good
Yeah,
on the
Alice
clock.
is twice as much time, so Alice is 1 hour, 59 minutes against Atousa's 33 minutes.
59 minutes, not 1 hour and 59
Yeah,
minutes.
almost 1 hour,
Because I was
59
like,
minutes.
wow, he has been playing faster
Really
than that with each move. But that extra pawn, too, accounts for something. So Alice looking at an opportunity to try to get back into the game. Sorry, we didn't see Begim's game for some time. And
we had a SLU president here, so we can
yes.
take a look at a SLU student. How is she doing?
Fred is like, hey, wait a minute, guys. You know, like, how are we doing? Okay, very different approach for Thalia. I don't like what she did. B3 is fine. Right up to this moment, this is fine. I'm more of the knight D7, A6, knight E5 persuasion. I don't like winning the two bishops.
This is very surprising because white usually wants to get rid of the light square bishop. The light square bishop is kind of locked there. If we take a look, it doesn't really have future what to do next.
Exactly. The C4.
We would much rather get the dark square bishop. So that's why we are transferring the knight maybe to C5 or E5.
Exactly. And for me, this trade that Thalia has initiated with the move knight G4 is actually not that great. We're up to date with the players here. Actually, we're still catching up. I apologize. And it's one of those, okay, I've got a little bit of space. I've got a little bit of a bind. It's very hard for black to get in the move B5. I've got that square covered. But always...
Actually, can I capture it now?
How? Tell me.
I mean, can I play it now, B5?
B5, I take.
Takes.
Rook, knight takes. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 defenders. You have
yeah, right, okay.
Attackers. No, I mean, and it's one of those imbalances of a bishop versus a knight, but in this particular case, I just find that white is more flexible. White is the one. And on a good day, I get to play knight d5 takes, and there's a backward pawn. So it feels to me like Begim is enjoying matters, and I know in their head-to-head, it's even. It's like one win apiece and just one draw. They match up very well together. Sorry, you were about to tell me.
Yeah, if black cannot play b5, it's a very difficult. It's
awkward
difficult
situation.
Yeah,
like,
to find what else to play here because
exactly.
white is very easy to double rooks on e-file.
Right. Rook e3.
And prepare that knight d5 move.
Rook e1, and as you just said, prepare the knight d5 move, and that's what it's all about. What's caught your eye, Cristian?
Well, Wesley just massively blundered.
What?
And then Mishra did not spot it.
What?
Take a look at this. We left it off here. We said h6 followed by rook to e1. That was giving white a decisive advantage. Wesley, the first time he's actually thinking in this game, for 20 minutes, in fact, he plays the move king to a2. Bishop takes a3.
Right away. Why not?
Was possible. Because of this, not queen to a5, queen to e7, and perhaps this is something that Wesley was looking at, but rook to e8. I'm going to control the e7 square first, and you cannot get to the defense of the bishop. Queen to f2, queen anywhere. I will go queen to a5. You don't have an option to protect that bishop on a3, and in fact you're losing because you get checkmated. You have to sacrifice the queen, but I mean this is a dream compared to what we had
Mishra
a couple of rounds,
ago.
a couple of moves ago, right? Queen to c8, queen to d8 as well.
Mishra will be happy as
he would be
elated to get out.
Elated, of course. He played bishop d6.
Okay.
But now this is too slow. Once again, I can get back to my usual business. Maybe rook to e1, maybe h6 as well. Maybe I can even take away this queen a5 altogether and the sacrifice related to the pin on the a file with the move knight to b3. That's an option also.
By the way, I would be terrified of having to face queen a5. Queen a5 hits c3, hits a3, bishop takes a3. So the move knight b3...
Natural, right?
Yeah, well, natural, but okay, it does lose a tempo. I'm just
very big sequence though.
A3.
Very big sequence that
because king a2 didn't stop bishop takes a3.
Right. He should have seen this move, bishop takes a3. He probably just simply didn't expect Wesley So to blunder like this in one move. He just believed Wesley for his word. And by the way, did Andrew make a move after queen to b6? He spent a lot of time. By the way, he spent 25 minutes, another 25 minutes
capture on d5.
On e takes d5, and right now he's facing the music because after e takes d5, he has 15 minutes for 29 moves to go.
Oh my.
A bad position. Fabiano has more than an hour. with this position, which is losing, by the way.
Right.
Knight to F5.
Very,
if
very
Fabiano
natural.
finds it, I mean, this is so bad. From an objective point of view, but also from a practical perspective, this is such a difficult position to play with the white pieces.
Yeah, and I don't see any reasons why Fabi would not play the move knight f5, because the knight on g7 literally is predestined for that squared knight. Just kill me after the move knight f3. I assume you want to take on b2?
Knight f3.
Yes.
Yes, I would take on b2.
And, you know, like I close my eyes, I go knight e4.
Knight e4, I take this bishop first so that you don't have any more
And
knight
it takes f6, a check, ideas knight.
You have
and
to
then
take
you take
that.
on d5.
I'll give you a check. You have to drop to f1, and then I just simply take on d5. I have two bishops.
Horrendous. Material down.
I have an extra pawn.
Right. And you
Your
have
king
the
is on
attack.
f1. I'm castling next if I really want to. I mean, this is a dream position. This is over, right?
But what have the Romans ever done for us? This is terrible.
This is awesome. Yeah, awesome
Oh
for
my
black.
goodness.
Yeah, no. Andrew is not having the time of his life right now.
No, that looks like, and in a dozen moves, it's all gone wrong.
Oh yeah,
And,
this is move 11, and he's already lost with white. This is not a good sign.
Wow. I want to just turn our attention to the game of Leinier Dominguez, Sam Shankland, because again, our tournament standings dictate that this is a big, big game between Olympic rivals. We're caught up with the players. Takes on f4, knight e5, queen g2. Okay, give me mate in one.
G7.
Absolutely. Well, Sam said, I can cover up. Bishop f8 protects g7. What are you going to do? The pawn on e4 is hanging. The bishop on c4 is hanging. What are you going to do? Bishop to g5.
You know, I was even thinking instead of bishop g5, maybe something like knight c5.
Wow.
Doesn't that look nice? Like I want to.
Very
I want that
aggressive.
exchange. You take
Wow.
my knight, I take yours.
Well, then you're
Or maybe I take
thrilled,
first
right?
the rook. Maybe.
Well, here you're kind of thrilled because you've got that knight. What you want to include a rook takes d8 check.
Yes. Rook takes just exchange just so you don't capture that rook.
Fair. Okay, rook takes d8, rook takes d8.
And now
No.
I capture that knight.
No, this, I think you're lording over the position. You've got the two bishops, everything you want. Knight c5, pardon me, bishop g5 was played in the game. Knight c5 looks like a fine tempo. Kate, what did you have in mind just after queen c6, though? So I'm kind of defending x-ray, but I'm really looking at your pieces, too.
But now, do I have that bishop h6?
Bishop h6, pause. Okay, I'm just seeing this position for the first time, and although I don't like seizing the defensive, you kind of put your pieces in a little jeopardy here. Knight e8, just protecting.
Well, my idea is if I can go, let's
Yes,
just
please.
knight e6.
Yes.
You capture, which probably you don't have to, but let's say you capture.
On e6 or
On
c4?
e6.
Yes, I'll do it.
I capture with my bishop.
That's a check.
You
I
move
gotta
the king.
Yes.
And I have f6. Kind of really, I want to put so much pressure on that g7
What?
pawn.
You study the games of Michael Toll or something? You're taking me into a forest where only one of us can get out of here. Okay, f6. Well, I learned from Lev Polygaevsky a long, long time ago, Grandmaster Preparation, an absolutely amazing book, transformed me. Rook a7. What do you think? Is it, I mean, how many times are you attacking g7? How many times am I defending, right?
Yeah, 4 times for me and 4 times for you.
Yes.
And I don't see another.
How else are you going
attacker, yeah.
You threw everything but the kitchen sink at me here, there with all of those attacking moves.
I don't think this knight c5 works, but sometimes you do want to calculate these kind of
Absolutely.
creating ways of bringing those pieces, because the knight on b3 or actually
On
a4
A4.
here, it's not doing much, but if you can get it to e6 or somewhere
With the
closer,
tempo.
yeah.
Yeah,
it
you
could
go
be
for it.
good.
Bishop to g5, knight takes c4, bishop takes f8, g takes, pardon me, takes on g6, and we've got a monstrously complicated position. Your knee-jerk thought, you like white, you like black.
I like white.
You like white.
I still think I have some pressure on the g file.
Okay. Wow. Okay, this one for me is incredibly double-edged. Quick look at Andrew Tang's clock here, because it's
15 minutes. 15 minutes. Fabi just played the move knight to f5. Just
as
played
expected.
it like 30 seconds ago. Great move, best move in the position. It's not even about the clock right now. I mean, the position is just, I don't want to say hopeless, but against a player like Fabiano with such a sense for dynamic play, I don't see this one going well, going into Andrew's favor.
I don't say it's hopeless either. I just say that it's overwhelming.
Overwhelming, yes, yes.
But not hopeless. But the clock is just another...
and I'm not convinced if b takes c6, b takes c6 help white in any way, shape, or form, because I do have the b file open right now, and I can go rook to b8 and reinforce my
attack
offensive.
down.
So, not looking good.
And not looking good at all for Andrew, but for Fabi, dream come true. Started with 2 draws, but back-to-back victories before the rest day, and now he's
Knight to
looking
F3.
as we were looking at him. But you killed me with that queen b2 action, Cristian, and I suspect Fabi is looking at that b pawn very gleefully. As we go on break, our social media director, Sabina Gremmes, Sabina Feuser, caught up with Wesley So for an interview. Hope you enjoy.
Wesley, thank you so much for joining me today. I wanted to ask you, can you tell me a little bit about your chess upbringing?
Yeah, for sure. So I was born in the Philippines, and I learned chess at around 6 or 7 years old. My father taught me and my sister the moves because he just bought an extra board at the market. And, it was my goal to beat him, and I managed to do so. And I started playing my neighbors. And in chess, in the Philippines, chess is a popular pastime sport. Many people know how to play, not professionally, but I just thoroughly enjoy the game. My favorite subject in school was math, and chess is my favorite sport. I started reading books, and I started joining weekend tournaments, and then I won the under 10 age group in the Philippines in 2003 and started representing my country in international competitions. And my rating went pretty quickly after that. In 2004, I reached 2160. In 2005, 2200. And in 2006, I reached almost 2500. So my progress has been pretty fast. And then in 2012, when I was 17, I decided to accept a chess scholarship here in St. Louis, Missouri. I was number 100 in the world, and I practiced, as a bonus, I practiced in the university with a lot of different grandmasters from different countries, and that tremendously helped my
and the rest
progress.
is history, basically.
Yeah, for sure. And then I became professional in 2014, thanks to the help of my family.
It's fascinating to hear that you are passionate about math and you started learning chess at a young age in the Philippines, which, was tough for you, I think, as a kid. Which book would you say influenced you the most?
Yeah, my favorite books growing up was books by Bruce Pandolfini. He's got a lot. I think one of my very first book was Traps and Saps. And it was basically e4, e5, and tried to mate black. And the other one is, Bobby Fischer's Most Outrageous Chess Moves. And yeah, it's interesting growing up in the Philippines because the players there rely more on intuition than book. American kids rely on encyclopedic knowledge, but in the Philippines it's more intuition. And I believe chess in the Philippines was better 10, 15 years ago than what it is now. They don't really have any support for athletes right now or for a long time. So it was good that I switched, but also interesting growing up there.
When you were around 15, was that around the time when you decided to become a professional player?
I don't know, when I became a grandmaster at 14, I thought I want to try to reach 2600. And when I did so, I wanted to reach 2700, although that took forever. It's hard to say. It's just when you're a kid, you can be ultra focused on one thing, like Mishra, for example. You're ultra focused on getting a goal, 2600 and 2700. And feels like there's nothing else you want to do at the moment than achieve your goal. And then I was also homeschooled for 2 or 3 years during high school. But I never really thought I would become a chess professional until maybe when I reached top 10 in the world. That's many years later.
And you are mentioning that in the Philippines, you feel that people are focusing a lot on intuition, while here more on openings. How were you able to get interested in, memorizing openings?
Well, I had a friend who was providing me with the latest books and databases, and he always told me, you need to learn more openings, because back then my openings was very limited. And he said he kept saying it's very hard to win if you keep playing the Sveshnikov only with black. And you need to learn more openings, you need to be able to play everything. And openings is not everything, but it's true that if you only play one line, then it's gonna be very difficult to win, especially in this day and age.
What is your way of memorizing the openings? Do you spend a lot of time on the computer? Do you practice over the board as well?
Yeah, it's changed now because the engines have become a lot stronger. But back then I was buying a lot of physical opening books and reading them from first page to the last page, or playing them with a board. It was time consuming trying to memorize them, but they always said you should understand the lines and not memorize it. So,
Totally agree.
Yeah.
If you don't understand it, it's hard to get to memorize them.
Yeah, for sure. But now chess has really changed a lot. Stockfish has become a lot stronger. And also there's live databases which didn't exist 15 years ago. So I don't know how effective opening books can be now, like physical opening books. Maybe they still are for starting players. But I think for my level, I don't really read opening books anymore.
And for a short period of time, you were a coach. You were coaching the U.S. teams at one of the Olympiads. Do you see in the future becoming a coach, or do you think you'll always continue your career as a professional player?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's hard to predict the future, but I've been professional for a long time. We'll see how it goes. I need to improve my results, clearly, but they're two very different things. And yeah, I don't want to be a good player and a bad coach, but we'll see.
For the future,
we'll see where it goes. Yeah. I'm turning 30 in 1 week, so I think interesting. We'll see how it goes. There are always times in your life where you turn a new chapter.
Of course. But now you have the U.S. Championship to focus about, so let's focus on the chess.
I'm very grateful to St. Louis for hosting tournaments like this.
Thank you very much, Wesley. I wish you good luck and looking forward to seeing you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general, because it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat by the mere fact of its existence. I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of Round 5 of the National Championships. We've been treated to fighting chess, and Round 5 is no difference. We're going to pick up the action in the middle of the game with Begim, one of our tournament co-leaders. When we had left it in this, I want to say, Maroczy bind, but it's really what I've always called the accelerated dragons position. And, you know, it's funny how my approach to a particular position can be completely different from somebody else's, and their idea isn't bad either. In this position as white, I really expected Begim, as we were discussing, Kate, to play, you know, rook e3 and slowly prep the move knight d5. Begim's not one of those people who likes
creative some other ideas.
preparing. No. She's an aggressive attacker. Look at this. She's on a rampage over here with the move f2, f4. Her idea is very simple. This bishop on d5, this bishop on e6 defends the d5 square. I'm going to kick that bishop away. I'm going to play the move f4, f5. I'm going to play knight to d5, and I am going to destroy black's position. So the move f4, f5, check, king f1, f6. So
I like this pawn structure from Thalia because, you know, I'm kind of happy whenever you're going to push for f5 as white, because then my queen can get to that e5 square and to be really nicely positioned in the center. And I think that's something that you want as black.
Okay, can I put you to the test?
Yes.
f5. Oh, she played rook e3. I was trying to channel my inner Begim there. I was just going to go for it. f5. I assumed you were going to move your bishop or take my pawn.
I was planning to play bishop f7.
Okay, perfect. And I wanted to go knight to d5. See, I was always about knight to d5, and I want to recapture with the e-pawn in case you take.
Right, but now I can play b5 myself.
Rook is hanging.
Oops. I cannot
So
do that.
So
take first and then
So then
b5.
I take.
So, okay, whoa, hold on. I gotta warn you, I'm a pawn grubber.
Yeah, I'm gonna play b5
You are going
anyway, right?
You gotta play king g.
Do
you
I?
want to play b5 anyway?
I mean, if I capture on c4,
What?
Oh, no, I don't think so, because he takes on h7, and then after the exchange of the rooks on the b file, I have rook
H5?
b8 also. I take, and then rook b8 is coming.
Ah, you saw my dirty, crafty
I mean, I know
trick.
you very well.
We've been doing this too often. You guys know. You
I know
my
your
trick.
tricks all too
but
well.
Begim
Yes,
didn't
yes.
do that. She prepped. She played the move rook e3, and I mean, she's keeping an eye on the b files. She's holding this pawn in, this break. I want to say.
rook e3 makes perfect sense, I feel. It's maybe for you a little bit slow, but on the other hand, the rook is getting ready to the g file.
Ideas? I don't know. A very flexible defensive approach by Thalia. I was all about trying to play knight to d5, a different approach altogether by Begim. I want to quickly check in on Tatev and Carissa, because we know, oh my goodness.
Wow. What
She recaptured on h5. That's a shocking decision. Okay, so she did that whole thing. Bishop takes it. That operation we more or less expected. a3, rook to b1, take on b2, rook takes b2, and that is a move I really don't like at all. g6 takes h5, opening it up. Now, fortunately, queen h6 is not winning on the spot, right?
Because that knight is hanging on c3?
That's a check, but it's only a check.
But that's why she took on h5, right? Because of queen h6
Because
not
I will
working.
have bishop g4, like I will give that piece later
You have
myself.
bishop g4 as a blocking.
Just to block that file.
Okay, so if I go like king,
Go
you
bishop
take the
g7
rook, or I see, bishop g7 first, and then anytime I play rook g1, you have the very crucial bishop g4. Okay, that clears some cobwebs. Thank you for that one. So takes, so it means I have to play some silly move, trashy move, because queen h6 I can't play.
But what about knight d1?
Knight to d1.
That knight or the other one?
I didn't
No,
know.
I thought the correct one, knight
Knight
f2. No, I like the
The correct one. Knight on f2 to d1.
I
Yes.
like the rook from b2 maybe moving to the king side, potentially.
Potentially.
And that's when I put on my running shoes.
Yes,
I go for
that's what I didn't want to see. I thought the king would actually be safe. Sad for Tatev that the king is actually.
And I think that's why she
safe.
took on h5, right? That's why she. First of all,
I
the
like
rook is
your-
no longer on a1, and also that knight on c3 is very feeble right now. I think this is a big difference to the lines that we were looking at previously.
Right.
Without the inclusion of a3, right? So
Yes.
she played a3. She weakened the outpost of the knight on c3. I find this
Agreed.
very smartly done, actually, by Carissa. And right now, take on h5 and run the king over to the center, where, due to the lack of dark square bishop for white, you're not going to have to worry about anything in the position. I think the king is going to be perfectly safe on e7. So I really like what Carissa is doing.
Wow. My goodness, it just. It's one of those positions where calculation decides everything. I have missed the whole defensive idea, with rook g1, and here's one of those situations where you think you're chasing your opponent, but really you're doing them the biggest favor. The king is
This
actually
king just
safer
so
on
safe
e7,
here.
and now I have music to face on the queen side. Queen takes c3. That was why you like to start with the move knight on f2 to d1, defending the knight on c3, so readying the move queen h. But then I didn't see a good follow-up, Kate, for
I agree with you,
Tatev,
Yasser.
that if she gets her king to e7, centralizes it, she's got this pawn structure surrounding her king, the two bishops are doing good stuff.
Did she just play queen h6? Oh no,
I'm seeing
she
queen
played
h6.
queen h6.
Wow. So she
That's
went for the sacrifice. I mean, look at the time, by the way. She has
And
30
Carissa said,
minutes.
thank you very much, check.
She didn't even take a minute to think. She just captured that knight immediately.
I think that
guys.
Tatev has missed the same thing that I missed. I freely confess I missed the move bishop g4. If you don't see bishop g4, you see queen h6 and rook g1, you think, I just win.
Maybe she's thinking she's going to capture that bishop with a knight.
What? Let's say I move my king because I'm not too sure what else. But this was your move that messed me up. Maybe, okay, rook g1, bishop g4, I resign. That's clear, right?
Well, let's make a few more moves. So
Please.
Rook g1.
I didn't see another move after bishop g4. What's my next move? My queen is hanging.
Oh, I cannot capture the bishop with the knight because you do capture the,
The queen.
I guess you can go queen g5, right?
And after...
You grab another rook.
That's the problem. Yeah. Now I have to take on g4 with the knight.
I just like the way you said that. You grab another rook, knight takes g4. I think Tatev, as a realization has just kind of blossomed that her intended, whatever it was that she intended, has a drawback.
I can just take on g4 and once again put on my running shoes.
Well, not much choice in this case, by the way.
This is over, guys.
No more checks.
After queen takes c3, the position is completely busted for Tatev.
Well, for Carissa Yip, this is like a gift. And again, for those who are joining us just a little late, first of all, shame on you. But it looks like Carissa Yip is just about to score another victory and catapult herself into clear first. Once again, bishop g7. Why don't we take on h5 and just kind of close our eyes? Is it the same thing? You're just going to move your king? Queen takes?
I think I'm going to take your rook first.
And then just move your king.
I mean, I can
Never
also give a
mind.
check on c1 if I want to.
Yeah, I thought I would make some defensive move, but in fact, I'm busted.
I
it's
think you're
hopeless.
getting mated. Yes.
It's hopeless. Rook takes a2, hits my bishop on e2. So I think, we think,
This is just a
Tatev
blunder.
has just blundered. And a big blunder that, I must say, queen h6 looks so seductive. Like that just, it looks like it was winning.
Well, to
But-
be honest, look, you're in this position, you're facing the music on the queen's side. If you don't play queen h6, you know your attack is over on the king's side.
Well, it wasn't that obvious. I like what Kate was doing, knight f2 to d1. I mean, okay, you go king f8. I understand. Later in life, I might play f4 or bishop b5. The king is safe on the king's side. I agree.
And by the way,
On the center.
we're
pardon me.
seeing those last few moves that we were discussing, king to f1, bishop to g7. Very
Right.
well played, very well calculated by Carissa right now, and perhaps this was the move that she missed, Tatev missed. But again, to get back to my point,
Yes.
first of all, you don't have, again, we get back to the experience situation. You don't have the experience in this type of structures. You haven't seen this type of attacks materialize, right? If you are Tatev. You've been
Right.
playing e4 your whole life. And then you start seeing these ideas of queen to h6. Otherwise, it gets very uncomfortable on the queen side. Also, look at the clock. She's close to down to 10 minutes with
It's
20 moves
Tatev.
to go, Tatev.
Yeah.
With 20 moves to go, that's a lot of moves to go,
Yeah.
right? And Carissa is piling on the pressure on the clock as well. She has 50 minutes remaining.
5-0.
So she's been blitzing out her moves. She's showing confidently that she knows
I know
exactly
what you're doing.
what she's
Yeah,
doing. Yes,
exactly.
yes. It's tough. And then you see this queen h6. You hope that you get some sort of a checkmate. You play. And that's why Tatev, unfortunately, right now will be realizing that her attack is not going anywhere. And she will face the music on the queen side, also down a rook. So, yeah, this is over.
Our current position, we're expecting Tatev to play queen takes h5 or queen g5, and we were trying to make some variations of this nature work, but very, very unsuccessfully. Rook takes a2, a massive threat in the position for Carissa, and Carissa is looking very good.
But
Christian,
another game, yeah, so
yes,
that we
please.
have, maybe let's take a look at Irina Krush against Anna Zatonskih. Because here we
Absolutely.
have Irina attacking, and now if you look at the clock of Anna, she has only 17 minutes.
We left it in these parts, and I wasn't sure. I'm not a big fan of Anna's position. Queen check, just to try to mess up the attacking pieces. Knight e7, knight g5. We kind of looked at this, well, actually I was castling, but Irina went very immediately. This is mate in 1. Let me just remind people.
This is a very strong move.
That's the goal in chess.
But also putting pressure on f7.
Exactly.
I mean, is there even a defense to this move?
I'm going to play h6. I think I'm going to play, oh, pardon me, I do have bishop f5, right?
But then I have knight takes f7.
Okay, fortunately that's not checkmate. It's bad, but it's not checkmate. Like, okay, I'll give you a check just to ask you what. Oh, well, then you're going to go bishop d2,
Bishop
right?
d2 with
I
the tempo.
apologize. That is a silly.
But we
silly
do
move.
have bishop f5 on the board.
Okay.
Anna played bishop f5,
So
and I'm expecting knight takes f7, unless
Bishop
maybe
takes
I'm missing
f7?
something.
Well, I'm just saying, like, okay, you go knight takes and I go b5. An incredibly bad move. What's the worst thing you can do against this? You have a discover check. You have a double check, but do you have a knockout blow gate? I don't see it. That's my problem.
You're right. I don't see it either. I mean, I can play bishop b3.
Yes, but I'm just throwing out a rather ridiculous move, bishop to b3. Conversely, you could play more forcing. I don't know if you've won your pawn back. You still have the attack, and it's not actually very clear what Anna should be doing herself, right? I mean, bishop c5 is on your agenda, rook e1. I definitely like Irina's position.
Yeah.
And lastly, do I have to take the pawn? I guess I do. Bishop g6 might be the, if I castle, right?
Right, then bishop g6 and black has defended, and also then I can maybe move forward with some b5.
Exactly. We'll keep an eye on this one. Cristian, over to you, and what's happening in the Hans Niemann Levon
Good things for Hans are happening in
Good things for Hans.
Very good things for Hans. I think we left it somewhere around here after the move g4. Okay. Levon decided not to go to h4, which we thought would be the main line, but in fact go to d4.
Okay.
Makes some sense as well. Bishop
I think
takes
that
d4
was
game.
Kate's move, actually.
Yes. You have to take with the pawn, otherwise you're just simply going to be a pawn down. If you take with the knight, I can always take back. The b7 pawn is going to hang at the end. You don't want to see that. You don't want to defend those type of positions.
No.
C takes d4, rook to b1, g5, g6. Do not allow white to go g6. That's going to weaken the light squares even more. So it makes a lot of sense that black wants to stop things with g6. The problem is bishop to b4. Knight to h2. I like this move. Not only that you're hinting at the idea of knight to g4, knight to f6, you're also taking advantage of the fact that this knight on c6 has a job right now to defend the bishop on b4. You don't have enough time to take on e5. Take on e5, take, rook takes b4, game over, right?
Oops.
You're losing a piece. Next move, I'm going to go knight to g4, or perhaps after castle, because right now knight to g4 doesn't work, rook takes h4, and you no longer have the idea of discovery check with knight to f6. But what you can do is recalibrate your attack towards the queen side. I can go there as well. Rook to b3, very good move, very precise move by Hans in this position was played. Bishop to d2 and rook f to b1. I'm looking at the position. Sorry, but what do you do next? You give a check, I go to f1, right?
Is massive.
The best move, according to the engine, is to give the piece with b6. I mean, this looks close to over. Okay, I understand you take on h4, but I go knight to f3.
Maybe a second
Maybe
pawn?
you'll get on g5 as well, but that's about it. Okay, take on g5. First of all, I can go rook to a3. And what do you do on that side?
I don't know. I'm not a fan.
This is a piece down, guys.
Right.
It's a full piece down. Okay, a couple of pawns right now, but still, I have great coordination. And let's not forget, I can also start looking at opening up the position of your king with c5. Not looking good. This looks close to over from a practical perspective, objectively as well. After the move king to f1.
And for Hans,
huge
a
game
victory
for Hans.
today over Levon Aronian. Levon Aronian, hello. one of the pre-tournament favorites, would catapult him 2.5 to 3.5, and only if Fabi wins, which we think Fabi is, by the way, winning, will prevent Hans from having first place. Wow, I must say that is a stunner. To think that you have to play b7, b6, because
But what else?
well, I mean, you've castled into a hornet's nest.
Go knight a5, rook takes
rook
b7.
takes b7.
So let me
I
advocate
resign.
for black. I want to play
Please.
queen takes e5.
Okay, okay. Queen
That's
takes
a
e5. Rook
fair
takes
question.
b7.
Probably going to get checkmated,
yes.
but how?
Rook takes b7, yes.
Okay.
You're threatening to take on
probably
c6
have
I have
with
to
a check.
take,
right?
yes.
What do you do next?
Knight e5.
Knight e5.
Knight e5, yes.
Is it a
Now
mate? Is
you
it-
are getting mated, yes.
It is a mate.
Very
I
close.
was
Rook on
only looking
b7
at
is
rook
defended.
b7.
Yes.
Oh, you're going rook c5 check. I was only looking at rook b8 checks.
If you go
but-
knight d7, I just simply take, that's it.
No,
Um,
that's terrible.
No, I mean, guys, I think
Wow.
the
Wow.
position,
It's just terrible.
the attack speaks for itself. It's over. It's
over.
over after king to f1, which he probably will play, because who plays king to h1
No.
down the h file
Sure,
like
sure,
that?
sure.
No, you're not going to do that. You're going to go king to f1.
Right?
And again, there is no defense against rook takes b7. You have to give up the piece, but I mean, if you have to give up the piece, you accept the fact that you're losing in a technical endgame. Not looking good for Aronian, and he must be beating himself. Look, he played, you were mentioning at the beginning, e4. His whole life he has been responding with
E5.
one e5. Incredible one e5 player, right?
Right.
Marshall, incredible knowledge in the Marshall as well. He wanted to win this game. He wanted to create imbalances. Unfortunately, right now, that strategy is coming back to bite him.
Right. Much like yourself, I was trying to advocate for Levon's position. It's terrible. Levon coming in. Happy birthday. During the U.S. Championships, he celebrated his birthday. His CV is amazing. I mean, let's just start with the fact that in a candidates match, he beat Levon defeated Magnus Carlsen, one of Magnus's earlier candidates. He lost the match. He was the number 2 rated player in the world by far, and he's coming into this competition, very ambitiously, and it has not been going well. 4 draws at the start.
He took it slowly at first, and probably today he was ready to fight, but it's just not a day.
It certainly is not. Another game I wanted to see, because that was an incredible game when we left it. It was the Sam Shankland versus the Leinier Dominguez game. And sorry, we left it at these parts. And I wanted to ask you this question because Leinier did capture the rook. So here you are, Kate. You've got this situation where this bishop on f6. I mean, look at that bishop. I mean, come on. Isn't that the most magnificent bishop you've ever seen in your life? It does dual purposes. It hits the rook, but it also hits the h8 square. We all understand the pattern of queen and queen mates. Do you take the rook? How do you know your bishop's great.
Right.
But how do you qualify that against an exchange? Do you, I was thinking that you were going to play a move like queen f2, for example. The idea is that in many ways, you're hitting this square d4. You're getting out of the way so that you can play moves like queen f5 and rook takes g6. Rook g6 is on your agenda. Queen h4 is on your agenda. It looks good. In the game, Leinier took the rook.
You know, I was actually
you make
thinking.
that decision?
Yeah, instead of taking and instead of queen f2, I thought about rook d3.
Rook to d3. There's another move where you start to look over. I mean, I think you're forced to play moves like bishop g7. At some point, you've just got to get. This bishop is just too good.
Right. But then when I trade the bishops and go h4,
I have to face the music. Exactly. You didn't win the exchange, which happened in the game, but you're playing the position, what you think is a nice position for yourself. In the game, we did see by Leinier a captures, takes, queen g5, rook e. That's a strange rook. No, I didn't.
well, the rook is attacked.
Yeah, but I thought he was going to go rook c. rook here. My main line was rook to c8, queen d5, and I was going to give you a check, right? Drive you away. You're going to take. I had this really elaborate sequence worked out where I thought black was doing pretty okay after knight takes e4 and rook takes h2. You know, just everything gets cleansed. You know, rook d6, rook a6. That did not happen. In fact, Sam Shankland played the move after queen d. No, sorry, I messed up. I'm just going to refresh my board. Apologies. He played rook e8. Queen d5 takes.
So Leinier is trying to trade pieces quickly because he does have that exchange advantage.
But look at this. My first impression is black is actually doing pretty darn good.
That knight is kind of
is
off
really
the board almost.
Yeah, almost off the board. For me, it's terrible. I'm seeing knight e3. I'm seeing rook takes. And by
Guys,
the way,
we have a result.
And
Just to
Carissa
interrupt you, Carissa
is
did
over.
win her game. Yes.
Wow. Ouch.
Yeah.
That one hurt for Tatev. Because the point is, she came into today's game, she said, I'm not going to play my traditional e4 stuff.
That's the problem.
I'm going to play d4. I'm going to play against your king's Indian. I've prepared a line. And Carissa said, look, I have a lot of experience in these lines, and my king is in safety, yours isn't. I'll play in the line.
You know, if I'm playing white with Carissa now, I wouldn't allow her to play defense. Let's just go e4, let's go Sicilian, and just get her off her game because she's having a very good run with this opening.
A lot of players felt the same way when they were playing Bobby Fischer. I'm not going to play a King's Indian anymore. Rook e2, take us through this game. Well, first of all, show us the finish, if you don't mind.
So I think we left it actually at this point.
Bishop
we were
G7.
looking at this idea, bishop g7, bishop g4, and just take the rook on b2. Knight takes g4, h takes, rook to c7. Guess what? I have that rook to defend as well.
Oh
h5. Okay, you're trying to get h6, and a beautiful finish by Carissa. Very nice move. Knight to d3. You cannot touch that knight because you get checkmated in one move. You're opening up the second rank. And if you do go h6, the problem is I can give you a check. I can give you a check like this as well. Follow it up with knight to f4. Once again, the rook is nicely protecting.
g7.
You ran out of pieces, right? You gave me all of your pieces. This bishop is definitely not getting anywhere close to the attack. You have a pawn, but my rook is making this construction obsolete on the king side. Beautiful, beautiful, decisive game by Carissa, and right now she's in the sole lead. But what's happening with the Begim versus Thalia Cervantes game in this one? Objectively, a decisive advantage for white after the move knight to d5. Will she find, by the way, knight to d5, now that I look at the position, makes a lot of sense. First of all, you just came from c7, right?
And
guess what I'm setting up for when I'm putting my rooks on the e file, the opening of the e file, right?
Clear.
So knight to d5 makes a lot of sense.
I have to play rook e8.
You cannot take because you're losing a pawn.
Clear.
That's it. You have to go e5, you're allowing my pawn to go to e6. This is over.
Can I go king f8?
You can go king f8, of course, but...
e5.
She's setting up for this. She's setting up with her last few moves for this opening of the center. With e5, with knight d5, these are the options.
What if I play b5 now?
Ooh.
Because if you play f6, I may play even e6.
I will probably take this one as well. I have a feeling I can do this. All right, let's try it out.
B takes c4.
And queen to h3 some... Oh, there's no...
Queen to h3 and...
Oops. I'm trying to get to h6. I cannot get
You know
it. Okay.
what would have been funny is if our software would have allowed
me to go
Queen to h3.
Yes.
That would have been good.
I remember the Ampersand.
Yes, it was Fiddler.
The Ampersand was actually possible in that situation for no reason. Very nice. So knight d5, let's get back to this. b5, you're going super aggressive. a6. But the thing is, I can just simply go knight d7, right?
That's
You capture on c4. I'm trying to get some play on the queen side. And yeah, rook c7.
You get something, but now actually this is my plan, right? Queen to g3 first of all. There's also queen takes d6 once you touch the pawn on c4. Yeah, this is not looking good for Thalia. And once again, 30 minutes for Begim, still big advantage on the clock. 18 minutes for Thalia with only 15 moves to go, but still a very complicated position. A lot of things to be calculating right now, and I have to say, not Tatev, excuse me, Begim is in pole position to win this one and maybe catch up with the current leader, Carissa Yip.
With one result in the
women's
books,
section, yeah, we
here
have
are standings.
Carissa Yip, who won an important game, and she is the sole leader right now. She can be caught up by Begim, Tokhirjonova, but she still needs to win her game.
Catch me if you can. I want to look at the game of Nasi for just a moment. If you had told me when you got the pairing sheet that, hey, in round 5, Jennifer Yu is going to play against Nasi, I would say, oh, that's a game that might be deciding first place. Jennifer, who's having a very, very bad tournament, needs to turn her event around. We got this crazy position. Last move was E4, E5. It's clear what Jennifer wants. She wants to establish a protected pass pawn on E6. Don't get a chance to say that every day. On the other hand, certainly is... Okay, can I throw some spanner in the works here if I take and I do something crazy like an F4?
So you allow my knight to go to E4, okay.
Right, it's not like, you know, I feel that's the end of the world. It might be, but is it the end of the world? Like, I'm just seeing what I can do to mess things up. I'm kind of hoping, I don't know if that's the right way of putting it, you know, that I could do something crazy. I'm fishing.
But I feel anytime I get, I wanted to play knight d7, but you just captured that.
Okay, right? I mean, yeah, but you can prep it with e5 and knight d7. Visually, it looks great for Jennifer. Question, is it so good?
She played g5.
Immediately.
Immediately, so she tries to break in.
There we go. She's trying to put up some resistances here. G5. It's an Henri move, is it? But wait a minute. Whoa, no, that's a terrible move. Wait a minute. You're opening up the G file, but you're doing it for me. So my trick is if you take with a knight, and if, for example, you don't want to walk into knight f3, right? If you go queen here, whoop,
right.
And
there's a pin.
That's a nasty pin. So just a second, if I go e6,
I mean,
that just looks winning.
That looks like a beautiful pawn chain that is really stopping the bishop c8 from getting into the game. And then I'm happy that the king side is going to be open as white.
Precisely. That was my feeling as well.
Isn't this over, guys? I mean,
yes.
You cannot take with the pawn because of bishop h3.
Bishop h3, yeah.
And my queen on c3 is playing an active role. That's game over.
Yikes. We think that Nasi's g5 is badly timed.
I have an idea.
Please.
Can she want to, maybe knight takes f4, yes?
Yes, rook g3.
Queen h4.
But I don't have to go rook g3, guys. I can also just simply go rook takes f4 and bishop f3. That's the caveman approach. I'm still going rook g1 next. Just to be much more aggressive, not give you anything to hope in the position.
Yeah. Wow. And our tournament leader, Carissa Yip, in studio. Do the honors, Cristian, for our tournament leader.
Carissa, another King's Indian, another victory with the black pieces, a very important game because Tatev was also in great shape. Were you surprised when she played d4? We know she's predominantly a 1e4 player.
Yeah, so I think she's only played like d4 a couple times in her life.
That's right.
So I was definitely surprised when it was on the board. I prepared mostly for e4, and I had like this brief fleeting thought. I was like, what if she plays d4? Because she knows that, like, you know, I'm always a King's Indian player. And then I was like, nah, she wouldn't do that to me. But yeah, I was surprised. And then I think I was also surprised by this bishop e2, bishop e3 line on the board.
Yep.
I know it's like one of the more challenging tries, but I think like generally I score well against it. I don't know if that's true in like my online database. So I was pretty happy with this. I know recently, my most recent game in this line was like knight c6 at the US Junior Girls against Zoe Tang. And then the line kind of goes like d5, knight e5. But I kind of wanted to maybe throw her off her track if she was only prepping knight c6. So we went into this, into like the usual e5 setup.
Yep, with knight a6 and h4.
Yes. And I think I misplayed this here because usually white's supposed to go g4 first. But she plays like this setup with knight c5, queen c2. And then, yeah, I felt maybe h5 was just best. And I was definitely a bit nervous out here in the open after like the opening because there are always these ideas of like g4, bishop g5, which ended up happening in the game. And so I was just hoping that before she could kind of have time for all of that, I would
your attack
get
comes
my pieces
fast.
out on the queen side.
Right.
Yeah.
And it did. It did. And I do believe that at this point, instead of g4, which was a mistake, knight to d3 was the better alternative just to deal with the knight on c5 first. I have to deal with the knight on c5 first, and then I can start thinking about my own attack on the king side. She did not do that. There was a clear difference in experience between you and her in this type of positions. Did you felt the same way during the game as well? Did you feel like you're seeing more, you understand more patterns in these structures in this opening?
Yeah, definitely, which was also kind of part of why I wasn't really worried about d4, because I just felt if she has less experience in the King's Indian, then all I have to do is get her sort of out of theory or out of like her prep, and I should just have a better understanding of sort of how to play this. And I felt that she didn't really see like this a4, queen a5 idea. It wasn't really something that she was anticipating. So that was just like one example of how that came to play.
And you got to this point, and she played this move, queen to h6. You immediately blitzed out queen takes c3. Your reaction to this queen to h6 and going all in?
I definitely spent a fair bit of time, I think, on g takes h5 because queen h6, if it works for white, I'm just dead lost. But at that point, she was already a bit low on time, I felt, so like my practical chances were good. I think also like I've sort of consolidated on the king side because it's really hard for white to infiltrate with my dark squared bishop. And the queen side's super weak for white. So queen h6, it kind of felt was a bit of desperation. And I was pretty sure it wasn't going to work out because after rook g1, I have this bishop g4 idea, right?
No.
Trapped in the game.
Very nicely calculated. After that, you finished the job in style with the last move, knight to d3. Beautiful game, Carissa. Now you're in the sole lead, at least until the game between Begim and Thalia is finished. How are you feeling after round 5? How are you feeling about your chances and your shape as well in this event?
I feel pretty good. I feel that I'm like really informed this tournament and I'm playing good chess, and hopefully I can sort of keep that up.
Well, congratulations. Keep it up, and we'll see you tomorrow, Carissa.
Indeed,
Thank
our congratulations as well. What can I say? That was just a very nice and smooth game.
I mean, imagine winning so many games with black pieces.
I know.
I'm just wondering if she prefers now playing with black or white.
I think she does. Just checking in on that game between Begim and Thalia, where Begim, if she were to win with the white pieces, would join Carissa. Begim, again, took a completely different approach. I was all about putting the knight on d5 and pressing against the e7 pawn. Begim played e5 right away, and maybe this gives Thalia a chance to try to keep the e-file closed with the move f5. If you do play e6, the bishop could reroute itself quickly. I'm not going to say painlessly, but if I can get the bishop to c6, I might be the one with the tickle.
But what if I am very fast with like rook e5 here?
After bishop e6, rook e5. Okay, so I'm going to close my eyes and just pretend that you're not going to checkmate me. So I'll bury my queen on the queen side. And by the way, we do have Shritha, I'm so happy that she stopped this terrible run
I think this is
of
a
4
very
losses.
important draw for her.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Just to get back to the tournament, stop that bleeding.
Right, as she draws with the black pieces. But this position, Queen B3, I'm going to say that for me, I see 3-result game. I mean, yeah, you might just kill me with Rook F5, but if you don't, I do have Bishop C6, I do have Rook, I have my counterplay. Unless you want to play G4, do you? No, G4, that's...
G4 runs to the Bishop C6 move.
Check.
Yeah.
Right? That might just actually be helpful. So
but it just looks very ugly, to be honest, for black disposition. But I understand it may be Thalia's best chance to try for something.
Exactly. Quickly just checking in.
This is by far the best position she's had
in a long while, right?
Yes, yes, this game altogether, I have to say. But guys, we need to go to the Hans game because I'm not really sure whether he made a move or not. He's still thinking
Levon.
after Bishop to E3. No, Hans. After Bishop E3 check, we thought King F1 just comes naturally. But he hasn't made a move.
He's seeing
Is he
ghost?
down to his last 12 minutes on the clock?
Is
Maybe,
he seeing
yes,
ghosts?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's stuck. He's been thinking for close to 20 minutes.
You know, this
Actually,
is
more than 20 minutes.
This is almost like an absurd skit, a humor skit, where you know you're listening to the thoughts of Hans. Oh dear, Bishop E3 check. I'm busted. If I go King H1, I'm walking on the H file. King F1. There's some terrible result of Queen E5. Then you're thinking about Levon in Levon's mind. What is this guy thinking about? King F1, I want to resign, I want to go home, he's going to capture on B7. And what's he thinking about? Why is King F1?
I truly have no idea. Well, he's probably thinking about the fact that King H1 actually also works.
It does.
And he's trying to understand whether it's better or not. But King F1 just...
It's the most practical
deadly
decision.
In the position. King to H1 also works. And I guess we're going into some sort of a similar situation. Queen takes, but now I can take on H4, right?
And
if you don't checkmate me, maybe I get to your knight first on
right,
H2. So
Bishop
maybe
F4
I have some ideas.
Yeah.
The king is stuck, right, on H1.
No, you're going to play King F1. Come on.
20 minutes ago, you should have done it, Hans. Come
Right.
on, Bishop to E3, King to F1. We're at move 25. You still have some questions to answer along the way in that endgame. Despite the fact that you're a piece up, there are still 2 pawns for it, right? So you have to be precise. Don't allow yourself to go down to your last 5 minutes before you play the move King F1, the natural
Because
move
then
King
you're
F1.
encouraging Levon, who will play the move B7, B6, who will give up
Fast.
the bishop and
Quickly.
play rook takes H4 and then try to, you know, cheapo his chances. Once again, because Hans is taking so much, go take us down that line again, B7, B6.
By the way,
Maybe we can do it on yours so that we continue seeing the situation and this moment because
So
it's
we're
crucial.
expecting King F1.
But maybe what Hans is calculating is after King F1, black to play F5. Is that an option?
F5.
So I want you to capture with G-pawn, and now Queen takes, E5, and it's slightly different compared to the lines we had because maybe the F-file...
I see what you're saying.
Let's go, let's go. You can take here, but I'm taking here.
That's a mate.
So, and that, well, yeah, actually it is. It's just mate in one. Check.
Queen C7 and that's it.
Yeah. Knight F3. I'm
and
still
E5.
Still.
Oh, there's Bishop H3.
Mate.
Yikes.
Made that way. Yeah.
Yikes. Yikes.
It's the ghosts that he's seeing right now, right? These F5 ghosts, things of that nature, right? That don't actually exist in reality.
Exactly. I wasn't really too sure, Kate, that if I en passant the other way, you do take my knight, right?
Right,
that
and
was your
Queen
intention.
G1 is very dangerous.
And then,
I'm going to checkmate you now.
This is what you saw. Just want to point out to everybody that that was why we had to take with the G-pawn and not with the E-pawn. Maybe it's ghosts like this.
Down to his last 9
That
minutes.
is making Hans stop.
But you know, for me, it's very surprising because in the game with Mishra, I remember he said he saw the bishop E5, bishop G3 move so quickly.
Like the fraction of a second.
And that was a very difficult maneuver.
Right.
Right now, it's just like don't go with the queen under rook.
I'm really trying to understand what he's missing.
Maybe it's rook h5? I'm trying to follow you as well. You know, this idea that we're going to allow rook takes b7. No,
Okay, you
I
give a
can't
check
believe
and that's it.
But
I
I can even take the rook with the queen, right?
Or bishop f3. I mean, bishop f3 is over.
Bishop f3. No, I'm.
This cannot be it, right?
I'm looking for a desperado. Actually, is what I'm looking for. King f1, f5. I don't see it. Gf and no. Rook takes h4. Come on, this can't be. Queen takes e5 and rook h8.
I'm
But that's
puzzled.
just-
No, I'm truly puzzled by this moment.
That's very
actually.
slow because I can even take the knight.
On c6, and you've got to check on b8 in case you have to bail out. You could also throw in a knight f3 before rook b8. I agree. I'm playing with the pieces in my head, but I'm not succeeding in finding anything. This looks terrible. Let me just check in on the Wesley So game for a moment.
Before we go
please.
there,
Sorry.
there's been some developments in this
Ray
game that
Robson.
we actually haven't seen in a long time. Ray Robson versus Jeffery. It all started with the sacrifice. After rook to e8, rook takes f7. A very typical sacrifice in these structures. Take a look at this. Queen takes g6. Bishop to e6, a big blunder.
Oh no.
By Jeffery. King to d7 had to be played in the position, but it's not easy. Because after rook f7, rook e7, knight f5, you have to accept this situation right now. Bishop to c5 setting up the pin, queen
Right.
f8, and now king to e8. You have to see everything from afar.
Wow.
This is not easy stuff,
Wow.
right? King to e8,
No.
allow knight takes e7. And understand the fact that you have enough counterplay with the queen against the king on g1, perhaps a perpetual. Yes.
Wow.
I mean, look, you see knight c8, you see you're getting checkmated in one move. You probably stop at some
Panic,
point along
yeah.
the way, right? So that's exactly what he did. He played the move bishop to e6, but now after queen g7, bishop to e5, this is the position. We see a repetition once. But now if he finds this move, bishop to c7, which makes a lot of
Threatening
sense.
queen c3.
Queen
and
c3
mate.
is a problem, yes. That's a checkmate in a couple of moves. So for example, if you go queen e7, check, check, you take or go to a6, I go queen to a5, and that's the checkmate in one move. So if he finds this, bishop to f6 is the only way to get out of it, right? Out of queen to c3. I take rook to e7. And this is the key right here. Knight to e4.
Get lost.
I'm sacrificing every single piece except what I need to checkmate you, the queen and the bishop on c7. Rook f5 check. Queen to c3.
Unbelievable.
And this is the key. Right now, queen to b3, king to c5, and I just simply take your rook. Also, I follow it up with queen to a3 and take the other rook.
Skewer the rook.
And that's a win. But good luck finding this.
Wow.
Good luck finding this. At this point, look, Jeffery hasn't seen it, at least not before he played the move bishop to e6. Maybe he saw it right now, or at least maybe he's calculating, trying to figure things out. 11 minutes for Ray to make this a big decision, play the move bishop to c7. He's going for it.
Wow.
He played it.
He found it.
Oh, he
But
found it.
Because you see that you would love to play the move queen c3 check in this position. The bishop on e5 is in the way. You do spot bishop d7.
But
it's
this
like
is
a
crazy
natural
calculation, right? I mean, you're sacrificing every single piece.
But
on
with
the board.
with 11 minutes on the clock, Ray Lowe, he revels in this chaos. But we do have a special guest, a Shritha, who we've been wanting a Shritha as our guest. We haven't had a chance to interview her because she started so poorly. Welcome to our show.
Ashrita, difficult games, difficult tournament up to this point, but you're finally on the scoreboard. Your reaction to that, how did you adjust to these last few difficult days?
Yeah, I've had a rough start. I don't think I've started with 4 losses before, but it happens, and at least the good thing out of those games was that I was getting good positions out of the openings, and I was just misplaying and choosing the wrong plans at the critical moments. So, you know, I'm just put all that behind me and just taking it a game by game. So just focusing on the games ahead.
Do you train with somebody for this tournament? Did your coach tell you any encouraging words after these losses? How did you readjust to this new reality?
I've just been getting advice to like just take it game by game, just to like forget everything that has happened so far, and just to think of it as like a 4-round tournament in this middle part of the event. But just really taking it game by game, just not thinking about what has happened in the past, and just looking forward to the future.
Well, still a lot of games left. Ashrita, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you in the next few rounds.
Absolutely.
Thank
you, Ashrita. That's the way you've got to do it. It's just forget it never happened. Next game.
It's important to really, like, you have a bad start, you can acknowledge that, but then, you know, it's good to take something out of that. Like she was saying, she had good positions, she had good openings. So it wasn't like she did everything wrong. It's just something was missing. So when you take, like, you know, game at a time, you're like, maybe I can still do it. And now she got a draw.
Exactly. I want to just jump in to our defending champion, Jennifer Yu. She's playing against Nasi, our commentator. We saw this move by G5, and it was just like, terribly timed break, G5, E6. And the whole point there is what Nasi intended was to capture the pawn, and she's threatening mate. And Cristian just pointed out, well, you could take, play bishop h3, rook g1, and whoops, thanks to the fact that your king can't go into the corner, it's just game over. So unfortunately, Nasi had to reset after the move e6. She played h6, but it's all play on one goal at this point, as all
Jennifer
of white
got a pawn, but also her pieces are just, it's not just the pawn, it's the file, it's the bishop that is very strong with the queen.
And
bishop g6 coming even.
Right, and these pieces, the rook on e8, the bishop on c8 are passive. A great line from Roman Djindji-Hashvili. White has the attack and the compensation. Up material and on the attack is Jennifer. She looks like she's in cruise control. Cristian?
And that's a very important win for her, right? Because she did not start very well. She's 1 point out of 4. But now if she can win again the former 2 times U.S. Women's Champion, I think that's a very good boost of confidence.
Well, not only that, but she's a streaky player to begin with. If she does get on a win streak, she can be very, very dangerous for the remaining competitors. Cristian, what's caught your eye?
Well, Wesley is looking primed to get his first victory in the tournament. Look where he got on this side. What's been happening on this side? Not much,
safe.
Right? He's completely safe this night. Had to withdraw back to d6. You haven't activated any of your attackers as black. And on the other side, I'm just killing you. So this one is looking good. I can take on b7 and refocus my attention on the pawn on d5 with the move queen to f3. You have to go knight to e4, but after bishop to b2, follow it up with rook to d1, and at some point something's going to give. Also, unfortunately, you cannot go rook to d8 to defend the pawn on d5 because of queen takes e4. Take, and that's a checkmate. So f6, this is the position. Nothing is looking good for Mishra right now. I have to say, this is Wesley's game to win it. Fabiano doing quite well after this transition into the endgame. Bishop takes a2, rook to c1, bishop to h6. I have the pawn, the extra pawn, and the compensation in the position. c4, we're expecting long castle, rook to d8, putting more pressure on the d file is an option as well. But with long castle, you don't necessarily want to hide your king, but rather you want to go rook to e8 and centralize your rooks in the endgame, put a lot of pressure on white's pieces. This one is completely lost. So Fabiano is looking primed to win as well, and Hans has played. Hans, in fact, has played the best moves in the position. Take a look at this. So he did go king to f1. b6 immediately responded. And we got into this endgame with the rook to e1, rook to h8. He's looking at some sort of checks, rook h1, rook g2, trying to get something in the position. Unfortunately, after rook takes e3, very nicely played. And we expect king to e2, pick up the pawn on e3. And to be honest, I'm looking at the position.
With the 2 minor pieces.
With the 2 minor pieces, they're so dominant, right? And I'm
Yeah.
thinking, you know what? I think Levon might resign very soon, actually, because
C4,
I don't
C5.
think he wants to defend this type of positions. D4, C5 is coming. C4, C5 maybe even
Right,
like that to
direct.
sacrifice.
that's an option as well. It's not looking good.
But is it that easy to win, Cristian? So if I go, I go rook h3.
Okay.
C5.
yes.
C5, very important move.
C5. Okay, you
I
want
like
to play
that move.
C5. All right. Yeah, that's
Okay, I capture.
That's a good way to do it.
And then I drop down, rook to b7.
I give a check.
B7. Maybe I can. I'm not sure if I want. Let's not give
anything
black any chances in the position.
No.
Let's play it a bit more safe. Why not bishop to e4 first?
Well, she wants to go check
I
and
want to
take
give
on
check and
g5.
capture the g5 pawn.
That's
yes.
fine.
Right.
No problem.
At least
No
something
problem.
I
And then I go
accomplished. I have a
d4.
pass
First
on
of all, I
g6.
have this idea of king to f2, and that's going to block all of your pieces. Rook f5, no longer possible. Rook g4, that's fine, but how do you invade after that?
C4.
Now I go c5. Now I go c5, I go rook to c3, I pick that up, I go to the a7 pawn via a5. What do you do in the
Okay,
meantime?
Cristian, I will go rook h5. I want to run with my pawn on g.
Right now.
No, before. No rook g4.
Rook g5 to h5.
Rook h5, right.
And then she wants to go g5, g4.
Okay.
And that's the whole, I'm with you.
I
Put
see
your
some
pawn.
future there.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
see some future, okay.
I see some-
What if I go here?
Okay, let's go g5.
G5. Ooh. Okay, but what do you do with that pawn on g4? You get to g4. That's fine.
Even to g3.
Ah, that's fine. King g2. Nothing to
Oh,
do
no,
next. Once you go here, I pick it up.
Also, what's really annoying is when you look at the move king f2 to g1 as well, that bishop on e4
Yeah.
is really covering your
Everything.
your entry into the position, and maybe knight c6 is setting up some mates, you know.
No, it's looking good.
Yeah.
We're at move 31. Hans down to his last 5 minutes, sure. He got himself down to his last few minutes, but he's given himself a winning position and the opportunity to take down Levon. I mean, one of the favorites going into this event. This would be a huge
big
victory for Hans. He hasn't won against a 2,700 player plus in a long, long time. So this
also-
one is going to be a boost of confidence.
One of the
for
very
Hans.
solid players, right?
And by the
Levon,
way-
he doesn't lose very often.
No, he does not. Bishop
on the
e4 on the board.
Great move.
That's kind of just cementy type move. Tie everything
Maybe
together.
he was just calculating this whole line, this whole endgame from that move king to f1.
Well, if he was calculating the exchange sacrifice on e3,
I think
really
that's what he was,
kudos
yeah.
to him.
By the way, guys, can we
Please.
turn our attention to game Irina Krush and Anna Zatonskih?
I wanted
Because
to say,
I don't know if
Irina
there was a
won an
blunder
exchange.
or a sacrifice.
Well, no, when we left it, we just left it this part. She did play the move bishop takes h7 castles. So Irina, she's not material down. She's got the two bishops, and her pieces are just primed to pounce. Moves like bishop c5, rook e1 on white's agenda. Black is really struggling. Her advantage became two bishops versus two knights
In an open position.
Not good, not good. Queen dropped back. Now, I'm not saying that Anna set herself
But this
up for
move,
this.
knight f5. Look.
Yeah, she walked right into this.
But I feel like it may be a sacrifice because the knights on the king side can do something. Otherwise, what do you want to do as black? I mean, the two bishops are just too strong. Rook
Agreed.
c7 coming.
Rook c7, bishop a7, bishop c5, bishop g5 again. Bishop g5 in almost every case, but this exchange sacrifice is not going to do, is not enough. It must be winning on the spot.
I mean,
would
h4
suspect.
is hanging. If you want to play some g3, I have knight d4.
Fair, but I mean, there's something about these knights. Can I skewer one of them or not? Am I?
Do I have knight g3?
Knight g3. First of all, that's shocking. That
Oh, you're not going to take my knight on g3.
I am going to take, but only after I've taken the knight on e5 as well. So my next intention was to take or play rook to c7. But
Okay, let me start with queen d4 in that case.
Queen d4. Oop, that was a mouse slip. That was kind of you to put your queen on pre. Rook. I guess you're going to find a square.
Maybe f4.
Okay, fair. By the way, after queen f4 is knight g3. I don't know. Did I do good by encouraging your queen to go to f4? Maybe
Because I'm
not.
thinking if I get, I don't know, the
I
h4
agree.
pawn, the two knights there, knight g4 exactly. I'm looking at that checkmate on h2.
Exactly.
Because suddenly,
here
without
my-
a dark square bishop, your attack is...
It was funny because when I played the move rook c5, my intention was, of course, that I was winning material by the knights being mispositioned. Maybe I should just, okay, it looks a little goofy, but if I attack the knight?
Let's go again, queen d4.
Queen d4 again. Yeah, I'm so... That's a good pawn. It is defending my king. G3, if you go knight takes G3, again, my intention is to go queen takes E5, unless I'm blundering.
And if I go knight take H4, probably that's too much.
Knight takes H4.
I
Well,
want
have
that
some
knight
fun.
F3, but I think you can take it and escape with the king.
Have some fun. Just
Knight
take a
F3.
look. Go away. I don't know. You can take.
And queen, no, queen F4.
Nice. Queen comes in. Good point. Well, the knights are there. I'm misplaying it for Irina, but the knights are, and knight h4, queen d4, knight g3 ideas.
Right, it
Okay.
starts to feel a little bit, especially in a bug house, you will be very careful with...
Give me a pawn and so on. Well, time trouble, as usual, isn't Anna Zatonskih's best friend. She's left herself with 5 minutes against Irina's 20 or 19.
I think it's time to move to the Jennifer, just to Jennifer Yu versus Nazi Paikidze, because I think we're going to catch resignation very soon.
It's that bad.
So let's try to...
When we left it, we just kind of
see
left
that.
it here. We saw bishop takes f5, actually, and bishop, ooh.
That
ouch.
bishop on g6 is
I think
just
it's
so
time.
strong.
I think it's simply time.
And bishop f7 check.
Rook h3.
Yeah, and last but not least, rook h3 might just win the queen. Hardy hand clasp in store for this one. Yeah, that...
The problem is you're not even going to be just a piece down. I mean,
No,
the bishop on
it's-
c8 is completely dead as well.
Right.
But
and-
you're also getting checkmated after bishop f7.
I think
you
so.
try to move away with the knight. I might not even touch your rook on e8.
I love that bishop f7 check move, by the way.
This is...
because again, we've got this queen, and if you're forced to move the king, then that whole rook h3 sequence.
I think once
would-
Jennifer comes back from wherever she is right now to the board, Nazi is probably going to resign.
Yeah.
Knight to g4, okay.
Okay, knight g4, what else to do? Bishop f7, and we think Jennifer will win the game on the spot with that move. Bishop f7, the king moves.
At least you threaten checkmate. Maybe
Right?
she'll take your rook on e8.
Oh,
Okay,
she took the
on
rook.
f8, yeah.
That's a little surprising, isn't it?
Very much so. But, okay,
Oh, I
Jennifer...
think
she
she
has
looks-
something in mind.
Because she can capture again and then play e7, queen g7, and there is a checkmate.
Or maybe queen f3 as well.
She has played queen f3, by the way,
Yeah, that's a checkmate, actually.
also.
Yeah, that's checkmate. King g7, queen f7, queen h7. That's actually a nice way to finish things off.
True. Just reminding everybody,
That's
there
it.
are no friends on the board. As queen f3 check, and congratulations to our defending champion.
That's her first win, right?
Her first win in 5 games, and again, she was suffering 2 defeats as well. I just want to check in on Begim's game because it looked to me like Begim was going to win a queen for a rook and a minor piece, and she has done that. Last move was queen h4, rook d8 by Thalia, queen h4. Jump in on this one. Kate, your thoughts?
I think it's very problematic because now the pawn on e7 is hanging as well. You have only one move, rook e8.
Right, to defend the pawn. But it is a very good bishop. Your chances of fortresses are pretty decent, or don't you feel that way? Why not?
I mean, it's true. I don't have G4 or anything that I would like to break in on that king side.
Right. And by the way, I did play the move. When Thalia played the move rook d8, could she be thinking, go ahead and take my e7 pawn? Like, go ahead, take my e7 pawn.
I believe, just to interrupt you, sorry for that.
Yes, please.
Fabi has won his game, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh. Our congratulations to Fabi as he puts his signature on this event, winning 3 in a row.
Yeah,
Hat
3
trick.
in a row is big. Especially 2 of them came with the black pieces. That's huge.
Yes, yes, but again, he started with 2 draws against 2 of his rivals, Leinier and Levon, and then won 3 in a row. And we think Irina is about to win as well.
Yes.
So let me just jump to that. Oops.
There's a lot of games
victory,
that are finishing
they're dropping
right now.
fast.
That's one of
takes.
them.
So I was trying to take advantage of the 2 knights, the situation where the knights are on e5 and f5. I was bringing my rook. Irina spotted a much better approach. She just played the move bishop e6, and I think she's about to capture this knight. And on an exchange down, she knows it's terrible.
And she captured with the pawn.
She did.
So that's even pawn structure kind of
It got
damaged.
right as well, but it's just one of those things where everything is just terrible.
The
no
2
matter
knights
what
were
you
kind
do.
of dangerous because they have a lot of like forks and stuff. The single knight there,
No.
white is very safe.
Exactly, I agree completely. And Anna knows that she's blown it. Once again, I want to go back to the Begim game for just a moment because she did. That is strange. So Thalia in this moment, she knows, well, what can white do, right? But so she could have played rook e8 herself and said, okay, go ahead, do your worst or whatever. Right. And I'm going to play rook takes e5. Strangely enough, when she played rook e8, I think her intention was this. What would have happened?
Okay, so queen takes e7.
Right, and if I check, just wanted to see this.
King g1.
Okay, excuse me, king to g1, and I'll go back. So kind of do your worst, you probably
Queen
will.
f7.
And e7, right?
Right.
And this rook g2 check is, no, you're just queening. No, sorry, it's all wrong. She did play rook e8 in the game, and we're up to date. I was trying to suggest that there were possibilities of fortresses. You were saying, I don't believe in fortresses. Taking a page
I'm
from
wondering if
Magnus
maybe
Carlsen.
something like queen c4 can happen, but actually Begim played queen f2.
Defending the pawn?
Not allowing rook d2.
Okay, I will.
Like it's a very simple plan, right?
Now that you told me what I should be playing, I'm all for it. Rook d2 is on my agenda. What's she going to do about that? Rook d2, and then, my bishop and rook will be coordinating.
So can I go rook e2?
Yes. Rook e2.
I will give up the first rank because for you to double up the rooks there, that's going to take some time.
And I'm not 100% sure what they would be doing in such a case anyway. For me, I'm really afraid of the move queen h4, which would more or less force me on the defensive. So maybe I would just kind of play with my rooks. Again, I like the queen. What can I say? Why not? Why wouldn't I like the queen? But I don't think it's cut and dry. I don't think you can say that Begim is going to be claiming this game anytime
but
soon.
But if I play queen g3 here, let's say,
Queen
like
G3?
I will force the rook to go back.
Do you? If you force the rook to go back, that's, gosh darn it, I keep doing the same thing. I keep trying to play for mates, and I'll bet you mate me first. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm
queen
trying,
f7 and queen f8.
Yep, got me. Let's just refresh our standings with the ladies because we do have some results.
Right, Carissa Yip scored a very important win to keep her leadership of the women's section. She has 4 points out of 5. Really amazing performance.
Truly.
And we have Jeffery who's scoring her first point of the tournament, and she has 2 points now. She's almost getting to that 50% soon.
And Jennifer, our defending champion, is with us. Take it away, Cristian.
Jennifer, first of all, congratulations, your first victory as the defending champion. And it wasn't easy. You've had a difficult event up to this point, some losses, but finally today you managed to break through. Your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously really happy with the result. Actually, this isn't just like my first win this tournament. This is literally my first win since like January.
Oh,
because I've only played a couple of games. No, I've only played like one tournament, and then I played like 2 games in World Cup, and then so like it's been a while. But I don't know. It always takes me a bit to warm up in tournaments usually, because like if you look at my past US Champs results from like before I won, it was always like this. Like I would get like 1.5 out of 5, and then like do fine in the rest. So it feels good to kind of get back with things. But yeah.
And you're a player that relies very heavily on confidence. Whenever you get confident, you're a very streaky player and a very dangerous opponent. How do you feel about your confidence after this important victory? The first one since January, as you mentioned.
Well, I definitely feel a lot better. It also like I was kind of expecting something like this to happen in the beginning, just because it's been really tough with school and all that to like kind of study chess. So I'm incredibly out of form, like incredibly out of form. So I'm honestly glad I just didn't lose all my games, because the way I was thinking, I was just like missing everything. But now I'm feeling a lot better, especially after a rest day.
Somehow that's always a fear. Whenever you play these closed events, you feel, what if I score actually all losses, 0 out of 9 or 0 out of 11? But finally you got that important victory, and it came after you started your attack with this moment, f4, very aggressive. Take us through the remainder of the game.
Well, okay, I honestly don't know what was happening after queen h4 a little bit, because it was pretty complicated. I don't know if I should have let this queen h4, but because my rooks got a little awkward having to defend the f4 pawn. But the second, after like e5, I just have these e6 ideas, which I think is really nice. But I think she missed this e6 move after g5. But yeah, here I felt before all this happened, just like after f4, I was feeling pretty confident. Just because it felt like a nice position where I could just kind of, extend and do whatever I want, as long as I don't like hang a pawn or something in the center.
Absolutely. Guys, any questions? Because
Yes,
after
Kate.
that, it was smooth sailing for her attack.
Kate.
Yeah, Jennifer, congratulations. Very nice game and kind of straightforward attacking. I wanted to ask you about your game against Thalia Cervantes, because you were worse after the opening, probably close to losing, but you managed to like keep saving that position for 5-6 hours until you actually accomplished to make a draw. What was your strategy in this game, and in general, how do you kind of keep on defending a bad position?
Well, I honestly think that's just kind of me my entire career. If you look at most of my games, I'm just always losing, sometimes out of the opening. So if I don't want to lose every game, you just gotta kind of mess around, create some chances. So, I mean, I just, if I have a bad position, I'm not like, I'm just like, let's make it a little tricky for my opponent. It's not really something I like doing, but I'm pretty used to this situation.
Yeah, you made it more than a little tricky. It was very difficult to win for Thalia. So congratulations on that game as well.
Yeah, your
Thank
defense there was just remarkable, superhuman. But good luck, Jennifer, for your campaign as defending champion. And take us to that game of Begim.
Well, before we go to
sorry.
that one,
Ray
go
Robson.
back to that one, because that's going to last for a while. But
please,
Ray, this is the position we currently have in the Ray Robson game. After rook to g8, knight to e4, he spotted it. You cannot take because of rook to f5, and then my queen finally gets back into play.
Mate.
That's a mate. Check. You can hide here, but now without the rook on e8, I even have this idea. Check, check. And beautiful mate on a5. This is the position we have. Knight to e4, king to b5. I'm following your king. I really need to get to that king. By the way, this is a beautiful mate. You're trying to escape? Nope. Knight to c5. The pawn, the knight, and the bishop are working in collaboration just beautifully in this instance. a4, king to b4. You got the king to the dark square. It's finally to get my queen back via the dark squares with this move, queen to h4. I'm looking at the position. I think this is this might be over, guys.
I take the knight. I take the knight.
If you take the knight, I just simply take the queen.
I have
I'm
that.
sorry.
I
I
can
was
just- I
defending
can just do
D2.
You didn't know how many problems Black has in the
Right? I was
position.
trying to save the king, not
More
the
than
queen.
enough, right? I mean, this is more than enough. This
Clear.
is over.
Stop.
And unfortunately, your rook is not on f8 to give me a checkmate first on
Right.
d1. Overwhelming material advantage at this point. So I think the only way to continue is to take on c7. The problem is that after queen to d2 check, now I can even go knight to c3. Knight to c3, you have to put the king on either b4 or a5, and that's going to mean that I'm going to take on d5, discovery. In the worst case, if I don't find the checkmate, I just pick up the queen, and once again, this is decisive material advantage. Following that will also be the mate. Very,
So
very
we're
soon.
expecting
By the way, this is game over.
Ray Robson to win,
He
which
resigned.
he has done. Irina Krush has also won her game. Let's just take a look at the men's standings to refresh our where we stand, because our next guest likes where the men's standings are. Here we go.
Enjoy seeing that. Yeah, so Fabiano Caruana with a very important win, leading the tournament with 4 points out of 6. And we have Ray Robson, who also won his first game as Jeffery in the tournament, and he has 2 points.
And our leader indeed is with us with 4 out of 5. Fabiano.
Another victory with the black pieces after the one against Jeffery. This is an important one. Coming into this game, a pack of hungry wolves behind you, only half a point. How important was for you to get this victory with the black pieces?
Yeah, I thought this was a game that I really should be fighting for the win, potentially. I didn't want to go crazy, but I thought, especially if Andrew plays this line, then we're going to get a big fight. And he has shown the intention to play this line. And I had a rare idea in the opening, knight h5, deviating from his game against Levon, which repeated with bishop g7, knight b5. So this was a rare and interesting idea, rather risky, of course, but also if white doesn't know what to do, it's very interesting. And he clearly was caught off guard a bit. He didn't really react in the best way. I think bishop d3 is a very dubious move, and then bishop h4 is an even more dubious move.
Yeah,
and,
he was
and
shuffling
then e4 is probably
these last few moves with his bishop. He actually made 5 moves with the bishop in a row and allowed you to break in the center and get that queen to b6. A lot of tension in the position. How did you assess it after this move, queen to b6?
I thought this was much better, maybe borderline winning for black.
It is, yes.
I could also take on d4 and play knight e6, which is better for black. Like, my first intention was, okay, knight e6, and queen goes back, and d4, and knight goes back, and of course I'm much better, but then I saw queen b6 is perhaps even more devastating for him.
Yeah.
And then I think I didn't play well. I mean, okay, knight f5 is definitely correct. Like, for a few moves I probably played correctly, but then I think I lost some of the advantage, like maybe here somewhere. Yeah, maybe f5, yeah, I spent some time on it, and I thought that, like, if I play f5 and then rook b1, queen d4, I get a better version of the endgame, but of course I should chase his king to f1, my first intention. And the thing is, after king f1, queen d4, take, I saw like rook b1 and then knight f3, and I didn't want to start wasting time with my pieces. Bishop b7, knight f3, c5, okay, but of course it's very important that he can't castle.
Yeah.
But I was a little bit unsure if this was a better version or what we had in the game. And finally I went for what we had in the game. I regretted it somewhat.
But it was still overwhelming at this point.
I wasn't so sure, like if he plays rook a1 instead of rook c1. Also after bishop e6, yeah, rook a1, bishop d5, castle, bishop g7, c3. Of course I'm up a pawn, it's much better, but the drawing margin in chess is rather high. And he can start to both trade bishops with bishop f3 and also play rook a5, rook a1. So I felt like I didn't play this too ideally, and then he played rook c1, and I think after that bishop h6 is a very devastating move.
Yeah.
Maybe among other moves, but I didn't really see... I thought, okay, instead of h4, probably king f1 is the most tenacious on move, what was it, 25, I guess? King f1, but I thought bishop d2, knight d2, knight c3. This is what convinced me to play bishop h6 when I played it, because, okay, my bishop's trapped, but with this I save it, and his king on f1 is, of course, also in big trouble. So, yeah, at this moment I was pretty confident.
Absolutely, an important victory for you, Fabiano. Congratulations. Definitely you're setting up a good trend for this tournament. Try to defend the title. We'll see you tomorrow.
Our congratulations as well, Fabi. Well, we're getting a lot of results this round 5. I mean, that rest day has really charged the players, as in the open section, 2 games, 2 wins. And in the ladies section too, we've been seeing from the 4 games, 3 victories, and in the game of Irina just at the very end, I mean, you got to go down with a cheapo. Anna had one last gasp, checkmate on G2. She didn't want to trade queens. Okay, are you going to let me play queen takes G2? No. Okay, we can call it the day, as Irina Krush wins a very important game over a very key rival.
And I think Begim right now is winning her game also, and it wasn't easy all throughout it. In fact, the whole assessment changed in the last couple of moves. After this move, rook to c5. If she would have played, Thalia that is, rook to d1, Yergin is saying that I'm actually getting very close to equality.
Fortress,
achieving equality after these moves, a g5, f4. I need to be able to cover up the entry of your queen.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, after, for Tatev, after rook takes c5, queen to b4, perhaps this is what she missed. You cannot move the rook. You have to defend
E7.
it with the other rook because
Right.
you lose the pawn on e7. The problem is that once you move the rook from the 8th rank,
No
you no
rook
longer have
E8.
rook to e8. So now I can harass you with the move queen to h4. How do you defend the pawn on e7? King f8 is met by queen takes h6, game over. So you have to go g5, right?
Right, but
now I go to
now
f7.
you come in
That's
via
it.
f7.
That's it. You cannot defend against that. I believe those moves are not yet on the board, but this is over. Take a look at the woman standing. And if Begim wins her game, she will equalize the score of Carissa Yip at 4 apiece.
And we do have Irina Krush in studio to tell us about her game today. Welcome to our show, Irina. Take it away, Cristian.
Irina, a great game for you. This was not easy against a player that you know oh so well, one of your rivals for many, many years. Take us through today's game.
Yeah, well, of course, I was kind of baffled by what was going on in the opening because she played the same line against me that she played at the Cairns Cup, and I took on c5, but that can't really have been a big surprise to her because I did that like less than a month ago against Harika in the Tata Steel Rapid. And then, but she seemed like kind of not so sure about what to do, so that was the surprising part. She really spent a lot of time, but really I hadn't done anything surprising. So she took the pawn on b2. Of course, it's risky. I didn't know exactly why it was like bad. I mean, I just know white has a lot of play for this kind of pawn. And really the very tough moment for me came like on this move. I spent like half an hour over here on knight g5, right? Because first of all, I completely did not expect castles, right? When I played knight g5, I thought she'd play knight e5. At least that was the move that worried me, right? And yeah, and the thing is that like if I go bishop b3 here, which was sort of my first instinct, I had some issues with bishop g4, right? And like rook d8, and because I'm not castled, knight d3 is a problem. So why did I ultimately go for knight g5? Because I kind of figured out that on knight e5 I can just castle, and I can afford to give up my light squared bishop. And this took me a while to really come to, because giving up that bishop is not an easy decision. So you really have to evaluate this position with the bishops of opposite color. And I thought on castles there's bishop c5, and then once I kind of saw those ideas, I was feeling pretty confident that I would have what I wanted in this position. But this was like, for sure, the most difficult moment of the game for me, because I thought if I castled instead of knight g5 and she castles, I mean, I wasn't so sure, what was going on with my initiative there.
Yeah, and it does seem like it dissipates after this couple of castles. But knight to g5, very forceful, very precise move, I have to say. And after that, where did you feel like you're finally in full control of your advantage? Because you did get the advantage, but it still wasn't that easy.
Oh yeah, I mean, when I got the 2 bishops against the 2 knights, obviously I thought I was very happy sort of in the beginning, but then I realized, okay, there's actually a lot of work here. I think the move h4 obviously won me the game. It turned out to be a lot trickier than I expected. I mean, the whole point of h4 is actually to have bishop g5 ideas. But I guess, I don't know, I guess she just, I don't know, missed that or something, because otherwise, like, why would I weaken the pawn that much? Why would I put it to h4, right?
Right.
But, you know, yeah, so she kind of stepped right into the whole point of h4, and then, you know, once you win the exchange, it's easy. But I mean, other than that, I mean, it was still going to be a game, but it's certainly kind of like unpleasant for Black even before she blunders the exchange.
Well, Irina, congratulations, an important victory for you. Very good victory for you, because there are two ladies that are also scoring a lot of points. That is Begim, who still has to win her game, but it seems like she's winning that one. And Carissa, take us about these dynamics right now in the tournament with you three, not necessarily running away with the event, but definitely showing that you are the top favorites to win it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of playing my tournaments, especially because I crossed paths with Carissa in round 1, so that like big matchup came so early. And then, you know, we're just playing our own tournaments. You know, I still have Begim left to play, but there's just so many games still left that, you know, I feel like, yeah, everything is going fine.
Absolutely. Guys, any questions for
No, just our congratulations, Irina, as we're in this round after the rest day and the players came with so much vim and vigor. We've seen a large number of decisive games already, and we're thinking Begim is about to accept a resignation from Thalia as well in order to join Carissa. She did play that move, Kate, Queen H4, and what a nasty move that is. There's no way to defend the E7 pawn. You can't defend it with the king. It's pointed out by Cristian. The pawn on H6 is hanging. All the queen's got to do is break into Black's camp. Queen takes E7, you block the threat of Queen E7. The queen posts up, to quote Maurice Ashley, posts up to H5 so you can go Queen F7. That's all she wrote. Yeah. The queen just breaks through the line of defense, and it's over. You get mated. And so we do think that Begim's about to join.
Yeah, Black would love to have the bishop on E8 when playing G5, right? Just not allowing the queen to get in, but
that would make all the difference in the world. And then that would leave only one remaining game, and that's a game of Alice Lee. Alice actually enjoying this position very much. She has an extra pawn, but it's also like her pawn is super dangerous. This pawn, this passer on H5, this passer on the E pawn, versus this lone passer, which is actually firmly blockaded. So it just really feels like Alice has a two-pawn advantage at the moment with her A and E pawn. I wouldn't be surprised in this ending if Alice were to win it. In fact,
I think this is very uncomfortable for Black to defend.
Yeah.
Because you have to keep defending that pawn on C5. You have to be worried about that A pawn runner just going straight forward.
Yeah, you put your bishop on D4, you congratulate yourself, your bishop looks really good, until you say to yourself, okay, how exactly does this rook and this bishop stop that A pawn? So it might be a very bloody round in the ladies section with 5 of the 6 games already. 3 of the 4 games finished decisively. Are we going to see such a bloodshed in the Open?
In the Open as well. So right now we have 3 decisive results. Take a look at this one, Dominguez versus Shankland. Rook takes A. Look, this is still a 3-result game.
Right.
Because you do take my pawn on A5, you will take my pawn on B4 as well, following it up. But I do have these 2 pawns
F5,
running
G4,
down the board, right? So
F5, G4, look.
This is going to become some sort of
a race.
A race, right. And if you have to make moves such as A4, that's not an easy move to make.
No, it's not.
Not an easy position to calculate. Anything can still happen in this one.
No, seriously, I want to emphasize that.
Yes.
I mean, to our audience, we can sit there and say, we're in studio, we've got an engine telling a 3.2. But when you're sitting at the board and you're white, you've got 3 connected pawns. You got 3 passed pawns. Our opponent has 2 passed pawns. You're not sure.
3+2.
No. You're not sure at all, and you're nervous. In fact.
Yes. Forget. And how important is this for the men's standings? Because
it's
we know
game.
Sam is only going into this round half a point behind the leaders.
Right.
Leinier really needs a victory, as you mentioned at the beginning of the show as well.
Exactly.
Because he's only on 50% and Fabiano is running away with it. So he needs a victory in this one. Shankland also, if he wins, stays close to Fabiano. Important game.
Absolutely. And we do have Ray in studio to explain to us his victory today. Cristian.
Ray, very difficult tournament for you. It didn't start off well with that game against Sam. You were winning in that one. Unfortunately, you weren't able to convert, but finally, you were breaking the ice. This rook takes f7. Tell us the story of that move.
Yeah, I guess rook f7 was the plan when I went for f5. And f5 was very committal. I think obviously I could have played something like rook a1, and I thought I'm just better. But f5 is super direct, so it could be very good, or could actually even like give away everything. I could be worse immediately. Probably it was just a forced draw, but yeah. So like f5, rook e5, fg, ht, bishop d4, and then in this position he has like 5 or 6 options. So, for example, rook e6 was an option, so that I don't have rook f7 ideas because now he guards g6. And then I had been planning knight f5 after rook e6. And then the point is if he takes, he can even play rook f6 immediately.
Okay.
If I play bishop f6, he has queen b6, but yeah, I have queen h5. And what's really funny is queen h5. I'm not actually threatening the bishop, but he actually also can't move. So my threat is something like rook f4 because his rook is pinned to the mate threat on h8, and he actually just can't stop it. He can include c5, bishop e5, but I don't think it changes anything. And so this is a very funny kind of trap. But yeah, after rook e6, knight f5, there was bishop g5, which wasn't clear. So I mean, probably f5 wasn't the best objectively, but it was just so tempting. So rook e8 was another option, and then this rook sacrifice seemed kind of forced, and it was hard for me to evaluate from afar.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
But I thought I should always have at least a draw, so it was still kind of safe. And then here, yeah, I mean, there's king e6 or king e7. It's funny, like there's actually differences, but he went king e7, which allowed bishop c5, and I took on g6, which could have just transposed. And I thought he had to go king d7, and I couldn't find anything better than a draw. I was looking for some way to like maybe pick up the bishop on h4 and just have a strong position, but I didn't actually see a clear way. So there were like tons of checks, so many different options, but yeah, I thought that was a draw. With bishop e6, I had seen basically everything that happened in the game up to knight e4 from afar. And knight e4 is obviously, I don't know if it's the only move, but it's really, really nice.
Yes.
With the point that if he takes, I have rook f5 check, giving up my rook as well. And then bishop takes f5, queen c3. I'll give mate in a few moves. Yeah, queen e5, b3, and queen a5 mate.
Yeah. Very nice. A lot of beautiful geometry in this game. Ray, congratulations, an important victory for you. How do you assess your game so far? Sure, the result hasn't been the best, but you did get some good positions. How do you assess, how do you feel about your chess so far?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been playing very well, but I did have some good positions, like you said. I mean, the first game I was completely winning against, I mean, completely is a little bit of an overstatement in terms of there wasn't like a direct win, but just the position was pretty overwhelming against Sevian, and there was literally no way I could lose that one. And after I made a mistake and he got back in the game, I ended up just like making a crazy decision not to force a draw and instead playing a position where I can only be worse. So I somehow ended up losing that one, and yeah, then I lost another one. So I don't know. My play has been, I mean, I lost to Mishra. He played a great game, I have to say. I did have a chance to get an advantage for one move, but it was extremely complicated. So I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit better than the first few days, trying to play a little bit better as well. I probably could have scored some more points with the positions I had, but just have to accept what's happened.
Still a lot of rounds to go. We'll let you go. Get ready for the next one, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks. Thank you, Ray. Indeed, nice victory, and the geometry, the attack, really played very well. But Jeffery,
seeing knight e4 and rook f5, that is impressive.
Sacrificing everything. Turning our attention to the game of Hans, I take no friends, Niemann versus Levon Aronian. That was the game where we really saw the two minor pieces working super well against the rook. The one thing that Levon has going for him, I mean, what you wanted to do too, rook takes g5 and get the g-pawn going. Well, Levon's doing the best he can, but he's facing a killer threat. Knight c6 check by white. So Levon said, well, I've done the best I could. I've chased the king as far away over to the queen side, away from the g-pawn as I could, sacrificing exchange, and now suddenly a totally different set of problems is befuddling white, because the knight c6 is no longer the killer
and
move.
the rook on a6 is maybe a little misplaced.
Absolutely, and you start to feel a little nervous. You start to say to yourself, well, wait, whoa, time out, just a second here. Who's taking care of this peshki? This guy wants to run up the board. And Hans readjusts himself to the changed circumstances, and he made the move king d3. So he starts to float with his king back over to the
I like that idea, just to bring the king closer to the pawn, to have that king stopping the pawn, so the knight and rook can still be active and, you know, try to maybe go for the black pawns, maybe f7 to target.
Exactly. Funnily enough, I was taking, again, whenever I look at the games of Levon, I don't know what the heck is going on half the time. I thought the rook is now kind of stuck and misplaced. I was thinking another approach was to go rook a3. And in case of g3, not saying that you should play g3, but just in case, this idea of, you know, sneaking the rook behind the pawn, it's an ideal. The rook on a6 is doing nothing. Hans took another approach. As I said, he's moving towards the pawn. I assume his idea is that he wants to just stay with his king. He's got knight f3 and he's got king f2 in his pocket to deal with the pawn. And once again, because we're seeing so many results and decisive ones, let's take a look at these standings, Kate.
So we have Fabiano Caruana winning a very important game today and still being the sole leader with 4 points. And then we have, who do we have tied? So Wesley So winning a game with 3 points, and he's second, he's clear second.
For the moment, right? Because Sam Shankland and Leinier are still in there as well. And we do have Sam Sevian with 2.5 points, right? Coming up. So big results. And over to the ladies, what's happening there with, I believe, 1 game remaining?
Right, so
oh,
we
no,
have,
pardon me, because Begim is still playing.
Right, Begim is still playing, but we are assuming or expecting her to win her game. But so far, Carissa Yip winning an important game today against Tatev Abrahamyan and being the sole leader in the women's section.
Very impressive. King's Indian defense. That's,
third time.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
And third win.
Winning with the black pieces. And back over to you, Cristian, is your student.
We might be seeing a result in that one, so perhaps
winning?
maybe we can see their reaction. There's not much more chess to be played in this
Thalia.
Right. You probably have to go back. First of all, this pawn has been dropped.
Captured.
You got to go back, and then I can repeat the position and play e7, and I don't really... The problem is rook e5 doesn't work, because I just simply take queen to f6,
Oops.
and you lose the
rook.
rook. So she went king to g6, maybe makes more sense, queen to f7, king to g5, but now I'm starting to see some sort of checkmating ideas, right? I can also go e7, that's maybe the easy way out, but
g3 is very
g3
attractive.
I probably have to take, right? h4 is a checkmating threat in one.
Right.
So you have to take back. You give a check, I go to h5, where's the mate? Where's
I know, exactly.
Why not to just go e7 and promote?
And first of all, rook e5 doesn't work anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, e7 was played. That's
Should be
a way
winning.
as
That's
well.
a winner.
Well,
That's
the
a
thing
winner.
is, if you do go rook to e5,
I still have
now
that check.
Exactly, h4 and king to f4, or queen to g7,
Queen G7.
and g3 now, and then I pick up the rook on e5, maybe even with a queen, just to not give you any checks on the first rank. Actually, that's a way to mess it
draw
up.
the game,
That's
right?
a way to mess it up, yes. You take the rook, but unfortunately right now, there's only a perpetual. Don't do that, of course. And she went for this e7. So let's look at the players right now, because I don't see any big options for Thalia.
With with the clocks also not being a factor in this one, just E7.
Yeah, A7 seems to finish the game.
Thalia's going to be mid. I mean, she's really been unlucky. If you
She's
look
been
at the
unlucky,
positions that she's had over the last 3 rounds, including her game with Alice, where she was at first much worse, probably losing. Then she was winning, and then she lost that game. Ouch.
There was a trend with Thalia, right? I mean, she was getting great positions, but unfortunately wasn't
Jennifer
able...
Yu, her game with Jennifer
Exactly,
Yu.
to make the right decisions at the right moment. And that's exactly what points to the fact that maybe she's not in the greatest shape in this event.
Last year she scored bronze medal at the championship, but this year there's a little bit of missing in every game, and that's what makes a huge difference in the points.
It's always those small details, of course.
Exactly. And as we look at these crucial games that are remaining, we're going to jump to the game of Leinier a moment, because we saw where rook takes A5, rook takes B4, the queen side was being eviscerated. It's all about Sam Shankland's pawns and whether or not he'll be able to generate enough counterplay. We know from the chess engine perspective that white is winning. And it's pretty clear, but you know, you sit there
from
again.
From practical perspective, the knight can be blocking, you know, the rooks from giving checks, and the pawns are running. They're pretty close.
Yes, I mean,
and they're together connected. And
but on the other hand, we are in this kind of awkward situation that if we try to make a move like F4, we are encouraging D6. And then bad things could happen.
Oh, sorry, guys. Let's go back to that one, to Thalia.
To Thalia for a moment?
Because
sure.
I think we missed the checkmate in one move. Okay, that's game over. So queen to G7 was the move, but if you go king F4, I can just simply take on H6. That's a mate.
Oh, that's nice.
So perhaps that's why we've seen resignation early on.
Oh, you mean at the very end there? You know, I was recently doing a broadcast with Begim, where we did the same thing. We missed a checkmate, and I said, well, I wanted to cover for Begim, and I said, well, Begim, I'm really sorry to say that you gave a great piece of analysis, but there was a checkmate in one. She goes, oh, Yasser, what a shame for you. So we miss a checkmate in one in her game. She's going to say, what a shame. But we do have in studio Wesley So. Cristian, over to you.
And in fact, we missed the end of that one because it finished so quickly.
Right.
Wesley, congratulations, an important victory, and you surprised us all with your opening choice and how fast you were playing. Tell us the story of this piece of opening preparation.
Oh yeah, hi Cristian, thank you. Well, first of all, was my birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday!
Oh, everybody's happy birthdays.
Yes.
You're I always have man now. Yeah, I'm 30. I'm catching up to you, Cristian. But yeah, it feels good being 30. You know, you can make as you get older, you can make decisions of your own, and then become more of an adult. And it's more fun. My teacher said before high school was the best times of your life, but everyone gets older, and I appreciate all the experiences I had. I'm glad to be 30. But
very philosophical.
Yeah,
yes, Wesley.
Well, welcome to 30. I feel exactly like you, Wesley. Just, that I'm looking forward to, maturing and becoming a full adult.
And making your own decisions.
Making my own decisions. What happened today? You chose the line that Bobby Fischer played, Bishop C4.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, I was actually inspired also by Fischer, but also by Magnus. He played this a few days ago against Vincent Keimer in the European Club Cup. But Mishra always plays the Najdorf. I think he's been experimenting with the Winawer as well. But I thought I'd play this risky line because tournament not going my way. Also, the last few months has not been going my way. So I thought, why not try to play this risky line? Then I prepared it very deeply. But it's very double-edged, and white is not better. But I figured it doesn't hurt to try, and it's a new change to my usual my usual games, which always includes trading the queens.
So Wesley, how deep was your preparation in this line?
Where did
How do I what?
Where did your preparation end?
Well, after E takes d5.
E takes D. So this is so right up until this moment, before the move D5, you knew about this position. You thought it was even.
Yeah, I had very deep analysis here. It's basically just the starting position of my analysis.
Wow.
But white is not better.
No.
Yeah, I mean, how fast times have changed, Yasser. Like maybe 40 years ago, you play 1c4 and then you're out of book. But
it was about 6 years ago, by the way. 40?
You play 1e4 c6 and then you're out of book. Yeah,
right. But we
yeah.
we thought the move D5 was actually premature. Did you prepare against Queen A5 then? Is that what I understand?
Yeah, yes, it's the main line, but
it's the main line.
It's just a draw. I actually had quite a lengthy discussion with my great opponent, with Mishra.
Okay.
After, wait, isn't his last name Abhimanyu or is it Mishra? Okay, I'm getting confused.
Mishra.
Okay, I got it backwards. But anyway, I had a lengthy discussion, Queen A5. So he didn't like the move Knight B3 for black, but he actually missed a crucial part. He just missed that he could just take on A3, King A2, Queen A4, Bishop A3, D5, Rook A1. Yeah, and he missed he could just go like take and Queen D6, I guess, something.
That's
like
what you missed as well, Yasser.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very similar blind spot.
Yeah, that the queen just actually has a square. If the pawn's on E5, it's good.
I don't know why Wesley is laughing at you. But
yeah, no, I mean, Mishra missed it, Yasser missed it. So it's like,
hey, look, hey man,
you're around the same rating right now, yeah.
Right.
Maybe you should play in the US Championship.
There you go. After D5.
Yeah, I mean, Queen A5.
We also thought.
After Queen A5. G5 is just a draw after Bishop takes G5. But
Queen A5.
Like Queen Queen A5, I had to play G5, otherwise I'm worse.
Okay.
G5. And here, if black wants, he can force a draw with Bishop takes pawn on G5.
I see.
Yeah,
wow.
And takes Knight A3. But I'm very impressed by my opponent because he found all the best moves. So like take and Knight C4, and black just forces a draw. So, I mean, I was ready to draw at this point, because Mishra found all the best moves in the opening. And he's got like an encyclopedic knowledge. But I was very surprised why I played D5. And here, just an exchange down. I didn't like his move Bishop E5, but maybe there wasn't anything better. I don't know. I don't know if black could. Oh, there's also an interesting line. It's a Bishop D6, which we also discussed. He could play Bishop A3.
Yes.
King A2, he could play Bishop and then Rook E8.
Bishop A3.
Which I underestimated. And takes.
Takes on E8?
Yeah, there's no other way to defend the bishop, unfortunately. Rook D1. Queen D8.
Rook E1?
D1. Yeah. Queen D8, H6. And I wasn't sure what was happening here. I thought white is better, but I could be wrong. But King A2 looks so natural to me, so I just played it.
Where did you feel that you had the game more or less in your favor, Wesley? More or less, we thought once you got your king side going, it was winning, like here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, when he played D5, I knew it was a big mistake.
That was the big mistake.
I got very excited.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an isolated pawn, and then his bishop on B7 is blockaded.
Very
I mean,
good.
the bishop on B7 is very passive. So I was very happy. But yeah, in the game, I don't think there was a way to save it for black.
Right.
Although I'm not an engine, so I don't know.
So your first win of the tournament, you're witnessing Fabi win 3 games in a row. Your thoughts with the tournament ahead?
Well, Fabi has obviously been very impressive. He's gained almost 50 points in the last 10 months, I believe. So he's doing really well. I was very impressed by his game against Dariusz the other day. He wasn't better, but Fabi is just type of player who just knows how to play chess. He's a complete all-around player. He's very good in the openings, and he can just play chess. Unfortunately, so yeah. I mean, like some players, for example, are very good at one thing. Let's say tactics or the openings or calculating, but Fabi is just a very good chess player overall. And yeah, as for me, I just take it a game at a time. Try, as I mentioned earlier, the last few months haven't been going my way. But, I'll just take it easy, try to be happy and relaxed. And if it doesn't go my way, that's fine. That's what that's happened before.
Thank you, Wesley, for joining us. We're happy to let you relax and take it easy. We'll see you.
Yeah, I will.
See you again. Where's the action, Cristian?
As Hans would probably say, he's pretty decent for a podcaster. Well, let's see what's happening in Alice Lee versus Percussion. Alice seems to be on top in this one. It's all about this Hans versus Levon. Is he managing to break through? Because this was not an easy one, right?
Right.
But he managed to calculate very well. G3, by the way, was Levon's, I would say, big chance
Best
in
chance?
the position. Yes, because after knight to e2, you continue pushing g2. Now you kind of have to stop me from going rook to h1. So you need to bring the king closer. But now I can start picking up some pawns. And this is not that easy because the material gets limited. You go knight g3, I exchange another pawn, take, you take on g2, but f4, maybe rook to c5 as well. I might be getting close to exchanging that last pawn, right?
Right.
But the way he played it, the way Levon played it, seems to have allowed Hans to build up his advantage even more because the pawn on e5 is untouchable.
Knight c6 check.
You take knight to c6. That's the key of this position, right? You cannot take that pawn on e5. And if you don't take that, I will be able to arrange my pieces in a very harmonious way. We have rook to e1, knight to e2. I close the action of the rook. I stopped the pawn, at least momentarily. For example, if you go g3, now I can go king to d2. And I have the rook ready to get into play as well. And
that's what I wanted, yeah.
You cannot go rook to a1 because of knight c1.
Oh.
Now I'm
picking up the pawn for free.
The pawn for free, and you have to save your rook as well, which is not an easy task. You have to go king to b1, rook to b1. I can go king to c2. Everything is working my way, right? I will pick this guy up on g2. I will go after the f7 pawn. This is just simply over. So after knight to e2, I'm looking at the position. Hans is looking good, guys.
Wow.
In this one, and he might be keeping pace, not fully with Fabiano, but definitely only half a point behind. If he wins this one, that's going to be a tremendous result.
Keeping pace with Carissa Yip is Begim, and she is in studio. Cristian, your student.
Begim, first of all, congratulations. Welcome back to the studio. This was not an easy game. Did she surprise you in the opening when she allowed this Marazzi bind?
Hi guys, it's good to be back. Yes, absolutely, she surprised me. She never played c5, so I didn't even look at that line for some reason. And I was like, okay, let's just play, and obviously I didn't get anything out of the opening.
Well, the Marazzi bind is always supposedly better for white, right? You have more space, and if she doesn't do something tremendous dynamically, then you're just simply going to have an advantage in the middle game, a long-term advantage in the middle game. Where do you feel like you're taking over the initiative? When do you feel like you're making and finding that breakthrough?
I thought the knight g4 idea, like exchanging the knight to bishop wasn't that great for her. And then after bishop d4, I felt like at least I have long-term, slight advantage because my knight is way better than the bishop. And I played these lines since I was a kid, and I love it for white, so I felt very comfortable. When she played c5, I was like, okay, it's going to be a good day.
Absolutely.
no matter
absolutely.
what, because I really like.
You like
playing
this type of
structure
positions.
for white. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, I do like it.
And then things changed a little bit in the late middle game phase. And at this point, she gave you the queen. But it wasn't easy because maybe she could find some sort of a blockade, right? How
Yeah,
did you
before I
feel about
played
this position? How
E5
did you feel about the assessment of this position?
Before I played e5, I saw this position and I felt like it should be easier than it was actually. When I was like evaluating, I felt like this position should be better for me. But when I got the position, I started to think, I'm like, I don't have much. I felt like maybe I rushed into this like c5 and it wasn't the most precise way to play with white. But then I was happy with my position, and queen e1 trick, I just got very like a queen before queen h4 is coming. If she doesn't take on c5, then my idea is to play b4, and she cannot take on a4 because of queen a1 check. That was my idea.
Yeah.
And then if I'm pushing b5, then I should be already winning. So
B5.
it was kind of, yeah. At some point I wanted to play rook d1 and exchange the rooks, and then last minute I decided, no, I feel like I should keep the rooks. So it was a little bit confusing for me, but somehow it worked out because she had time trouble and she couldn't figure out how to defend the position better, I guess.
Begim, well, the pressure that you put on your opponent paid off today. Congratulations, another important victory. We'll let you go rest because you're still neck and neck with Carissa. This is a very tight race.
Yeah, it looks fun so far.
Nice. Congratulations, Begim. Once again, standings before we take a break, just because we're seeing a lot of results today. It was that free day. The players got electrified with the ladies.
So we have two leaders here. Carissa Yip and Begim Tokhirjonova both won a game today, and they are leaders with 4 points out of 6.
And in the open section?
And in the open section, we have a sole leader. Let's see him. Yes,
There he
Fabiano
is.
Caruana winning an important game today and also having 4 points.
But we think Hans Niemann might be catching him a little bit with a victory over Levon, potentially 3.5 points for Hans. As we go on break, Sabina caught up with Alice Lee, had a nice little interview. Hope you enjoy it.
Alice, thank you so much for joining me today. I want to ask you a little bit about your chess upbringing. There's been a lot talked about you in the media, but I want to hear it again from you.
I started playing chess when I was 6 years old. So my brother was going to the school chess club, and I went along also because my parents just wanted to drop us up at the same time. So after I started playing in the chess club, I was actually like one of the very worst. And for me, it was just I lost a lot. I was kind of upset, but as I kept actually not losing every single game, I became more motivated, and eventually I played in my first rated tournament that summer. And from there, I think it was just I really loved the game, which allowed me to continue to enjoy chess while playing it.
Very nice. And how did you get into playing a lot online, and how do you combine that with studying over the board?
Yeah, so I think especially in the recent years, there's been a lot of new chess resources, both online and also books published. So for me, I did go over some books, for example, the 100 Endgames You Must Know, and Mauricio Flores' Pawn Structures book. I also used like some online tools, for example, Chess Tempo and Chessable. I think they have a lot of great resources, and for me, I think especially in this new generation where everything is just so much stronger, it's really great to have all of these new resources.
And you're spending a lot of time online. Could you give me an approximate amount of time that you spend per day working on chess?
So actually this year I'm doing online school, so it makes it flexible for my schedule. I guess before high school started, I was spending like a couple hours a day on chess, sometimes more, especially during the summer when I was playing in a lot of tournaments. Now that high school started, it's more work, so I have to, I guess, find a new balance, since for me it's my first year and I haven't really had to do something like this in the past. But I hope that at least least I'll be able to find some sort of balance between schoolwork and chess, and I'll be able to at least play well in this tournament.
You've had some amazing results lately. Congratulations for winning gold medal at the Women's World Team Championship. How was that? How did you feel that moment?
Yeah, so that was actually like the first tournament that I played in like internationally on that stage. So I think it was really great for me to be able to do so well there. And of course, it was like a really great experience to be playing on the first board against such strong players. I definitely wasn't expecting to win the gold medal there. I was just hoping, you know, I could at least do okay. But for me, it was great that I was able to have like really good results, and it was my first like really strong. It was a really great experience for me.
Do you feel nervous at all, or did you feel at that time nervous because you're representing the United States and it was your first competition of this kind?
Yeah, I mean, so beforehand I actually thought I was playing on the second board, so I was like, okay, not as much pressure. And then when I went there, like, oh, I'm playing on board one. Okay, so it is a team event, and there's something nice, which is that even if you don't have your desired result, you can still hope that your teammates also do well. Of course, there's a little bit more pressure as well because you want to win for your team. But for me, I was just like trying to focus game as game, and I was able to like find, I guess, a good start, and then after that I think I just got some good results.
Very awesome. Congratulations again for that. I want to ask you one more thing regarding this tournament. So last year, as you mentioned, maybe your result wasn't as great, but you've had a great year where you've improved a lot. I think you were supposed to get your international master title very soon, and this year you're one of the favorites. Do you feel any pressure at all, or have you been able by now to deal with all your emotions, and are you just going to take it a game at a time?
Yeah, so last year I was, I think, a lot more inexperienced, and this year I've played in like a lot more strong tournaments, so I have slightly more experience. I mean, for me, I guess I am one of the top seeds, but I don't think I'm like the very favorite, so that's something that's kind of nice because I don't have so much like pressure that everybody expects me to win. And I guess for this tournament, well, I think winning would be nice. It's also extremely hard because the field is so strong, and for me, I'll just take it one game at a time and try to play my best.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Alice. I wish you good luck and looking forward to your games.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is celebrating its 50th
Hello,
year
everyone,
anniversary.
and welcome to our live coverage of Round 5 of the 2023 National Championships. With 3 games remaining in this round, we've seen a very result-driven round with lots of decisive games, with more to come, it would appear, as Hans is winning a very crucial game against Levon Aronian. Over to you, Cristian.
Absolutely, and perhaps we can see the situation right now, because I don't think this game is going to last for very much longer. Rook to f4 was the last move. We see a check by Levon on a3, but once I move my king anywhere, probably to d4, seems like the most available square. I will take on f7, and the problem is you're also losing the pawn on e6, and that's the key. You lose the pawn on e6, that's over.
So Hans reaching for the king.
King
King
D4,
as you've prescribed. Rook takes A4. I don't see any resignations coming.
It's coming. It's
Rook
coming.
takes F7 check. I'm going to move my king. And, well, this is not an easy choice, of course. But let's say king to C8.
Yes.
And I'm dreaming of the move B6, B5.
That's fine. You can have it.
I can even have that?
Yes, yes. I will
So
give it
you're
to
going to go rook E7, give me B5?
I might not even try to stop you from going B5.
And you're just going with the combination of king, rook, knight, and pawn.
Knight
you're gonna,
C5 there.
Knight C5.
King
First
C6.
of all, rook C6. Rook C6 is completely winning. So, if, for example, if you go A4 right now,
okay,
then I can just go rook C6.
Wow.
You take, you go A3, I go knight B4, then I pick up the pawn on B5, and that's it.
Okay, fair enough. Yep, that you got me. Yeah, no question about it. That looks simple to be sure. And I mean, for Levon, Kate, you help me here. This is a real setback. I mean, he drew all of his games, 4
Right.
games. He comes into
Today
the play.
he tried to be creative with
And it
different opening.
boomeranged against him. Wow. But it wasn't that bad. I mean, he sacrificed the piece, and he almost fought his way back. I'm not going to say to equality, but he was close.
Knight
Christian.
F4 was
Knight
played.
F4.
Okay.
Something similar. He's
That's
going to
very
get
similar. You want to just recapture with knight on E6, and then the king can still go forward to D5.
Exactly. So knight F4, more or less, I'm going to say a tactical way of completing the affairs, right? Knight takes E6, rook takes C4, king D5. We get the same type of position of knight, rook, and pawn versus, I mean, I just was thinking rook, knight, king. Life is very, very, very good. And as we watch Hans Niemann putting the finishing touches on this game, another huge game going on between Leinier and Shankland. That also is so important for our standings. And we do have B5 on the board.
We should stay with that one, because that one, the Shankland game is going to go on
for a long time to come.
For a little
yeah?
while. It's nowhere close to being over. This
Okay.
one, I have a feeling it's not going to last long.
So B5 on the board as expected. Knight takes.
Wait, do I have just rook F8 check and knight C5?
That's his idea as well, yes.
I'm sorry, you have what? Sorry.
So knight takes E6.
Knight takes E6, rook takes C4 check. King. And now A4. Now you want to give me rook check and knight C5? And
No,
knight
okay,
C5
I thought it's different, but I think still knight C5 here.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, knight C5 is just...
King D5.
And we do have king D5 on the board. This is the current position. As the players update their score sheets, they just, I guess, passed the 60 move rule. We always had those score sheets that had 60 moves. You know, I once had a score sheet that looked like a score book because I had so many of these 60 move score sheets. How mate in 19?
No, you're not coming back from this. How recoverable is this? No, it's not. No, that's not happening.
Checkmate in 19.
No, he can do a lot of things. He can go knight C5, he can go rook F8, he can even go for the B5 pawn with either the knight or the rook. I think the easiest way and the most practical choice is to just go rook A7 followed by rook A5.
Which, from your lips to Hans' ear, rook A7.
Yes.
Just get behind the pawn, freezes the pawn. Never mind the fact that I'm hanging a rook, but freezes the pawn, gets the rook behind, setting up for knight C5.
Or knight D4. For example, if you go something like rook C3.
Yeah.
And I just go knight D4, attack that pawn on B5. You go B4, I pick up the pawn on A4.
Exactly. That looks very good. No, that looks extremely clean, actually.
This is a huge
I mean,
victory.
that pawn on
It is.
E5 is also running.
Yes, especially, I was thinking knight C5 and king C6, but you're absolutely right. The E-pawn, you know, knight C5, E6, and a check, and E7. Also a very, very simple way of winning.
And what is surely a devastating loss for Levon, because he's been struggling in the last year, in the last couple of years. In fact, right now he lost a lot of rating, as Wesley was pointing out as well. They haven't been having the best of years. And this tournament is big. This tournament is of great importance for both of these players. He tried. I mean, look, he showed, I want to win today. I really want to win today. I want to create some imbalance. It's just not going his way. Hans played a great game.
He did. He did. Just thinking about the two players in particular who played out of their field, if you will. Levon, he's been defending e4, e5 his entire career. He played a Sicilian today. Tatev has been playing e4 her entire career, wanted to prepare for a line of the King's Indian. She got her preparation. Carissa said, look, you're in my playground.
And we see resignation.
The resignation has been completed.
And another decisive game. Wow. For the open section, we started with one win in round one, and then it was just, but suddenly the floodgates today. What happened today, Cristian? Was it the free day?
It's the day after the rest day.
Right.
Everybody's
People
coming
energized.
with a renewed energy, and they're trying to bring their best foot forward, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And everybody's ready to battle as usual.
Right.
They know that if they want to win the tournament, they need to win games, because at least one of the players always tries to run away with it. In this case, it's Fabiano, who's obviously showing great skill and great poise up to this point. But take a look at this. I mean, Hans is only half a point behind.
Remarkable.
Big win for Hans in this one.
And turning our attention to the game of Leinier and Sam Shankland. So Leinier has been nursing an exchange, having an exchange ahead, I mean to say, for quite some time. But on the other hand, Sam earlier had what looked like some very nice coordination of the knight and the rook, and it looked like the pawns were actually going to get further than they did. Leinier's done a great job at freezing Black's pawns, and now he looks like he's ready to go king b4, king a3, b4, and push his pawns. He looks much closer to winning now, does Leinier, than he did about 20 moves ago. I don't know if Sam slipped or whatever, but
right, because
for
the white
Leinier,
king now can just go and support the pawns.
Exactly. For Leinier, much like Wesley winning his first game, and for Sam Shankland, this will be a setback. He was feeling pretty good after the rest day, 2.5 out of 4. Always thinking that maybe he left a half a point on the table.
I guess I'm going to break your bubble.
Oh, no.
Finally, it's looking like this is a draw.
No.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Is that right?
After knight to e5, it seems like Shankland managed to fight his way back into this game.
Why?
So what if I go king a3 and just start supporting the pawns?
I think I'm just pushing.
I push as well?
That's fine. Rook d5. Let's go rook d5, just in case.
So I'm going to sacrifice.
At some point you have to take, right?
Right, and
take,
these pawns?
Take, f3, yes.
And I go back to the
you
first.
have to go back. Now I get close, and it's a race, right?
You know, it's
in fact, it's not a race, because I go back towards your pawns, and that's the mechanism. I go back, and then I use my rook to connect with the f pawn from behind, rook f5, f2.
To freeze the rook.
That's going to freeze the rook on f1, and I'm just simply going to stick around the pawns.
A blockade, yeah.
So if you think about it, knight e5 was played. It's not even that difficult from a conceptual point of view. So Shankland might be feeling quite good right now about his chances to potentially get a half a point. A crucial half a point, by the way, because he was pretty much lost.
That's remarkable. And the crazy part is, as we were at the opening ceremony, Sam was very happy. His new book on rook endings had just been published, and he's played rook endings almost nonstop.
He's had like 4 rook endings this tournament.
I mean, the irony of that. And now again, another rook ending. That is crazy.
I guess his sales are going to go through the roof.
Right. Provided he maximizes the rook endings that he gets. Knight e5. Kate, you could knock me over with a feather right now. I was really, really stunned.
Rook h5, okay.
When Cristian is saying that Sam's closing in on a draw. Just when we were thinking White's closing in on a win, king a3, b4, but knight e5 with the idea of f4.
Maybe this is what he missed from afar. Take a look at this move. f4 right now.
And his intention, I think, was maybe rook takes?
Correct. But now I have knight d3.
Uh-oh. And there's a discover check against the rook.
That's right. And king c3. Rook takes h5.
Right.
King d3. And that's good enough for a draw.
This is the endgame you were proposing with a rook f5?
Yes. King to e5 first.
Oh, king e5 first.
I need to stop you from going king e4.
And by the way, as we interrupt our analysis of this crucial game, we have another guest interview. Over to you, Cristian. Hans is in the house.
Hans, welcome back to the show. Congratulations. This game, it started off as early as move 2. There was no opening preparation. He surprised you because he usually doesn't play the Sicilian. In fact, at move 1, tell us about your reaction and how did you approach that game?
Yeah, well, he's been playing c5 in Blitz. Like at the Levitov tournament, he played a lot of c5 online. I don't know the last time he played c5 in a classical game. It must be years. Maybe you guys can check. I don't. In classical, it's quite a surprise, but I checked like a couple of his games in c5, e6, but I didn't prepare anything. But I guess I had a nice counter surprise.
What was your counter surprise?
Well, the c3, e5 idea. The funny thing about this is that I was playing in Mexico through World Juniors, and next to me there's a game like Jan Subel against Rudik Makarian. And I saw that this idea was played, and I was so impressed by the idea. And honestly, I've never checked this line once in my life. But it looked nice. I thought it would be a nice surprise, and like from what I remember of the game, that seemed like enough preparation. So I guess the fact that I don't pay enough attention to my own games helped me out here, because I remember seeing this game next to me and being so impressed by what was happening. So that's why I decided to go for this line, and it worked out well because obviously he's not going to be aware of this type of sideline if it's his first time playing this type of idea.
Absolutely. Still, it was a very imbalanced, very complex game, but it felt like you just understood the position better. At this point, after bishop takes e4, queen takes e4, how did you assess it? Obviously, he was trying to start an attack on the king's side, but finally you got the light square bishop, you have the two bishops advantage. It felt good from a practical perspective coming from your side. Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, no, I felt very, very good here. I think once I saw h5, I thought this is the biggest bluff in the world. I'm not going to. Okay, maybe it's a fine move, but I don't really. h5 with the idea of h4 is definitely not working. So I was not worried about opening up my own f file. So this was good. Yeah, I guess g4. Yeah, so this was good. Yeah, g4.
G4 was
yeah,
good.
he mentioned after the game that he should have played knight h4. After knight d4, it felt very, very bad. Yeah, take, rook f3 was my idea, yeah. And then, oh no, bishop h4, rook f3. And I wasn't sure. Oh, I didn't see rook c8. But yeah, I have like rook h3. I saw this rook f3, rook h3 maneuver, but I wasn't sure how to evaluate, but I thought there's no way I'm not better here.
Is that what you guys were discussing after the game?
No, he just told me that he missed after knight f d4 that I could play bishop takes d4. That's all we discussed.
Yeah, bishop takes d4. And when did you feel like you're... By the way,
yeah,
I want to
like
ask you about this moment.
This move g5.
Yeah, g4, g5 was a very good idea, but after bishop to e3, you had 33 minutes on the clock, and you ended up spending a lot of it, close to 30 minutes on king f1.
So king f1, queen e5. That's what I was. b6, I obviously understood that I was fine. So queen takes e5.
Right.
Rook takes b7. Queen takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Rook takes h4. Bishop takes c6. And here, obviously rook a7 is winning, but I was trying to make c5 work. C5.
Uh-huh.
I spent all my time C5, but he has rook H8, rook D8, bishop G2, and then I thought bishop F4, and I couldn't figure it out.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I saw rook B3. I wasn't sure how to evaluate this.
But this is not that clear, right?
I spent all my time calculating this when just rook takes A7 is just game over. It was very stupid. I think maybe the nerves were affecting me because obviously I should just play rook takes A7. It's just game over. Just
And what's the point of this rook H7 if he goes king rook to H8?
Rook B7. Or just rook B7.
And then there's no mate on H1 because
yeah.
your bishop
So he has to play rook D6, but after bishop G2, it's just game over. I don't know why. Eventually, it took me 30 minutes to realize this, apparently. So, yeah, B6. Obviously, I saw, and I thought I played okay after this. Maybe I wasn't that precise.
Yeah,
I was pretty happy with this.
It was this moment when you didn't necessarily let him back into the game, but you gave him some opportunities.
Oh wow, how is he? Wait. So what was the moment? What can you
G3.
Oh, so this is actually
right now.
Yeah, so 92.
G2, what were you calculating?
Yeah, 92, G2, king E3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, king E3, rook H5.
We weren't really sure how to assess this one, whether you have enough.
King F2, rook E5.
For a win, or if you manage.
Yeah, you probably have like 10 only moves in a row, and then maybe you hold.
Right.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, no, it was very difficult with the time situation. He was putting a lot of pressure, so I couldn't really find a clear way.
Still, Hans, I mean,
I guess.
I think after that you took over the game and you made the best moves in the position. Rook to A3 was very important.
Yeah, this was. And then 81, yeah, and then he blundered 91. Yeah, this is just dead loss.
Yeah. Well, Hans, congratulations, big victory for you. How do you feel to be beating a 2700 plus level player?
Well, Levon is such a legend, so it's obviously an honor to play against him and to win the game. The last 3 games we've played, actually, the first game I had almost basically a winning position. The second game I had great positions, so I feel like I've showed my good chess in our 3 games. The last year's championship game, even with black, I was doing well. So of course it's an honor for me to beat him. He's like one of the greatest players of modern times. He was like number 2 in the world for a very long time, or one of the top 10 players. So it means a lot to beat him, and especially after he sort of slipped away the last 2 times. It's nice to win.
It's you and Fabi at the top right now, closely following each other. How do you see this race playing out in the next few rounds?
Well, he did just beat Andrew, who's been struggling. So I guess it'll be sort of crucial to beat him, since he's sort of on paper at least, very he's the target. So I think this will mainly come down to beating sort of the lower seeds, because the top players are quite difficult to beat. So this is a very big win, but I'm playing well. In all 5 games that I've played, I've had a winning position. I was winning against Sam, winning against Dariusz. So I think that I'm definitely creating chances in the games. I'm outplaying my opponents. I think this game I showed a good level of technique and consistency, and I just need to keep up my level. But I feel like I can outplay anyone, so I'll try to keep playing my best chess.
Katerina, you have a question for Hans?
Yeah, Hans, I have to ask, because during your previous interview, you said that you really enjoy inspiring young minds and you like engaging in community service. So how was your community service during the rest day?
It was great. What we did is we had, basically we played on the board that people, what's the
demo board?
The analysis board, the big board that people, and we had a team,
board, yeah.
And it was demonstration board. Yeah, sorry, and it was we basically played hand and brain, and all of the kids got in a line, and each one would come up and say a piece. So it made things quite interesting because there was varying levels of skill. I actually remember. I've been thinking about this game. So basically, maybe you can bring up a board. I'd just like to show the game. If you can bring up a board, it's very interesting. Since you asked and you're so curious.
You got it.
So it was e4, e5, f4, ef, d4, and they played d5. Bishop takes f4, bishop e6, bishop b5 check. And then I was really hoping, so here they said bishop. So I'm trying to think, okay, let's go bishop b5 check. And they'll see that c6 attacks the bishop, and then they'll say bishop, and I can go bishop d3. But after c6, they said knight. so after c6, I went knight c3, c takes b5, knight takes b5, knight a6, and then now they say pawn. So I said e5, and then they said bishop b4 check, c3, bishop a5, knight d6, king f8, knight f3, knight e7, castles, and then they went, what did they play? Let me think. What did they play? I'm trying to think, what did they...
By the way, as you're thinking, who was the brain, who was the hand?
I was the hand. That's what. So each kid would be contemplating what move they're going to play, and they would sit there so nervously, and it was. But basically, what happened was let me think. Basically, we got like knight g5, and I sacked a rook, and everything worked out quite beautifully.
Well, now
there was some very painful moments.
Lots of compensation.
Something like this happened. Something like this happened. Perhaps So basically, something like this happened, and we won after sacrificing this piece. And at some point, my team just started saying every single perfect piece. Like, they were reading my mind. We had great synergy. So I was very, very happy with how that game went. Of course, even such a casual game amongst school kids, I take extremely seriously. I'm not messing around, you know. Victory must be attained at all costs.
Any emerging talents out of St. Louis? Any potential applicants to your scholarship, Hans?
I think that, from the club has told me that there's a lot of chess programs. It said almost 100 chess programs. So I'm sure that if you give it some time, there will be some emerging chess talents from St. Louis. The main chess talents from America come out of California and New York, mostly because of the school programs and then the access to tournaments. So I think that maybe a couple more years and we'll start to see some emerging St. Louis talents from the capital, the chess capital of America.
Well, congratulations, Hans. Big victory for you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, indeed, Hans. Hand and brain. That can be very, very fun, and it can be very, very frustrating as well. As I just want to jump into our remaining game in the open section, Leinier versus Sam Shankland. Now, this is a completely different kettle of fish. This wasn't the rook f5. Sorry. Remember, you gave us a position a moment ago, Cristian, where there was a black rook, there was a white rook, passively placed. Here, in this particular, oh, he did go back. I was about to say, can't we put our rook aggressively behind the pawn?
But am I quick maybe with like rook h4, rook f4?
That's right. That's the problem.
Is that the problem? So check, king, rook back, rook down, sorry. And you're quick like this.
And you have to go to a d3 if you want to do something.
Because this is the position, or something like that position you were telling me, where the pawn and then the king gets back.
Right. As fast as possible.
For a blockade. Gotcha. Yes. So I'm just going to refresh the board, get the current position, and the assessment of this. Well, isn't this the same thing then? F3 and rook f3?
Right, let's try it out. So you go f2, king, rook f1, rook f3.
And then it's
But maybe
time,
you're not in
right?
time, right? a5 now.
a5.
a6.
a6.
a7.
a7.
Rook takes f2 after rook f8. I don't know. This is not that easy, right? So maybe f2 is not the correct weight. Why don't we get closer to that pawn? Let's go something like king e5 or king e6.
Okay.
Whichever you want.
So I just like the fact that your rook is kind of messed up and it's not, you
King
know,
d6.
yeah, it's not supporting
Right.
the
But
pawn.
how did you continue? If you go before, now I put my rook behind. I go
Rook check.
h4 and rook f4, right?
Yeah, it's true. And if I go king b5.
Now I go f2.
Now you play f2 and you're just in time
Yes.
to get your setup.
Right.
Wow. Hold on. Just humor me a few more moves. King b6.
All right, let's see. King d7.
King David 7. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get behind you, basically, at all times.
You want to go king c8,
King
b8.
c8, yeah.
Wow.
So can I go king b7 here?
King b7, maybe I can go rook f4, but then you go b5, right?
Right.
Then I go b5 and that should be winning.
Yeah, this is the dream position for me, to trade the a pawn, put my king in front of the pawn, and then build a bridge, as we very well know. So
it's still not that easy.
Not at all.
It's still not that easy.
By the way, guys, maybe we can switch to the women's section because
Please.
Alice Lee, she traded rooks, and I think that's good for her because that bishop endgame, I think looks very good for her.
Well, definitely. We were always talking about the a pawn as well as the e pawn being the more dangerous, because this pawn on c5 has been blockaded and hasn't played a role like a passed pawn should.
And then
this
when
looks
we,
winning. Just
when we look at the
completely
king
winning.
side, you see the g6 and h5. They're both pawns
Also-
on light squares,
This is
so
just
they can be
over.
picked up.
Yeah. Bishop d4.
Now I go e5.
Correct. Just go e5, e6, a6. By the way, you can even get a third more potent pass pawn, the h pawn as well.
That's
you'll
a
have
lot
a
of
pawn on
pawns.
yeah, you'll have a pawn on e6, you'll have a pawn on a6, and you'll have an h pawn.
And
The king is fabulous.
is this Alice's
Second
Second,
victory
because
in
she
a
won
She
row?
beat
fourth
Thalia
round.
from, well, she was winning, then she was losing, then she was winning, and finally did win.
So she's back to 50% with a victory
if
right
she wins this game.
That's
and we
huge
think-
for her.
Oh,
And
yeah.
for her chances as well, because once again, just like in the Open, somebody's running away with this event.
Right. Well, you've got two ladies in the case of the women's championship, Carissa and Begim.
But I really don't see how you are stopping it because e6, you have to bring the bishop back because you cannot
Exactly.
move with your king. Then the pawn on a5 is running.
Exactly. Now this looks, I mean, no suggestions. If I go king, you go e6, and just as you said, I can't move my king back to stop this one because bridesmaids, right? Threatening a7 and with the promotion square protected. So yeah, we think it wins.
Yeah,
Alice
e5.
Lee.
e5 looks good.
Wow.
There's no way to stop it, right?
So we've got in the women's section two co-leaders, but we've got Irina Krush, just defeating a huge rival of hers, Anna
Half a point
Zatonskih.
behind.
Half a point behind, and we've got Alice Lee, who very, very quietly is moving up the ranks, Kate.
But
And
I
we
have to
the
say,
two leaders, Carissa Yip and Begim Tokhirjonova, with 4 points out of 5.
Right.
but look at the difference between after the
three?
third, after the podium.
Right.
Already
top three.
2.5 points. That's
That's a
1.5
gap.
points gap between the first and the fourth. That's a big gap.
It's true.
And Atousa not winning this one, that's going to remain that 1.5 points.
Right. Exactly. Exactly so.
Commanding, I want to say commanding lead for those three ladies right now.
Right.
Definitely a 3-horse race up, at least up to this point.
But Alice Lee, she's going to be facing those players also in the first place.
No.
She lost to
She lost against Carissa and she drew Begim in the first round.
Oh my goodness, that's absolutely right. And with Irina, that game is
Irina still has Begim and still has Alice Lee.
Right.
So those are big matchups that are coming up.
So when I look at that leadership group, I say Carissa is the one who's done extraordinarily well because
she's played a lot of her direct competitors.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
And done extremely well.
Yes.
And you know, she was saying before the tournament, she played the juniors. She won a silver medal there, I believe, right?
Yep.
And she said it was a good training to kind of get ready for the U.S. Championships.
Oh, definitely. And it's a confidence factor, too. You go to an event. By the way, the World Juniors is just so much fun. You're meeting all of these top players from all over the world, and you're competing. And if you compete successfully, you feel so much better.
Right, but it's also a very difficult tournament. I remember playing it, and it's just so long.
Right? You're right. Well, in my day, it was 13 rounds, so it was very, very long, yes. As,
by the way, I think we're going to see Alice making a move. I feel like
we haven't seen E5 yet.
No, not yet.
I think one of the things she's really calculating is instead of the move E5, she's also calculating King B5 because she's thinking, okay, I go King B5, you go Bishop here. I go A6.
No, E5, it is here.
I'm threatening the big move A7, and if you go back, I go here, and if you try to take, gotcha. So that was what she might have been thinking, as opposed to the move she eventually played, which was E5. King B5, also a very attractive looking move, but I love E5. E5, E6, force that bishop to step back, follow it up with F5, take that pawn on H5, give yourself yet another pass pawn. That looks like bishops of opposite color, nothing doing. And once again, back over to you, Cristian, and the Sam Shankland game.
No, this endgame is not easy at all. This is the position we have right now. A5 was played after king to E7 was Shankland's decision. We were discussing about bringing this king towards the pawns. That's the key mechanism in the position.
Okay.
King to B5, sorry, after king to E7, A5 was the move and rook to H4. Now I'm looking through the lines. This is not easy at all. If you go king to B5 now, F2 and rook to F4, both lose.
F2 and rook to F4 both lose?
Yes, because I go rook to
some
F1,
precision needed there.
rook to F4, and now A6, and you're not in time.
Wow.
So the way to make a draw right now is to go rook to H5. I would assume this is the mechanism that he's looking for. Rook to H5, king to B6, and now king to D8.
Oh my goodness, that's
the
incredible.
Only move. King to D8 is the only move in this position. Maybe that's why he went to E7. He understands what he needs to do.
Sorry to interrupt you, Cristian, because you're on a great train of thought here. But just the move rook H5 check, I find counterintuitive because it seems like you're helping me.
Precisely.
You're putting my king in a better square.
Precisely.
What are you doing?
Precisely. It's not the only move, but I'm looking at all the other ones. They're not intuitive at all. Rook to H8
wow.
is a draw as well. King to D7, king to D8. Maybe that's more natural.
But if you don't mind, continue your thought. Rook H5 check, king B6, king D8 only move. Why is that mechanism drawing?
So what do you do right now is the question. I need to wait you. And by the way, it seems like perhaps Alice and Atousa are going to shake hands soon.
You think so?
We are being told that this is going to happen anytime soon.
I'm not sure about that. I think there's still things going on. We'll keep an eye on that. But please, once again, just clear the cobwebs. Why was
Well, perhaps they will
check?
shake hands, actually. Now
You think so?
Sense. Yes, because E5, bishop to E3 came, A6, king B6, but now you cannot cash the pawn. I go
after
E6.
E6.
Yes, E6, and that's it. So maybe
that's a good point. You're right.
Maybe our producers are.
What do they know? Come on.
Not as bad as we thought they are. You know, maybe they actually know stuff.
Perusian, Hobian, St. Louis University coach, as Dr. Fred said. You know, like they're very proud in St. Louis.
Yeah, this one seems to be over.
And Atousa has last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
But she's shaking hands.
Good call.
And our congratulations to Alice with
Second win in a row.
back-to-back victories, brings her into the discussion because she was really out of this tournament. And now back to you.
Let's
and
go back to that
explain
game right now.
yourself.
Rook h5, by the way, was the move played by Sam Shankland. He played it.
I mean, who is better to
remarkable.
find this move than a person who just published a book on theoretical
He's going to
rook
sell some
endgames?
copies after this one, for sure.
I got to tell you, that's impressive.
He's
So
proving his skills.
King b6.
King d8 only move.
Why is now? So you had to include the check, but why do you?
This
have
is the
to
key
have the
moment, guys. We have to
King
watch this
D8?
moment right now. Let's just wait and see. Once
That's
he plays it, I will
extraordinary.
explain it. No! Oh my goodness.
What?
He's picking up the rook.
Oh, he reached for the rook.
He's trying to pick up the rook, guys.
So he wants to give another rook check?
If he does that, he's lost. If he gives rook h6 after king to c7, he's lost.
Because then you're body checking the king
I have
and
ideas of
keeping
rook
it,
e1, yes.
keeping the king at bay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, he's gonna play with the rook.
Oh, this is it. This will be the decision that's going to haunt him tonight.
And he still has a lot of time, almost 9 minutes.
He doesn't look like he's reaching for his king.
No,
It
no, no,
does
no. He's looking
look
for-
like he's
for that
reaching
rook.
for either f2 or even rook h6 check.
Very stoic Leinier
But
right
rook
now.
h6, just king b7. And...
Or king c7. Is
King
actually-
c7 only move.
King
Oh, wow,
c7
okay.
followed by rook e1 check.
Maybe that's what he's missing right now in this moment.
And he's done it.
Rook h4.
Okay. So he wants to give, obviously, a rook b4 check, but your point was that after king c7...
A couple of moves win right now, actually more than a couple. a6 is a winning move. Rook to a1 to get behind is a winning move as well, and king to c7.
I love that move, king to c7 right now, because the idea behind king c7 is I really want to drive away the king with the move rook e1 check and pick up the rook with a6. So I love this move, king c7. I mean, I would find that move right away. That just, I find that move to be so appealing. Please tell me king c7 is a winning move.
Yes, king c7 is one of them. One of the three of them.
One of the three.
But a6
But A6,
also
yeah.
is a win.
a6 the same?
And the idea is
check, of
check.
course.
Now I can go a5 or c5. Both of them
Okay,
win.
so hold on. You're telling me this is another win.
That's right.
So that after rook b4 check, you don't play king c7 anymore.
No.
You play king a5?
King a5 or king c5.
And
now
then
rook
after
a1.
Whoa, fancy. So you're just
Fancy
threatening to
footwork,
play
yes.
a7.
Yes.
And if the rook goes passive, then your king
Then I
is
go
not
A7,
in time
yes.
to win my rook. I go a7, you move your
A8,
rook, I go king b6. My next move is rook here, and I clip the pawn.
That's right.
Wow. Okay, please help clear the cobwebs. So it was a check. We do know, everybody, we do know that Sam did play the move rook h4, and that's a, but why was king d8 the money move?
So the question is, what is my purpose? Is to get with the king in front of those pawns, right? So that I can start giving you checks and set up that defensive mechanism that we were just discussing.
Right. So if I play a b4.
But b4 makes the most sense, right?
And you play king c8, and I go king.
No. Now I go
Oh.
f2. So the timing it needs to be so precise. This is such a difficult endgame.
f2.
Now I go f2.
Rook f1.
Rook f1, rook
Rook
f5.
f5.
No, sorry. Rook f1, rook h6 check.
Dude,
Excuse me,
this
what?
is like...
What is...
I go king b7?
King b7, that's right. And now rook h7. I need to drive the king all the way to the 8th rank.
You're doing me a solid favor by driving me there.
I'm
And
not
now-
understanding anything of this.
Thank you.
endgame.
Exactly. And now rook to h5 is the only move.
And now rook to h5 is the
And with the kings in opposition, whenever you take on f2, I go rook to b5, I drive the king on the a file, and that's going to be a draw.
By the way,
Okay.
Sam gave check on b4.
I feel like
Yes.
I'm going to have to go to a very
A5.
special training
And
camp.
this looks like that's
And this
just
is
winning.
this is the line that you said.
takes
Rook takes
B3,
b3,
and
and
now
now
rook
rook a1 is the money move. Whoop.
And Leinier just
Immediately played by Leinier.
Oh my goodness.
And Sam was taken aback. I don't think he expected rook a1.
No, he did not.
By the way, that was the only winning
No,
move.
he did not.
Right?
And look, yes, that was the only move.
Could,
And look at him.
could he be trying for f2 here? f2, a7.
Rook
I
check.
promote.
Yes, makes sense. I take.
I give check.
And I'm here.
And I give check again.
Okay. No,
Oh, but you
if I go into the corner, you're
It looks like
you're
you're in
close
time,
enough, right? So wait a minute. I
Crazy
apologize, Kate.
position.
Sorry. So you play f2,
Right.
right? Which makes sense. He's done it. Now, I can't believe I don't have a better. I mean, a7's my only move.
Oh, maybe you have king a4?
He's played a7.
a7 on the board. Okay, f1
So your
only
queen
move.
is the only move. Because we're assuming there's no perpetual check. If I go rook a3 check, you take my rook, you make a queen. The assumption here is that...
Oh, this is absolutely sick.
What?
Oh my God, the win is absolutely
Yeah, and
sick.
Sam is promoting to a queen, so we are
As
gonna have this fight.
expected, a queen is on the board.
Oh my goodness.
So
This is going to be the coldest of showers that Sam has ever experienced in his life.
King b6, rook b3 check.
Rook b3 check.
King
c6.
Rook a, or check or rook a3?
I think
Doesn't-
check.
Okay, check.
King b5.
So I walk. So I can't give a check anymore because you walk. So I'm going to play here, and you're going to play
h1.
Rook h1, and then it's
Wow.
the skewer. This is the well-known mechanism.
This is
the skewer, and your king actually needs to be on g8 to
That's right.
avoid.
That's right.
The
Oh, this is so sad.
Oh.
Rook h1 right now.
This
if
is
you
it.
go
Because
king d7, I go rook h8, threatening to promote.
And look at that.
So quickly,
man.
wow.
He played two all-star moves, rook a1 and rook h1, as if it was a blitz game. He knows this. He's got this.
Oh, and we
look at
saw that
Sam.
reaction.
Oh, look. Oh, that's painful. You've just
Yeah.
spent
That's the
3
cold
years,
shower right there.
3 years of your life writing what you think is the greatest rook endgame book ever printed, published, ever, and then you lose a rook ending.
He's so devastated. He just
my
missed
gosh.
this rook h1 move.
That's painful.
Wow.
That is
And
painful.
if you
right
tell
there.
me Leinier takes a sip of water,
Yes, so don't
chasing
be-
you off, Sam.
Don't be cruel like that. Don't be cruel like that.
Wow, what a move, Cristian.
That's the money.
By the way, we
right
have
there.
5
Wow.
decisive games
I can't
in each
believe it.
section.
That is incredible. Wow, and
resignation
handshake.
immediately. Yes.
Well, he recognizes there's nothing you can do.
That's it.
He's going to play rook check, defend the pawn, and then his king is waltzing up the board to win the rook.
But guys, that drawish sequence that we saw is not easy.
No, 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 no.
That's
And
look at
once
Sam's
again,
reaction.
Sam's reaction to this move, rook h1, it was just, oh, damn it. Chess is cruel.
It is. It's brutal. You miss one move. He was probably thinking it's really a draw.
Yeah.
That he managed
until the last
escape.
moment. Until that move, rook
If you
h1
don't see
appeared
rook
on the board.
h1, you think the king is going to go to a8, and your king is close enough to make the draw. And as we pause our broadcast, we have in studio a very young, very happy Alice Lee. Over to you, Cristian.
Alice, back-to-back victories for you. You're definitely back into this tournament as well. Your reaction and how happy are you right now?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy because I mean, just the way that started, it was great for me to just not continue the losing streak, especially for the round 4 game. And I think this game, it was kind of nice for me because it was like I don't have too much risk of losing. But yeah, I'm very happy that I was able to win.
It was indeed a very clean game from the beginning to the end. But when did you feel like you're finally putting the final finishing touches on this one?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I wasn't so. I mean, I knew like throughout the game that I had like a really comfortable position, especially since like she went into the end game. I thought like only I could win. It's probably like a 2 result. And I think, yeah, I mean, once she played D2, I was like really happy because I knew like I got into the opposite color bishops and I'm up 2 pawns. But then I somehow missed like this bishop a3 move, and I knew like I still had to be winning. I was still like, it's still much easier to play for me, but yeah, like after bishop a3 and then because it was kind of annoying, I played, like I probably could have just played rook c1 immediately instead of king e2, and that would have just been like a super easy win. I mean, yeah, I mean, I was worried that she could like take with a bishop on f4, but even so, that should just still be a very easy win.
Right.
And then
because
like,
now your a pawn actually runs down the board.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, actually the c pawn though, I was kind of glad in the end game that it was there because, you know, it kind of blocked the bishop's diagonal.
And you
like when I put my king in
exchange
c4.
the rooks at this point. You made the right decision to exchange the rooks. You had to be very precise in your calculation because opposite color bishops, we know they have a tendency to be a draw. But you calculated everything, and at this point, after a5, king d8, and this last moves came not e5, not f5, excuse me, but e5, bishop to e3, and a6. That's how you finish the game. This must have felt good, those last couple of moves, just seeing these pawns running unabashed and her being unable to stop them.
Yeah, yeah. I was actually hoping for bishop e3 because if she did bishop f2, then a6 probably wouldn't be very good. She'd have like bishop h4, but then when the bishop got d3, it was a very nice like promotion.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, here I'm still winning. I take the pawn, but it's nice when
you still have some work to do.
Yeah.
Yes. Alice, congratulations. Important victory for you. What did you do during the rest day to get back into this competition?
I mean, I didn't do that much. In the morning I did some schoolwork, and then the afternoon I was like spent a few hours teaching at the high school for a community day, and that was really fun. After that, then I started doing preparation. So it's like not too much different than like a normal day because the teaching kind of is like a few hours, kind of similar to the length of a chess game. But it's definitely good because I was able to get more rested and get more sleep.
Alice, good job. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations indeed, Alice, as this round 5 is just incredible. I mean, 5 victories in each of our tournaments. Take it away, Kate. The standings.
Let's see the standings after round 5. So we have 2 leaders still, as was after round 4. We have Carissa Yip and Begim Tokhirjonova, who both won her games today. They have 4 points. And then we have a sole 3rd place for Irina Krush with 3.5 points.
Yeah, separation of our 3 leaders there. And in the open section, what's the separation look like in that one?
Here we have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, 4 points. And a sole 2nd place, Hans Niemann, with very important win today, 3.5 points. And they're a 2-way tie for the 3rd place, Wesley So and Leinier Dominguez, both winning their games today.
Important victories for Wesley and Leinier. And for Levon Aronian, that loss against Hans Niemann has pushed him all the way down in a tie for 8th. Ray Robson said, hey, tying for 8th is great. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but that Ray's victory today over Jeffery was incredibly nice, very nice. And we have Leinier, the man of the moment. Wow, with you, Cristian.
Leinier, a final game that kept us on the edge of our seats until that last move, rook to h1. And in fact, it was a very close game as well. Tell us your story and your reaction to those last couple of final moves that decided the game.
Yeah, well, it was a draw, of course, at the end. I knew it, but there was this last trick. I was very happy when I saw it that I have this rook h1 at the end, and he went for it. But I think he defended quite well. I mean, I think I should be winning at some point with the 2 rooks.
Yes.
But I think once we get to this rook endgame, then it should be a draw because his pawn is too
I think
far
it was
advanced
this moment after the move knight to e5 when objectively it's finally we're entering drawish territory?
Oh, yeah. I thought I was still winning, but yeah, maybe not the case anymore. But before that, it should be winning, right?
Yes, yes. Before that, it was definitely winning. But even this position, we were trying to understand the ins and outs of this endgame. It wasn't easy at all. And in fact, it was this critical moment at this point. After the move rook to h4, a6 was already winning. Rook to h4 was the big blunder. King to d8 was the only move that was saving the game.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that. I thought that his intention was to play rook h6, and then I saw king c7, and I was very happy.
Exactly, yes.
Because this is winning. And then I realized, it's rook h4 what he wants, but then I quickly saw this line with rook h1 at the end, and yeah, again, I was extremely happy. I thought now he needs some kind of study to escape. But yeah, it turns out he just didn't realize that this final position was losing.
We were discussing at the beginning of the show that, the bunch of 2800s in the tournament, they really need to get some victories to start catching up with Fabiano, who is right now on +3. Did you feel like this is a must-win game for you in order to still stay in the race?
Well, yeah, definitely it helps a lot. But yeah, Fabi, of course, just like last year, he's trying to run away with it. Yeah, it's not so easy when when he scores almost every day. But okay, yeah, it's nice at least for me to keep my chances after winning this game.
Great game, Leinier. Congratulations, guys. Any questions for Leinier?
Not from me. Just wow, just great watching you play, Leinier. This end game. It's fascinating that he had a draw with King D8. Mystifying, I want to say, but congratulations, very important victory. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Isn't that incredible that Rook H5 check was the right move, Rook H6?
I have to admit,
King
I
D8.
did not understand what was happening there. I would also think I'm winning
with
as
you.
white, but if someone drew that, that would be a shocker for me.
Me three. Me three, absolutely. Cristian, wrap up the most eventful round of these U.S. championships.
Well, I know who's doing an update to his book tonight, and that is Sam Shankland, because, I mean, that game, just an incredible defense was necessary with that move. King to d8, that's not easy stuff. And I don't blame him for missing that move, rook to h1. That was not easy. But I have to say, everybody is bringing their A game in this tournament. And you can see so many decisive results. People want to fight. That's exactly what we're seeing. They understand that they need to win. They need to score victories in order to be able to be in the race, stay in the race, and potentially vie for that national championship. Just an incredible tournament so far, and I cannot wait to call all the action with you guys tomorrow.
2023 national championships are bringing out the best of everybody in this field. Kate, it was marvelous. Loved talking the action with you and Cristian. Thank you, everybody, for sharing part of your day with us. We certainly appreciate it. Tell your friends and family where you're hanging out, and we will see you all tomorrow. Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.